Good morning. How are we? Hope everyone's well. TGIF. Thank God it's Friday. Sarah P on the ball again. Welcome everyone. Thanks for being here. Hit the like, subscribe, and notification bell. Thank you, Sarah. All the links are here. I'm sure Sarah and Josie will be posting these links throughout the day. Um, please look at the links, and the most important one, please look at the website, which is here, not that one. Everything's there. Everything you need to know is in the website, as well. So I'm excited today. Yesterday was a flat shot, but today's a long day, so it's a good day. I'll share the links. Thank you, Kim. I hope you're well, Kim. Hope you enjoyed last night. Went a bit not as planned as always. Thanks, Kim. Good morning, Nisha. Happy Friday to you. Josie, TGIF. Absolutely. Totally agree with you. Hey, Nisha, Josie, TGIF. Hi, Tootie Pip. Tootie Pip. Hey, Tootie Pip. Hello, Lou. Lou, are you back from Dallas now? Are you back in the UK? The weather's not bad if you are back in the UK. And if you are, then I hope Dallas went well for you. I hope it went well. I'd love to visit Dallas one day. Lou. Hey, Kayla, how are you? Hope you're well. Back in the UK, happy days. Uh, Sean, rude to make last night, but had some other things going on. I tried to catch you. No worries. Well, you missed a good one. It'll all be explained next week. But we got a wheel. We got a bit of a torture wheel going on. So, you might get a little bit involved, Sean. So, you know, you missed it, but I think you'll be part of it now. Hi, Sarah P. Everyone check out Lou's channel, please do. She'll be doing a video. Also, hopefully we'll get Lou on this channel as well at some point, so that we're really good. Once she's done the video, not gonna put any pressure on because she's obviously busy with other stuff as well. We'll get her on here to review it, or if she's too busy to do that, yeah, we'll try and get Lou on some point. Um, Lou, let me know when you're free so you can pop on, even if just during the Zachariah trial. It'd be lovely to have you on, even just for half an hour, if you were ever free to come on. Um, I'm good reading. It's lovely here. It's nice in Wales. I'm looking out. It's not clouds. It's starting to get a bit cloudy, but no, it doesn't look like rain, so it looks quite nice here. Hello all, happy Friday. Sandra, welcome back, Sandra. Thanks for popping into the members only last night. Sorry it was a little bit of a, oh, I don't know what you call it in the end, but we got through it. Sarah P, Shady 89 call coming up in a week or so. Happy days. Happy days, Lou. But as I say, let me know if you want to pop on this next week at all with me. If you got free half an hour or an hour or something, just to discuss some of the other witnesses. Um, how are you, Josie? Hello. Hey, internet bestie. Oh my, are you two internet besties? Oh my God. Hey, girl. Hey, Jesus. I didn't know you could have it. Well, I suppose you can have internet besties. Yeah, I didn't know it was a thing, but that's dangerous. Dangerous. I got it's only Sean, like, and it turns out probably Sean's a woman, I imagine, but it's only Sean I got as a male here, isn't it? Jeez, jeez, but it's all good. Hey girl, how we doing? Hey Josie, how we doing, girl? Let's get the sass out. The sass out. I love it, girl. I got a friend who Lindsay from America, and she's always like, always says girl. Hey girl, hey girlfriend, how we doing? I've not seen her for ages now. But here we are, exciting day three. Day three. Day three. Lucy, I can't wait for that one. Absolutely. If it's it'll be good. And I'll let Lou launch it for a few weeks, and then I'll stream it as well afterwards with hopefully have Lou on. Um, hey girl. It's interesting, that's for sure. I'm sure it is. When we both start watching the okay. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting how people through trials become friends. Do you know what I mean? It's good though. That's good. Bestie. I am pretty busty. I love it. I love it. I love people who can take a joke as well. Are you busty as well, Kayla? Jesus, Josie and Kayla. Busties. The busty girls. Not the bestie girls, the busty girls. Look at them. We all love a busty girl. Do you know what I mean? Well, we take any girls. We love every girl. Um, yeah, so here we are. I'm gonna leave you for a couple of minutes just in case some people are running late. Busty pesties, yes. I'm sure some other busties will be out there want to join you as well. Um, I love that, busty besties. Trying to get that. So yeah, I'd say this one's a long one. I know there's an hour break and stuff like that, but stop start wise, it's gonna take a bit of time today. It's a Friday. It's just gone 4 o'clock in the afternoon here. Um, Start next week we got a wheel. I'll explain in better next week, but I'm excited. I'm excited to see how it goes. Um, and Lou, hope the jet lag's not too bad, Lou. That's the worst part of coming back from America is the jet lag, isn't it? Here we go. She's starting already. Well, Sarah and Josie, they're on it. They, this is one thing that you won't have lack here is links and stuff. There'll be plenty of links up here, and yeah, please go and subscribe to Lou. I think Sarah put the. Mm, see, this is where I'm crap at stuff for this. I'm crap at stuff for this. No, Sarah did do it, yes. So let's pin Lou's channel up. Please visit Lou. She's got a Sadie video coming out. Pin message there. And I like to promote our channels. Um, Also, the other member I have that's got channels, Lady Law. So hopefully we promote Lady Law at some point today as well. Right. The worst part of going back to the UK from America is going back to Yeah, that's a true story, Sean. That's a true story. Depending where though. I normally come back from Vegas, so yeah, it's quite tough coming from there. You ready for the game tonight? Oh, are they playing tonight, are they? Hey, what's this about Bosa then? Trey Lance being traded. Potential well, he is gonna be traded. Nick Bosa, still a holdout. Uh-oh, there may be trouble. Bang bang, Niners gang. There might be trouble. Hi, Ashley. I always want to call you Ash, but I'm like, I better not. Hi, Ashley. Hope, hope you're doing well. Right. I got everything prepped, I think. I tweeted out an hour ago. That's good enough. That's good enough. Um, yeah, so I've got two mods who are diehard 49ers fans. So as you can imagine, they're a bit nuts. Bit nuts. Right. I'm gonna try and find where this starts then, so we can skip a lot of the crap. Oh, you might be there. Actually, it starts from there. We've only skipped 4 minutes. Oops. I'm not sure who the 49s are playing tonight, Sarah, but ooh, there may be trouble ahead. Da-da-da-da. They need to sign Bosa. They do. I've just bought. Oh, where is it? It's over there. I just bought a Bosa shirt, so they better sign him. Otherwise, I'll be absolutely gutted. Um, Twisted Bunny. Yes, he's true story. Helen, hello, welcome, hello everyone. Oh yeah, I haven't been chatting due to health issues. My idiotic neurosurgeon didn't give me a new workable back brace. Oh no, that's not good. Well, don't worry about chatting. Look after your health. That doesn't sound good, but we're just glad that you're here. Like Josie said, we're really glad that you're here and that you're part of it. And thank you for being here. I hope, yeah, I hope you get better soon. There's nothing worse than that. Yikes! But yeah, thanks for writing in. Helen. Appreciate that though for being here for support. Ashley, Chargers. Do you think Post is going to the Chargers, isn't he? Yes, I agree. I agree. Nick Post is going to the Chargers. Hi, glad you're here. Hey, Ashley. Yes. Right, everyone's lovely as always. Right, are we ready? Are we steady? Let's go, go, go. I think because today's going to be long enough as it is. So I think we go. Um, and Sean, Twisted Bunny, Sean, give Jack our love as well. Um, hang on. I cracked C12, L1, and L2. T12, L. Oh, lower back. Then is it? I've had pain in my back, but not like cracked it. Jesus, I can't even imagine. Can't even imagine it. No, we are playing the charge tonight. We'll sign. I don't know. I don't know. He wants out. He wants to play with Joey. I'm so mad he is. Good morning, Dylan Chat. Good morning, Sam. I am. Welcome back. Lovely to see you. Oh no, Helen. Hope you're feeling better soon. Hello. Chiefs need some competition though. Patrick Mahomes needs some competition. Um, right. But I do like the Chiefs, so right. Because of Andy Reid more than anything. And Patrick. Right, here we go, people. We are back. This is day 3. Day 2 was a shambles. Nothing really happened. All they agreed to was that the judge at the end of Nicole's opening is going to read a statement out, just to basically say that Sadie is not some of the targeting as um, the killer, or something like that. We'll hear it when the judge does it. But that's all he missed yesterday. If you can believe it. Yes, we all hope for you, Helen. Hope you get better soon. And with that, we play this. And chat when you can. I know this is there we are. I'm a Colts fan. I'm a Chiefs fan. I'm now a Jets fan. I'm also 49ers fan. I'm a Jackson fan. I'm a Vikings fan because of Erin. I'm a Cincinnati Bengals fan. I am a Carolina Panthers fan. I'm a Lions fan. I like the Giants a little bit as well. I like Buffalo as well. Um, who else is there? What else am I fan of? I'm not fan of the LA teams. Not Green Bay anymore, not since Aaron Rodgers left. Not Tennessee. I like Mike Vrabel, but I'm not a fan of Tennessee.
All right, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Judge.
Welcome back. And we had some discussion, and then the attorneys consulted, and
Happy days.
it's decided that the objection which was raised by Mr. Gravely has been withdrawn. So we'll continue where we were. Lord, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So where I had left off when I last was speaking with you all was about how law enforcement in this case failed to actually investigate the events the state assert transpired on May 17th, 2020. How they ignored leads, how they didn't follow up on things, how they failed to look in places that should have been looked into. So I'm going to go into some of those investigative failures now. You'll hear that law enforcement really did no searches of Mr. Gutierrez around the immediate vicinity of Wood Creek Apartments, where Mr. Gutierrez lived. That there's a wooded park area that is property of UW Parkside, and that all that they did with that area was send some drones to look around. But you'll hear that it was forested at that point because we're in the middle of May, and that they would not have been able to see the floor of that entire wooded area. So law enforcement looked nowhere close to Mr. Gutierrez's residence in an attempt to find potential evidence. Not only did they fail to do that, they failed to investigate legitimate Crime Stopper leads. So people could call in with tips, anonymous or not, and there was this one tip where an individual called in and said, I saw a woman standing in front of Mr. Gutierrez's sliding door on that concrete slabbed patio on May 18th, 2020. And I remember this because she had asked me what time it was. And I knew it was Mr. Gutierrez's apartment because his sliding door is right next to that exit door. Law enforcement got that information and ignored it. They did not follow up. They also didn't follow up on data that they obtained through a geofence warrant. And you'll hear that a geofence warrant is where law enforcement takes a certain area and asks Google to produce all the information and data on people that they know were in that location on a specific date and during specific time frames. And in this case, Detective Carrera had asked for the geofence data on all individuals who were around Mr. Gutierrez's apartment from May 17th, 2020 at 7 p.m. through May 18th, 2020 at 3 a.m. And that Google produced several hits for people that were in that area. And you'll hear that law enforcement did not attempt to investigate any of those potential people who were in the area at the time the state asserts the crime occurred. You'll also hear that Mr. Anderson did not appear in that data. When law enforcement arrived on scene on May 19th, 2020, there were two dumpsters next to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, and they had gone and looked at them and noticed that there really was not that much trash. Maybe a bag, a box. And so they called the waste management company and they asked, hey, when was this trash picked up? And the waste management individuals had informed them that the trash had been picked up earlier that morning on the 19th and that it was sent to Zion landfill in Illinois. You'll hear that law enforcement chose not to go to Zion landfill and search what would have been freshly dumped garbage that could have produced evidence in this crime. And you'll hear that that could have been because Mr. Anderson, the person, remember, that they had chose as their main character, there was no indication that he had ever gone out to Zion or that he had spent any significant time in the Kenosha area. Didn't fit their script. They weren't going to investigate it. They also didn't investigate Pheasant Run landfill. That was a landfill that they had potential information that Mr. Gutierrez's body had been dumped there. They didn't go to Pheasant Run landfill. They didn't talk to anyone in management at Pheasant Run landfill to see whether there was any individual who dumped off trash that Monday, May 18th, that morning. They did not investigate that lead. They also didn't investigate people that Mr. Gutierrez owed money to. And you'll hear throughout this case that Mr. Gutierrez was in an extremely difficult financial situation. His mom was helping paying bills. He was about to be evicted from his apartment. And he had people messaging him about where their money is and how you don't do this to friends. And you'll hear that law enforcement did not investigate a single person that he seemed to owe a substantial amount of money to. And then they also didn't look into all of the women that Mr. Gutierrez would have been talking to or dating at that time. You'll hear that Mr. Gutierrez had several dating apps. They were located on his phone. He had emails from dating websites, and that law enforcement didn't look into any of the chat strings on there. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. What I just outlined for you is just a little sprinkle of an example of everything that law enforcement failed to investigate.
Right. Okay. I have to stop you there for a second. I love the football chat, but yeah, I'm trying to focus as well. Um, so there's four things there that they didn't search the Zion landfill, did not search the Pheasant Run landfill, never investigated anybody that Rosario owed money to, and did not speak with any of the women in his life. That's four things that makes this a shoddy investigation straight off the bat. So I'm glad she's highlighting this because that's important, I think, that they're highlighting the shoddiness. Unfortunately, I don't think the jury picked up on this, or they can't have. But how shoddy is that? Any murder or anything like that, you go to anyone that's close or linked to the victim. Never spoke to any of the women. Rubbish has been taken out, didn't go to the landfill.
But not only did they fail to investigate legitimate leads and potential other suspects, they also failed to effectively process the scene of the crime. They failed to obtain DNA swabs, fingerprints from areas that, according to their theory, the individual or individuals who was responsible for the disappearance of Mr. Gutierrez would have
There
had
is
to have touched or come in contact with. The first thing law enforcement did when they arrived on scene on May 19th,
missed that.
2020, was they took a video of them walking into the apartment, of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, and all of the lights were off. So the state claims that there was this blunt force trauma, this beating, someone was wrapped up in a rug, the crime scene was meticulously cleaned up so that no trace of the other people who were there could be found, that then the scene is staged to the point that it looks like a robbery could have occurred. That obviously didn't happen all in the dark. If they're claiming that this happened around 10 p.m. at night, yet law enforcement did not swab the light switches in the apartment for potential DNA, nor did they attempt to get any fingerprints. In addition to their failure to obtain swabs from areas that could have contained DNA of the people who are actually responsible for Mr. Gutierrez's disappearance, their lack of precision shows immensely in the fact that 9 days after they initially made contact with Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, Mr. Gutierrez's mother, Ms. Patterson, found Mr. Gutierrez's cell phone in the freezer. That law enforcement's there for 8 days. They'll claim that they searched, they processed, they were very thorough, yet they didn't find Mr. Gutierrez's cell phone that was right there in the freezer or the contents of his wallet that were in the freezer. So they did swab the cell phone for DNA, but what they didn't swab or process for fingerprints were the cards that were found, which, according to the state's theory, the person who's involved in Mr. Gutierrez's disappearance would have had to touch, to take out of the wallet, to put in the freezer. And they also didn't process the handle of the freezer. It's also critical that there was no blood on the handle of the freezer. And the phone, interesting enough, the DNA, they send the swab that they took to the crime lab, and it comes back and they say, yep, it's Mr. Gutierrez's DNA on the phone, but there was something that's called a trace allele. And you'll hear from the DNA expert that a trace allele means that it's someone else's DNA, that it's a portion of someone's DNA that did not belong to Mr. Gutierrez, but someone else. And you'll hear that trace DNA that they found on that cell phone, as I just said, did not belong to Mr. Gutierrez. It did not belong to Ms. Patterson, the individual who found the cell phone, and it did not belong to my client, Mr. Zachariah Anderson. So someone else's DNA is on that phone. You'll also see pictures and hear testimony about how the furniture in Mr. Gutierrez's apartment had been moved.
Yes.
And all of this furniture had been meticulously moved. Nothing's knocked over. Nothing's broken.
I'm sorry, I'm annoying. Can I just ask a question to the old heads here? Who did they ever say who was this the same woman that came in to testify? Who was that woman outside the apartment on the 18th? Is it the same woman that came to testify, or is it do they not know who that woman was? If you know the answer, please let me know who the woman was out there on the 18th that the neighbor spoke to.
The kitchen tables nicely pushed
I
back.
don't remember.
The two white tables that were in front of the couch were nicely moved to the side. The couch had been moved, and we can see that because there's indentations in the carpet of where the couch had stayed for a long time versus where it was now.
Thanks, Lou.
There were no bloody fingerprints or hand marks on the bottom of the couch. They didn't process that for DNA in that area of a couch where the person had allegedly moved it, would have had to have touched. They didn't process the areas of the chairs that would have needed to have been moved, the table that would have needed to have been moved by the person who's allegedly
Why are you shaking your
responsible
head
for
for?
the disappearance of Mr. Gutierrez. They also didn't process the tools that appeared to be nicely laid out in front of the screen door. Nor did they process in Mr. Gutierrez's bedroom the open window. They didn't process that for fingerprints. What did they do? They processed the blood.
Why is this woman shaking and going, what? No, that's not what? Shut up. She's annoying me now. Some speculated it might have been Sadie. It probably was Sadie, that's why. This woman, oh, we do not condone violence on this channel. So I won't say what I was thinking. But why I hate that she's giving these eyes and rolling her eyes and stuff. That's really annoying.
That was it. Law enforcement's failure to investigate leads and to effectively process a crime scene is critical in this case. There's no body, no human remains, no murder weapon, no witnesses that can tell you exactly what happened. Yet they wanted to go with the narrative that it must have been Mr. Anderson. And that was someone that they looked into everything possible. They ignored everything else. They ignored the idea that it could be anyone else other than Mr. Anderson. And you'll hear that they meticulously searched Mr. Anderson's property, not just his house, his whole property. No body, no human remains, no evidence
Hi,
that
David.
there had been a
She
huge
does.
cleanup at a crime scene, no murder weapon. Not only did they search his house, they also searched his family's tree farm, an 80-acre farm, top to bottom, multiple law enforcement agencies, every acre, no body, no human remains, no murder weapon, no evidence of a crime scene cleanup. They also searched Miss Susan Brown Williamson's home, and that was the place that Mr. Anderson had gone in the morning to work that the state claims is where Mr. Anderson, I guess, chopped up a body and put it in bags. They searched that property meticulously, not only the house, but the entire grounds. No body, no human remains, no murder weapon, nothing of evidentiary value. They then searched all of the bodies of water that were near that home and Mr. Anderson's home, not Lake Michigan, but quarries and little lakes. And they had technology that could go all the way down to the bottom to see if there was anything there. That search also revealed.
So when we see Michael Campbell, that's what a murderer looks like, actually, in my opinion. In just my opinion.
Nothing. So the person they chose as their main character, the only person they investigated in this case, they did all of that and it yielded nothing. Mr. Anderson, as he sits in front of you today, is presumed innocent. And he must stay that way. Because the evidence in this case, as it will come in through this trial, will not establish that Mr. Anderson committed the alleged crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. And for that reason, when the defense comes and speaks to you, when the evidence is done, we will ask that you return the only just verdict and that's a verdict of not guilty.
Kinda.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you. That was a good opening. I do think it was a good opening.
We'll start with the taking of evidence at this point, and as
I missed a lot, because it's hard to write and stuff as well. She should have said is innocent, not presumed. Yeah. Yeah, there's maybe a few things there, maybe. Do you think she made some bad mistakes? Okay. I thought she did well, from what I was listening, but I'm intrigued to hear what you think. I think she covered a lot of where there's no evidence being shown. There's other DNA on the phone, lack of DNA and processing on the scene. Um, I think she did well to show the incompetency of the law
I
enforcement.
indicated Tuesday, you'll be allowed to take notes if you wish. You're not obliged to. If you do decide to take notes, please take care
Please
that it
do.
does not distract you from carefully listening to and observing the witnesses. You may use your notes during your deliberations to refresh your
Uh,
recollections.
Mads, it was tongue in cheek.
Otherwise, you should keep it
Eh,
confidential.
I was basing it on the Denny, so it was a little bit tongue in cheek on my part there. I should have clarified that. But hello,
After the
Mads. Nice
trial,
to see you again.
the bailiffs will collect the notes and they will be destroyed. Um,
Yes.
okay. You can.
As part of my withdrawal of my objection, the court will recall that
Indeed.
we proposed a cautionary instruction. So the withdrawal of that
Yeah.
motion was based on the cautionary instruction, which I hope the court will read.
I will, and I even told them that you'll have to remind me because I'll probably forget it. Thank you, because I did. This is a joint proposed cautionary instruction that the attorneys have agreed upon. And it states, unless otherwise guided by the court, you must disregard any statement by the attorneys or either of them that any specifically named individual other than the defendant was involved in the alleged homicide of Mr. Gutierrez. Any question about that? This is something they've agreed upon, unless I tell you otherwise. You should disregard any statement by the attorneys that any specifically named individual other than the defendant was involved in the alleged homicide of Rosalio Gonzalez Jr. Gutierrez Jr. Any question?
Interesting.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Bradley, you might call your first witness.
Your IQ is quite high, so I didn't pick up on.
Several things that
Firstly, I
before the
didn't pick
first
up on
witness
that.
is called that the parties would like to address with the court pertaining to stipulations and things of that nature. So I believe that would be more appropriately done now before the first witness is called.
Okay, so that's legalese for scram. Now you can go, and I'm going to try again to keep it at just a couple of minutes. But you're welcome to go upstairs if you want, or otherwise you may remain down here in the library. And I'm hoping this will take under 10 minutes, maybe 5.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, thank you. In the
I
meantime,
forgot there's a lot of this stuff.
What are we hoping?
if I can talk to someone from Court TV, I can't get my computer cranked up this morning, and I'm wondering if something got detached while you were up here. I'm not blaming you. I don't want to call IT unless I have to. It won't stay on. I mean, the light goes on, so there's power.
They should have hammered the other possible suspects. Yeah, possibly. Oh shit! Instructions. They could. I just wonder what would have happened if they'd done that without the jury instructions. Yeah, absolutely does. I'm not saying he is guilty, but he's more guilty in my opinion than Zach is. according to the Denny. No, Billy, we're not. Yeah, I'll skip the breaks now. Don't worry, I will skip the breaks. Yeah, they did. They did. That's why this came in this that note. So yeah, we're not at 1.25, Billy, but I will be skipping stuff where I can. But I can't really skip. Hang on, I can skip this bit.
Morning, which is why we bring it up now, that the court will allow us to read it.
And the reason I'm not doing a 1.25 is because I actually want to listen to it and make sure that we don't, well, or try not to miss anything. I think a 1.25, it's fine, but I'm trying to write stuff down at the same time, and I am a man, so it takes me
I will
time
either read it
to
in its
process.
entirety, or if defense counsel wishes to in some way read the first portion, the paragraph that is regarding Officer Paul Chase's report, I of course have no disagreement with that. And then I will read the second half to the jury. And then of course the court can have that stipulation in evidence, but we'll read it. I'll read it verbatim, or we will both read it verbatim. Ms. Douglas is having medical issues that both parties are aware of. That's why we've tried to reach this stipulation to prevent her from having to be present. She has no prior convictions, so in terms of any impeachment, we're also aware of that.
Is this a correct statement of the stipulation? Are you familiar with this?
That is correct, Judge, and the defense would prefer that we read the portions as it relates to Officer Paul Chase's reports, and then the state will read the portion as it relates to the telephone call that was had with their victim witness coordinator, Heather Beasy. So that would, and we have no objection to it being read at the point where the state would have called Lene Douglas. We think that's appropriate because that will be around the time that other residents of Wood Creek apartment will be called. So it would only make sense to read that stipulation in then and there. I have given a copy of the stipulation to Mr. Anderson. He has read that and is, as far as I know, unless it's changed now, is in agreement with the stipulation.
All right, do you fully understand what is contained in the stipulation? And any questions about it at all? By stipulating this, that means the witness will not testify, and instead the jury will be read this stipulation, and it's stipulated facts. That means that the jury will be instructed that those are proved facts in the case, and there'll be no testimony admitted either to reprove those facts or those assertions, and there'll be no testimony permitted to disprove it. Stipulation means it's agreed. Is that clear?
Yes.
Any question about this at all?
No.
Has anybody threatened you, pressured you, or forced you in any way?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything in exchange for this? No. All right. Anything else then before we start?
Just that the
He's keeping a sense of humor. Do you know what I mean? He's there. He wanted to joke that, oh, well, actually, but obviously kept it, you know, light. Jesus, what was going through his mind right
first
now?
witness, the state intends to call Detective Lauren Anschutz, has no prior convictions. And another witness that we would call, hopefully without needing an additional break, would be Marissa Swanigan. She's the individual who's here on the warrant. She also has no priors. And so I believe that in terms of these early witnesses that we would call before there would be any additional breaks, that I think we've met our obligation to let the court know about any prior convictions.
Okay.
And we are in agreement with that calculation to the witnesses that the state just mentioned. And as the state said, we'll work diligently in getting the other convictions for the other witnesses to present to the court at a later time.
So let it be written, so let it be done.
I think it drugs because
ready then, Judge, at this point. Counsel,
the judge just drugs it on as
Yes.
well. The judge is the yeah, what, yeah, that drugs are on a lot as well. Don't skip it too much.
unless.
So here we go then. I agree, David. It shouldn't have taken as long as it did. 3 weeks, I think. Um, yeah, that's true, actually. So we'll see. This is it now. I'm going to try and make some notes as we go along, more for myself than anything. Um, please chip in because I won't catch everything.
Pretty good, all right. Close, okay. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Gately.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Lorne Anschutz to the stand.
Is he out of the room?
He's being brought, he was outside, he's being brought in by our victim witness person.
Okay.
Well, there's a woman. I don't think I watched. Oh, I do remember this guy. I don't think I watched it all though. At this point, I was watching this and the Michael Keatley one. So
I do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated.
Detective Anschutz, can you state your first and last name and spell both your names for the record?
Lauren Anschutz, Lorn Anschutz.
Detective, how are you employed?
City of Kenosha Police Department as a detective.
How long have you been a detective?
Approximately 7 years.
And how long have you been a police officer with the Kenosha Police Department?
Just under 20 years.
During that time period, have you had an opportunity to investigate scenes where
Anschutz,
blood
thank you.
was present?
Yes, several.
And do you have an estimate in your 20 years how many times you've come across a scene of that type and had to make some sort of decisions regarding either what to do next or what there was there?
It's several hundred.
In that capacity as being on duty as a detective, did you come on May 19th, 2020 at just after 11 a.m. To be at a particular location that you were asked to go to?
Yes, I was told to go to 3709 15th Street for a suspicious incident.
And when you got there, were you the first officer on the scene?
No, there was multiple officers, a sergeant, another detective, and
Would it be would that be uncommon that other officers would get there before a detective for a call like this, or would that be standard that detectives would not be called in as the first officers to arrive?
yeah, I've never been called first as a detective to respond to any scene. Typically, the officers will respond, make an assessment, talk to supervisor, and then we will be notified to respond.
And when you arrived, I don't want to know all the details, but what were you in general appraised of? So what were you told in general was the situation when you arrived before you made observations for yourself?
Hi, Sal.
I was told that apartment 1B had a substantial amount of blood inside. It appeared as though there was a major incident occurred in the apartment and nobody was located.
And was that information provided by law enforcement?
Yes.
Were you provided information that the person reporting this was still on scene?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to interact with that individual?
Yes, I spoke with her, Sadie Beecham.
Okay.
Sadie Beecham was on scene. She was sitting in her car at the time I spoke with her.
And did you come to believe that Ms. Beecham had not fully entered the threshold of the residence, had not walked through the residence before calling law enforcement?
Correct.
Okay. So based on that, would your role in this case be to specifically search for a body or somebody within that residence, or would that be the role of other people who were at the scene?
That would have been the role of the responding officers to preserve life, to make sure the scene is secure.
Okay. And back before you were a detective, were you in that role many, many times over your career?
10 years, yes.
Okay. And so in that earlier role than yours, would it have been a priority to search for a person and not worry about what the evidence was, or are you already an evidence preserver in that first role that you described?
I'm going to object as far as leading.
Well, it had an alternative, so the objection is overruled.
Go ahead.
Can you rephrase, or can you
Sure.
give me the question again? Sorry.
Sure. In that earlier role, is the priority to do the search as quickly as possible, or to meticulously try to preserve evidence, like not step in things, et cetera, et cetera?
In those situations, you're concerned about the safety of others. That's your main focus and priority at that moment, as well as scene security. We don't know if anybody's in there. So that's what you're vigilant of when you first enter. And then obviously after, you can slow down and then focus more on the preserving of evidence.
So I want to turn your attention to the address one more time. You said it was 3709 15th Street, apartment 1B. Do I have that correct?
Correct.
And do you know, is that a part of a complex, or is that an isolated single-family location?
So it's a larger multi-building apartment complex. I believe there's 3 or 4 different addresses.
No worries,
per building.
Dennis. So good.
3709 is in the middle of one of the buildings, with an entry door specifically to that address. On both the west, or north and south entrances of the apartments, you can enter either side. Once entering, there's 4 apartments downstairs, 4 apartments upstairs.
So this specific building that you're speaking of so far has 8 apartments. Did I get that correct? 4 up and 4 down?
3709 15th does have 8 apartments, yes.
Okay. And you are focused, of course, on one apartment of those 8. Is that true?
Number 1B.
Okay. Is that location, is that overall complex, does that have a name here in Kenosha?
Yes, called Wood Creek Apartments.
Okay. And is that address specifically in Wood Creek Apartments, that 3709 15th Street, is that in the city and county of Kenosha?
Yes.
And in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
And where is 1B in relation to the other apartments in the building?
It would be the northwest apartment. So of the 8 apartments, it's on the first level, northwest apartment.
So it's first level. And is it closest to the main doors that face the parking area on its side?
Yes.
Okay. And then there would be a second floor of apartments.
Correct.
So if I understand correctly, 1B would have an apartment directly above it.
Correct.
And it would have an apartment across from it.
Correct.
And then it would have an apartment on the side of it as well.
Yes. So the way yes.
When
Why
you
is it
were
confusing
there
then?
that day, what can you say about the weather conditions that were being experienced?
We had received a substantial amount of rain, so everything was wet. It was gloomy, cooler.
You say substantial amount of rain, just a short rain, a Wisconsin short rainstorm or something larger?
No, it had been days of rain.
And had that rain been going for multiple days before you arrived at the apartment on the 19th of May?
Yes.
Heavy rain.
A substantial amount of rain, very
Okay.
heavy.
Thank you.
Free Kim.
So when you got there, Detective, you arrived, there were already officers on scene. You indicate you speak to a person who identifies herself as Sadie Beecham, and she's located by her car. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it still raining outside in your memory?
I don't recall. I know it wasn't a downpour. If it was raining, it may have been sprinkling.
Okay. And at that point, what, if anything, did you notice about the demeanor of Sadie Beecham?
She was scared. She was visibly shaking, having a difficult time spitting out words, frightened, worried.
Could you tell what she was scared about in general?
I'm going to object speculation.
What, if anything, led you to conclusions that she was scared other than these early physical observations?
I'm going to object again as to speculation to how his conclusions that she was scared.
Hi, Christine.
People don't talk the way lawyers want them to. Lawyers are taught that the witnesses are to testify only to things that they perceive with their senses. I saw this, I heard this. That's not the way people converse in ordinary discourse. They combine their observations with the impressions that they personally have formed, which do often involve some degree of speculation, and sometimes involve making suppositions about what others are thinking. That's not how we talk in ordinary discourse, but when we get into the courtroom, the lawyers want to pin it down to exactly what the witness personally knows, what the witness has perceived with his own senses. But what the question is calling for is really a composite of what the detective personally observed and somewhat the conclusions, and they're suppositions as to what may have triggered the response that he was seeing with his senses. So I'm actually going to allow the answer, even though it does incorporate some of that, so long as you folks understand that there's going to be some supposition, and it can be dealt with further on cross-examination. But there will be some supposition built in, and not things that he actually has observed. So, you understand the question? Do you remember the question?
No, I'd like it repeated, please.
So you've indicated she was
His wife.
shaking.
Yes.
You
He
made
went
a
to 3
physical
weeks.
observation that she appeared frightened.
Yes.
Any other observations or information lead you to conclude she was frightened other than that physical observation you've testified to so far?
Yes.
And what was that?
She was concerned about her children.
I'm going to object. This answer is hearsay.
That's it's supposition.
I'd briefly like to be heard.
Well, I didn't say.
Okay.
Now, see, I'm supposing what you're thinking. And
I believe you are. I believe you are.
I'm right.
Yep.
And we can have that discussion separately if and when you ask the question. But in terms of this particular question, it is not that it's hearsay, it's that it's supposition. So I'm going to sustain the objection.
All right. I'm going to head the direction you are anticipating now then, Your Honor. So, Officer, at the time that you first spoke to Sadie Beecham and she provided you information, was she physically shaking?
Yes.
And did she show signs to you that she was still experiencing emotion as she was speaking to you about what she was telling you?
Yes.
Was it, would you describe her way of expressing herself as calm or excited or distressed? What would be your explanation of the phrasing and wording and tone of her discussion with you at this stage in your contact?
She was truly scared of, petrified about what had happened.
Judge, I'm going to indicate to the court that this is an excited utterance and ask the court to allow admission of anything that was during the physical observations he's expressed.
And Judge, I would object. This witness has already testified that he was not the first individual on scene, so that there were other individuals who had spoken with Ms. Beecham prior to this. Several time had passed. Also, excited utterance has to deal with that immediate impression. Nothing was ongoing at that time. The defense would maintain that given the time that had passed and the time that had passed since she had made these observations, any subsequent statements made to Detective Anschutz, it does not fall under the excited utterance exception to the hearsay rule.
Well, let's begin. First of all, it's not my impression that they're actually being offered to prove the truth of what is asserted in the statement.
EU was here.
I don't think the district attorney is offering this proof the content of the statement, which is asserted. Second, it's a non-testimonial statement, so we don't have that concern. And to the extent that it would qualify as here's definitionally hearsay statement, it is, I think, an excited utterance.
What's he on?
The law with respect to excited utterances, the key is not, for example, the passage of time or the intervention of others. It's the spontaneity of the statement which is made. And
So a question, and especially for Sal, because Sal's here. So Sal's a bit of a simp towards Judge Schroeder. Like, did he used to act this way in Rittenhouse and other trials? Was he always a kind of judge, or is it now since he had this accident? Like, was he like this, or was he more decisive in Rittenhouse and other trials, or the first Mark Jensen trial, or was he always like this? I'm intrigued to hear, because if he wasn't like this before, then this is a problem. So that Ashley, thank you. This is a problem. Oh, hang on. So we got Tony Pip saying yes, he was the same, and then we got Ashley saying no, he was not. No, he was the same. Oh, jeez. So I didn't get.
given the situation
He wasn't this
that
bad. Fine,
existed as
we'll go with
portrayed in
that.
the testimony, I'm going to overrule your objection.
What did she,
I guess the couple of things, Judge, just if I may be heard. First, we haven't heard what the statement even is.
Yeah, that's correct.
And second, if the state's premising their question that they're seeking to introduce the statement under the excited utterance hearsay exception, then they must be offering it for some sort of truth, or else they wouldn't need a hearsay exception.
Well, you're right, and that's why I let off actually starting with the confrontation, or I actually started in my analysis with whether it's even subject to those rules, because it's
Hi, Jamie.
excluded from the operation of the hearsay rule.
It was awfully written.
So I would not even accept the
Thanks,
premise
Al.
that he needs an exception to get it out of the hearsay rule. But I understand your point, but I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
so my question is, what did she say to you when she was in the condition you have described?
No,
She had told me
I
she got
haven't
to
yet.
the apartment, observed the screen door closed, but the glass door opened. She looked inside, saw blood everywhere, and walked out. She said she was frightened for her children because she knew Zach Anderson had something to do with this, and
Judge, I'm
What?
going to
She's
object at this
Um,
point and ask that be struck.
Judge, this is all during what she said during the exam. She's going to testify. This
Well,
is subject to cross-examination. The officer should be allowed to finish saying what she told him on the scene in this excited state, and not be interrupted unless there's a new objection. The court's already ruled that in that state, she can say this.
Well, I've ruled that when she's in this state, she can state things that would be normally reactive to a situation in which she found herself, but now she's getting into her analysis. There's actually another rule, which is the present mental state, purpose or plan, which probably would give some relief to the district attorney, but the
Makes no
problem with
sense,
the
John.
testimony is it's reaching into the
Language.
ultimate facts of the case, and it is relayed testimony for a witness
Yeah.
who's available to testify. And correctly, you state she's going to be subject to cross-examination, but
My point here is, like, I've never been in a situation, but why in the hell would she think that her children are in danger? First of all, from Zach, he's the father of the children. He's not going to do anything to hurt the children. But why exactly is Zach the first person she thinks of, unless she's trying to set him up? That's speculation. That's just my speculation. That's just how I think. The only way that she can do this or say this, in my opinion, is because she's trying to set Zach up. She's got no proof. She doesn't know anything. They've never met. They don't. Why is she spouting Zach unless she's trying to put him in the frame straight away? I don't think you would do that as a witness and go, yeah, I know who it is exactly. It's Zach Anderson that did this. Did what? I'm worried about my children. He's the father of the children. He's not going to hurt them. It just doesn't sound right. It just sounds off, in my opinion.
it's not as,
Go, Pack, go. I got my Zach Wilson top on.
it's her opinion about the
Don't tell me that's his phone. Don't
what
tell me that's
she's
his phone.
concerned about.
Oh
is,
my days. Shut the front door. Shut the front door. This is not like, come on, right? This is a joke. Where's the camera? Where's the frigging camera? This is pathetic. This is pathetic. He cannot. He's not saying, please get him off. He is not fit to be a judge. He just gave everyone a bollocking to say, do not have your phones on, do not do all these things, and he's using his phone again. So I get your point here. His wife has medical issues, so he keeps it on. No excuse. Give it to a clerk so she or he has it on, or give it to somebody. Do not have it on in the courtroom. I'm sorry, I do not agree with that one bit. Especially if you want the courtroom not to do the same.
inadmissible. It's irrelevant what she thinks.
She expresses a alarm to officers.
Yes.
I think that typically a person who has
Wendy.
has observed a crime scene is allowed to tell an officer.
I don't want to talk about typical.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, so in this case, she arrives at a crime scene. She has an abundance of evidence that, of course, is not in this case so far, right? But she has an abundance of information. She is in a highly frightened condition, according to the officer, and she expresses fear for her children because of something specific. I don't think any of that's irrelevant, nor is it hearsay.
The problem is,
That's fine. I just don't agree with it, Sal. especially when on day one he gave everyone a bollock and say any phones they get confiscated, blah blah blah. I just think that's inappropriate. I think you lead by example as a judge. I think you play by the same rules if you want others to play by the same rules. Um, we know other stuff he's done throughout. I just think that for me that's just a poor judge. That's just my opinion, obviously. But I've got a lot less respect for him now by doing that. But again, that's just my issue, not everyone else's. Um,
That
no,
starting with the testimonial nature of it, it's still not. But we're getting to the point where you're getting into what should come in, if it's going to come in at all, as testimonial. She's not subject at this point to cross-examination. So I'm going to
yeah,
sustain.
silent. Or give it to a clerk.
After she expressed fear for her children, what happened next in relation to Sadie Beecham?
Due to her concern for the children, she
We've got to move on to the next step, because he's incorporated the objectionable material into the beginning of his next answer. So just what happened next is the question.
Sadie left to check on her children.
And after that, did you then take it upon yourself to be part of an entrance into the residence?
I did.
Okay. Up until that point, what had you done in relation to the residence, if anything?
I peered in the sliding window, didn't enter, and I also walked into the hallway through the front entrance and looked around in the hallway.
I'm going to now show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1 in this case.
Exhibit 1, Photo 1.
State's Exhibit 1, Photo 1. It's going to come up on the screen up there. I'm going to ask you if you recognize.
Judge, I'm going to ask that it not be published for the jury before it's been admitted, that it needs to be shown to this witness first, not in front of the.
Well,
Let me talk to counsel briefly about that.
Okay, and I will
so
say-
that she understands at least what I'm talking about.
okay, and based on the electronic experience we've been having this morning, it may not show up on the screen anyway.
This looks like a shit show. I don't remember any of this stuff, but this trial already looks like a shit show. They can't get the judge is incoherent. He just doesn't stand. The DA just spouting stuff out, making stuff up. I just don't understand all this. This is like a circus. Now we got volume issues.
Her objection, but she's first asking that I read a stipulation. This is a stipulation that we have previously provided the court, and it's about the admission of evidence that comes in either pictures or downloads. If I have your permission to read that stipulation to the court?
You may do so.
So this says the below signed parties stipulate. It's signed by both myself and Attorney Miller. It indicates the below signed parties stipulate that all photographs, financial records, phone records, social media records, computer downloads, and phone downloads be admitted into evidence without foundation testimony. The purpose of this stipulation is to allow all parties to discuss and question witnesses regarding these records without having to previously set a foundation. So essentially what we are doing, Judge, is we're stipulating that, you know, oftentimes in a courtroom, we have to bring in somebody to say who took the photo or how was the photo compiled. You know, there's additional witnesses or additional time. We're just going to seamlessly show those records as long as we make sure each other are apprised to try to save that time, because there's an enormous amount of records and photographs, as the court is aware. Is that true, counsel?
That is true, and I just thought it was appropriate to read that stipulation prior to it being shown to the jury, so there was that understanding and the record. But any any objection to it being shown now is withdrawn, now that that stipulation's been read.
Thank you. All right. Best.
Again, I'm going to show, Detective, I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to the television that's above the jury and look at State's Exhibit 1, Photo 1. Assuming that it works.
Let me go try to turn it. There it goes.
Judge, does your laser pointer work onto the television?
Doesn't work on the glass.
Okay.
But I do have,
You have the old school?
I have Sister Marcienne's, where is it?
Oh, can you? Oh, no.
Many's the time. It's not going to come on? Oh.
Okay. Just works perfectly and seamlessly, Judge.
Yes,
Yeah,
indeed.
all right. So,
Since he's
Ken, I'm
going- If he's going to be using the pointer, maybe we'll give him a mic. Let's hope we've got power in this.
Jesus.
So, Detective, as you look at this, do you recall what this is a picture of or know this picture contemporaneous with what we've talked about, May 19th, 2020?
He does.
So
He
this
does.
is this would be a picture of the north side of 3709 15th Street from the parking lot, looking at the entrance to the residence.
The residence we've talked about, apartment 1B.
Correct.
And can you tell by the conditions of the vehicles and the roadway there what the weather conditions are at the moment these pictures are being taken?
It's either raining or had rained.
Is there, do you see a white larger vehicle that's prominent in the center of picture 1?
Yeah, should I point?
Yes.
I mean, we can all see it, so I don't know why he's
This one?
pointing.
I'm referring to that vehicle. Do you recognize that vehicle in the context of this investigation?
I do.
Okay. And what is that vehicle?
That's a white Ford Explorer, Colorado plates. That was belonged to Rosalio Gutierrez.
Okay. And is that the individual who you believe to reside in apartment 1B?
Yes.
Is Rosalio's sliding doors, in other words, a non-hallway entrance to his apartment or exit to his apartment, is that visible in this picture?
Yes, it is.
And can you point out where that is located within this picture? Okay. There appears to be a yellow sort of tape or rope.
Nice to see
that
it.
is located in this picture as well. Do you see that?
Yes, that's crime scene tape.
Okay, is that in a couple of locations in this picture?
Yes.
Can you point out again with your pointer where that is?
There's some here stretched, and then some from the entry door to 3709 stretched out towards the parking lot.
And based on your knowledge of these investigations, who put that up in general?
Usually the responding officers will area off so no one comes or goes.
This is after they make their initial assessment of safety and security?
Correct.
Okay. And so at the point that you have finished speaking to Sadie Beecham initially, is this the vantage point, or is this the view you are seeing back on May 19th?
Yes, that's accurate.
I'm going to show you now what's been marked as picture 2 of Exhibit 1. Do you see that picture as well and recognize that?
No,
I do.
we don't.
What is that
Yes,
a picture
no, we do,
of?
yes.
So this is the main entrance to 3709. This would be the sliding screen door, glass door to apartment 1B, which is just inside the door to the right.
And Do you recall whether the overall building that where you see this door here, is that a locked door or is that an unlocked door to get into the main hallway?
That is unlocked door. There's also a door on the other side of the building that you can enter this hallway. That is
Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm not a lip reader, right? But what's he look at his lips.
Where you see this door here, is that a locked door or is that an unlocked door to get into the main hallway?
that is unlocked door. There's also
No, he does it. That's
Door to get into the main hallway.
that is unlocked door. There's also
he does it. He just mouthed that's an unlocked door. So he just mouthed it. Gravely just mouthed it. What the so he knows their test what they're gonna say word for word. Bloody
a
hell.
door on the other side of the building that you can enter this hallway that is also unlocked.
Okay, so at this period of time, this apartment complex did not have locked doors into their central hallway.
Correct.
I can't clip it.
And,
Someone else clip it. Clip it.
What would you estimate is the
Like I understand you prep people, but I understand people prep, but not that much. Word for word, you know what they're gonna say. I can't like I don't know how to me and clipping don't agree. If someone could clip it. Yeah, I've seen the snitch one, but I hadn't noticed that before. If someone could clip it, post it. But yeah, I'm useless.
distance from the Rosalio Gutierrez sliding door that we can see there onto that small patio, and then down to a vehicle parked directly parallel below? How many feet would you say that is, or however you want to estimate the distance?
25 to 30 feet.
Okay. And much of it is grass?
Yeah, there was a small concrete
Yep.
stoop and the rest grass, then sidewalk.
And of course, the concrete, the sidewalk and the patio would be probably concrete.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 3. Again, is that something you recognize again from May 19th, 2020?
Yes, this is going to be the front entrance door to 3709 15th Street. This would be the sliding glass door to apartment 1B.
So it's a different vantage point, a little closer up.
Correct.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Picture 4, Exhibit 1. Do you recognize where that is located on May 19th, if you do?
Yes. So when you enter that main entrance door that you just saw in the last photo, there's a stairway leading to the upper section of the apartment complex, and this would be immediately to your right underneath the stairwell. This is the door to apartment 1B.
So as I look at Picture 4, can you orient me on either direction where that front entrance hallway to the hallway is? Is it further down the hallway, or is it off to the, I guess would be the right of the exhibit?
I'm sorry.
The main doorway we saw in Exhibit 3 that takes you into the hall.
Okay.
Where's that located vis-a-vis this picture?
So this photo is taken just inside that main entrance to 3709.
Okay, so essentially this is
Right.
taken in the doorway of the entrance we saw in Picture 3?
Yes.
Okay. And so how many feet, again, would you estimate it is to go from that doorway entrance to the doorway of 1B?
10 to 15 feet.
Okay. And there's a stairwell there?
Correct.
If a person wished to, could they ring the doorbell or knock on the door at 1B and be able to stand or crouch to one side or the other of that door? Is there room to do that?
Yes.
And where is there room to do that depicted on this picture if it is?
So this is a small hallway or a small wall that extends out. If you were to go around to the other small hallway or a small wall that extends out, if you were to go around to the
He did it again. Not just in his hands. Look at his lips again. Look at his lips. Here we go.
So
Now,
this is a small hallway or a small
hallway,
wall that
small
extends
wall.
out. If you were
He did it again. Oh my days, this guy is scripted.
to go around to the other side of this, you wouldn't be seen. You also could back up to where the photo was taken and not be seen. And also there's a void here underneath the stairwell that you could stand or crouch under the stairwell and not be seen.
Are the metallic objects to the right of the door depicted on this picture, are those mailboxes?
Yes, those are the mailboxes for the 4 lower units. These are for the 4 upper units.
And based on how high up the stairwell is, if you can estimate, does a person have to sit down to be able to get to their mail, or if by bending or standing, are they able to reach their mailboxes in this picture?
You're able to walk up to it and get that mail.
If you know apartment 1B, does that door open, again, only if you know, does it open into the hallway or into the interior of the apartment, if you recall?
It opens in to the apartment.
So, and did it
normal
have a
door.
doorbell of some kind, if you recall?
Not in the hallway here.
Okay. So if a person knocked on this door and then did not become visible, is there one of those eye holes so that from inside you're able to see into the hallway?
Yes, there's a eye hole.
Okay. So if you kept yourself off to the side so you were not visible in the eye hole, the door opens back into the apartment if somebody is inside and they are opening the door to see who knocked. Is that correct?
Yes.
And until somebody peeked out, in other words, brought their head out of their apartment, that area by the mailboxes would not be visible to them until they somehow extended their head out into the apartment or took a severe angle after opening the door. Is that right?
I'm going to object as far as foundation, this witness's knowledge of whether that's possible and whether he attempted to do that himself.
I think he can make estimates based on his observation and how the door works. I mean, he's a physical observer. He's an eyewitness.
I think it's subject to analysis as something that he can perceive without any particular expertise beyond
Jesus.
that of the ordinary layperson. But his description of it makes it more makes it easier.
I
for
did
the
see
jury to
Saul.
understand. Objections overruled.
Did you understand my question?
Go again. Sorry.
Sure. If somebody is crouching or attempting not to be seen and they're in the area of the mailboxes, okay, and they knock on the door and the person inside 1B opens that door, to be able to see somebody over by the mailboxes, would they have to poke their head out?
So I would say you would have to break the threshold of the door. We train on clearing room clearing in law enforcement. And in order to see up against this wall, we have to break the threshold. That's one of our main concerns when we clear rooms before we enter them, is a blind spot up against the wall right here. We can pie the room off all we want, but we can't see this. Even if we're standing way on the other side of this door, looking on an angle, we can't see against the wall. And that's our main concern when we enter rooms, because we can see the whole room except for tight against the wall.
When you say clear a room, does that mean to try to figure out if there's danger to you in that next room?
Correct.
And would that danger include a person having a weapon?
Yes.
And do weapons include everything from guns or knives to clubs or hard objects that could hit you?
Correct.
Okay. So when you clear a room, you're worried about all of those possible threats in the possession of a person who might be crouching. Is that right?
Yes.
So
Jesus.
did you, before you entered the rest of the apartment, were you able to make observations that concerned you at the location we're talking about? In other words, then the door and the hallway that we're in right now, were there observations that you, as an officer of this extended period of time, having been to scenes with blood before, did you make observations that concerned you before you entered?
Yes. I see what appeared to be blood here. That blood was running down the wall, down the door frame.
Judge, I guess I'm
On the
going to
wall.
object to his answer saying that it's blood.
He didn't say it was blood. He said it appeared to be blood.
And, Judge, this is a person whose credibility on this issue is that he's been to what he told you was hundreds
Assault.
of crime scenes over.
Well-
We'll just give him one of these. He doesn't know it, but we'll give him a. They look alike as well, but you see Barry as well.
Well,
Period of more than a decade.
We're arguing about something that's not up because I didn't.
Yep.
The witness did not say it was blood. The
Sure.
witness said it appeared to be blood. So you're safe.
Okay.
All right.
Should I go on then?
Be my guest.
Thank you.
I'm
So,
crouching,
excuse me.
but I'm crouching.
Officer, did you see anything else that caused you concern at this specific location in those early observations?
Yes, there was blood, what appeared to be blood on the door. There was also what appeared to be blood on a mailbox, the wall, the door, and the mailbox.
And then ultimately, did you enter the crime scene?
I did.
And do you recall what way you entered the crime scene? We've seen two entrances, the hallway and the sliders. Which one did you go in, if you remember?
We entered through the through the sliding door.
Okay. Do you recall when you ultimately, if you know, do you recall whether this door was locked from the interior or not? Only if you recall.
Yes, this door was locked from the interior.
When you arrived at the scene.
Sure.
Correct.
Okay. So when you entered, did you take any steps to try to be a steward of the evidence that was in any evidence that might be involved in that scene?
So at the time, it was the utmost importance preserving evidence on the scene. I wore booties over the top of my shoes. I wore a mask. I wore gloves. I didn't have anything with me. I was super cautious with transferring evidence.
So when you walked in, do you recall who went in with you, if anyone?
Detective Correa.
Just to stop you, is Detective Correa the individual seated in the here at council table with us?
In the gray suit.
Okay. Who else, if anyone?
Officer Widener and Officer Van Wee.
And do Officer Widener and Van Wee have a particular reason that they would be accompanying you within the Kenosha Police Department? Are they detectives?
No, they're highly trained in processing evidence. They're specialized in that, retrieving evidence.
So let me just ask you, to the extent you know, that's a specialty in a police department
Yes,
that requires additional training, extra training?
large amounts of training.
And do you know if, in your experience, our officer, did you say Van Wee?
Yep.
And Widener, are these brand new officers who have just started the evidence collection, if you know?
No, they're both seasoned officers who've been on longer than me, 20 years. And they have been processing evidence scenes for the vast majority of their time at the police department.
Is that why they would be sent to a scene like this one, in your opinion?
Correct. They're the best we have.
Okay. So
We saw the best that SLED had in the Murdoch trial. That doesn't mean anything. Also, if this is the best you had, why didn't they not find the phone and the wallet in the freezer? Yeah, they sound like they're the best.
why are they, was it a surprise that they were coming in with you, or does that make sense to you in the context of what this investigation is? Describe for the jury how come there are 4 officers coming in now. We know some officers have already been in there. They have a different role. What's going on now?
So we walked in, Detective Cree and I were the investigators on the case. Van Wheat and Widener were there specifically for evidence collection. So while we were in there, we communicated with each another what was seen, thoughts on what happened, and ultimately, you know, we picked up on things, they picked up on things, and then they completely, thoroughly process the scene.
If I said that this sounds like it was a walkthrough, is that a word, a phrase that you're aware of, or a term?
Yes.
And is that what
Nothing,
you just? Go ahead.
nothing was collected at that time. We simply walked through to get an idea of what had happened there to further our investigation.
So if I understand, it's not your role to pick up individual pieces of evidence. Is that right?
No, that would have been entirely up to Widener and Van Wee.
You're making observations to see what to do next.
Correct.
Okay. Do you observe any electronic items that are on that would at least cause you to note that in terms of, you know, why this scene would be where it is? Were there any electronic items on?
Yeah, there's a large television that had a blue screen with Rosalio, with the name Rosalio.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stakes Exhibit 150 and ask if you recognize that. This is, again, Exhibit 1, Your Honor, Picture 150. I apologize. I'm always mean. If I say 150, I mean the picture 150.
This is the television.
Yeah, I'll continue to say it. I just keep forgetting it. Yeah. So Exhibit 1, Picture 150. Does that depict what you have just described?
Yes.
All right. And so that's a television, I assume, that we see that has the blue screen?
Yes.
Okay, and you indicated it has Rosalio. Can you just point that out with the pointer, please?
Yeah, it appears to be in like a standby mode.
Okay. Now, it looks like the TV screen is above a cabinet or shelving that is fairly extensive in the room. Does that appear to be an accurate depiction of what you saw on the 19th?
Yes, this was on the west wall of the living room area.
All right, and I'll show you a diagram in a minute, have you point out where on the diagram. But before I do that, is there any evidence that anything has been disturbed in this? It looks like, I mean, is this a cabinet, or is this a bunch of shelving, or do you recall? If you know.
Both, I guess. I mean,
Okay.
it's cabinet with shelving, like an entertainment
okay.
stand, have you?
Does it look like any items have been toppled from this or are disturbed in any kind of major way?
Not majorly disturbed. However, there were some items laying on the ground that may have been knocked off that. I don't know.
And were there any, as to this cabinet or this set of items, if you recall, did you make any observations about anything on this item? Only if you remember.
Yeah, there was blood spatter on the photos, photo frames, basically throughout.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you.
Judge, again, I'm going to ask that be struck as far as that it was blood splatter.
There's not a foundation for the witness to identify the substance which he observed as blood. So unless I'm corrected, we're going to interpret that as it appeared to be.
Appeared to be blood to me.
Judge, I just would like to approach just briefly. If we could just talk about this very briefly.
As you wish.
Okay.
Good morning, Just Jurors. Yeah, this is more infuriating than I remembered. He's trying to tick all the boxes now about everything. It's like it's having two people speaking to the jury at the minute. He's just leading this witness, who's a detective, down the rabbit hole, like where he wants to take him. And this is definitely, I know they've got to prep them, but it just seems so scripted. Like prepping's fine, but when you've got a script, that's just too dodgy for me. There shouldn't be any script or anything. It should be just tell me what you remember, and off we go. So yeah, welcome, Just Jurors. Welcome everyone. Thanks for being here. Not sure if Dave here, go pack go. I'm trying to get back into like American time, as in Eastern. Why are you smiling? Oh, I don't like stuff like that. I don't like stuff like that. Why are they speaking loud enough for people there to listen and interpret? I just don't like that. There's a lot of things I don't like, I found. I don't like the fact the judge has a phone. I don't like Sadie Beecham. I don't like her face. I don't like the conduct of the DA. I don't like the way this laid out. I don't like the fact that it's scripted. I don't like the fact that DA leads the witnesses down the rabbit hole. I don't like the judge umming and ahhing every 2 seconds. I don't like the fact that, you know, there's not snap decisions made. Or am I just a grumpy prick? Like, I don't know, but looking at this a second, well, I mean, I missed this the first time, to be fair, this bit. I think I joined probably day 4 or a bit of day 3 maybe, and day 4. She's laughing at, I promise she can't hear. No, it doesn't matter. It's just more the fact that I just don't like her laughing. It just felt like they're all laughing about something's like inappropriate. But yeah, I
Officer,
very highly doubt.
you just stated that an area was blood. There were some droplets there. You're not saying that you are aware that there's been some professional confirmation that it was blood. Is that correct?
That's correct. It appeared to be blood.
Okay. So when you say blood in this context, you're stating your opinion as a professional police officer based on your training and experience. Is that correct?
Correct. For now on, I'll say appeared to be blood.
But you're not saying that you did any kind of professional analysis. You're simply saying, based on what I do for a living, I'm offering you the opinion.
Oh
that's
my
blood. Is
God.
that true?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's get something into
So
evidence
I'm
again
going
then.
to show you a diagram of.
He's offering the opinion that it appeared to be blood. And I would add what I said before about people in ordinary discourse had some degree of supposition and personal, or not personal knowledge, but historical experience into their answers. So if he does slip into saying blood, keep in mind that is not definitively proved. It's his opinion under all the circumstances and what it appeared to him to be. He's saying it looked like blood. But when he goes back to the police station and gets back into the ordinary discourse world, he's going to say, I saw blood in these spots. Okay? Any question about that? So there is some degree of lack of actual knowledge.
Why is he doing that? Now we say, well, he can't say it's officially blood, but when he gets back to the police station, he will say it's blood because in his experience, it's blood. So he just said to the jury, yeah, we're being fickle here. He can't officially say it's blood, but he will tell all the other detectives that's blood because let's be honest, it's blood, guys. What the fuck? This is what's infuriating me. He's even testifying for the DA. DA's probably loving this. Going, thank you, Judge, for re-clarifying that we can't say it's blood, but yeah, it's likely to be blood.
And I'm gathering that this will be addressed further during the trial. So go ahead.
So now what I'm going to show you, Detective, is State's Exhibit 41 and ask you if you recognize what this not to scale diagram is of. This requires us to change machines, Judge, so we just need the patience of the jury. So
Totally absurd, Ashley. Totally absurd. This is worse than I even remembered or thought.
can you
Because I
expand
don't
out as
remember
large
this
as you
part.
can, but still have the exhibit sticker, please? That's as far as it goes? Okay. All right. Please take a close look at Exhibit 41 for us and indicate if that appears to be a diagram of a layout, again, not to scale, that you recognize.
Yes, it's a very rough sketch of the apartment.
Does it appear to be basically accurate based on what you recall of your walkthrough at the residence at 1B?
Yes.
So on Exhibit 41, can you just point out for the jury, where is the hallway door that we saw?
It'd be right here.
Okay. And so when you enter that hallway door, what is on each side of you? So what are the first things that are on either side of you in the apartment as you enter? If you remember.
Coming through this door.
Yep, the hallway door.
So to the right, this way, would
Yep.
be, there was a couch.
Okay.
Um,
And does it appear to be an L-shaped couch?
yes, it was an L-shaped couch.
Okay. And then what else?
There was a mat standing up. And then to the left was a kitchen area. But I recall there being a wall or something here. I'm not 100% certain.
Okay. That's what happens when you first enter, correct?
Yes.
And is there a dining room table area?
Yes, this would be the kitchen. This would be the dining room area here, dining room table.
And the rest of that then, including where the couch is the living room area?
Correct.
Okay.
This whole area would be the living room area.
Where's the TV that we just saw located on this diagram?
Against the west wall.
Okay.
On the west wall.
And then where are those slider doors that we just saw that would bring you out by the street?
So the slider entrance is right here.
Okay. So when you entered, you said you entered the slider door, correct?
Correct.
And then if you enter that door off to the right, you see the TV that we already showed a picture of, correct?
Correct. The cabinet in the television photo that you saw would have been taken from similar to this.
All right. Okay. Now, you're not the evidence person, so I'm not asking you for specific and sort of honed in detail, but as you enter the slider doors, what is it that you observe that causes you concern, if anything?
So as soon as I walked in, I observed a substantial amount of blood right here.
And located on what?
So it would have been on the carpet, pooling of blood. So within that pooling of blood, there was an obvious void where there was no blood in the shape of a rectangle. So substantial amount of blood right here, and then a void, as if there was like a rug there that had been moved after someone was bleeding.
What else did you observe that caused you any concern?
I observed significant amount of suspected blood on this table, on the couch, on the walls, on the ceiling, on this wall, on the cabinet, on the floor throughout here, on the back wall,
So,
and some areas in the kitchen here.
so Detective, you sound like you're describing many locations in multiple rooms. Is that what you're intending to tell us?
There was suspected blood throughout.
Okay. And some of that's on the ground,
Yes,
and some of it on the ground is substantial.
yes,
Okay, a lot.
yes,
And some of it is on the walls,
yes,
and it's not just one wall, it's several walls in the residence.
yes,
And some of it's on the ceiling,
yes,
and it's on the ceiling in several areas of the residence.
yes.
What about the couch area? Did you observe any blood in that area or anything that, I'm sorry, again, that in your opinion was blood?
Yeah, so the couch had like droplets of suspected blood throughout it. However, against the backrest of the couch, right about here, there was a large amount of blood up where you would put your head, up towards the top of the rear cushion of the couch. Right here.
Okay. Do you, let me ask you about some specific pictures now and just orient me as to the diagram. So you mentioned a couch and you've pointed out that's the L-shaped object. Is that correct?
Yes, right here.
Okay. And then you mentioned that there was a table and a wall area that was over close to where
No, you're right, Tony, but I don't get what the point is here.
the kitchen area starts, correct? Over sort of across from the couch. So now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 155. Not 155, 55.
55?
State 1, no, State 1.
Yeah, no,
55,
that's fine.
not
You're good.
155.
To be fair to the bit, I think he's saying anything he wants. He doesn't really get picked up or anything, so
So based on your observation of the scene at 1B, do you recognize this picture as something you observed in the period on May 19th when you were in the residence late morning, early afternoon?
Yeah, that appears to be taken right as you enter through the sliding door. Yes.
Okay, so is there a door depicted in photo 55?
Yeah. This door right here would be the door that enters into the hallway.
Okay. And then you indicated there was a couch and that you recall a wall and a table. Is the wall and the table that you recall depicted in picture 55?
This wall,
Okay.
there's a small table.
Okay. And was that an area of concern for you in terms of your observations?
Yes.
Why?
There appeared to be a substantial amount of blood on it.
Then I can see some areas that appear to be staining on a carpet or rug. Do you see the areas that are depicted on this picture? Okay. Now, you indicated in your testimony there was an area on the floor that you saw a substantial amount of what, in your opinion, was blood. Is that an area depicted in Exhibit 55?
Yeah, I had mentioned the pooling of blood on the floor. This is the pooling of blood I was talking about right here.
Okay. And there are other reddish or brown stains at many locations on this carpet. Is that consistent with what you saw that day?
Yes, it was everywhere.
Okay. And do you have an opinion as to what that was in the context of everything else you saw and know from this investigation?
It appeared to be blood.
Now, you've indicated a couch, L-shaped couch. Is that depicted in picture 55?
Yes, so this is going to be the front side of that L-shaped couch with the back of it coming, I guess, out this way. That makes
And if we go to the right side of this picture, okay, so past where the bike is, where are we in the house or the apartment at that point? Just to orient us.
So directly to the right of whoever took the photo is going to be the television
Okay.
stand. And then there's a hallway right here that leads down to the bathroom and bedroom.
Okay. So we haven't talked yet about the bathroom and bedroom, and that was on that diagram. It's on the other end of that apartment, correct?
Correct.
Was there anything that caused you any concern that you remember in the bathroom?
No.
How about in the bedroom?
No.
Was there only one bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. So those two areas appear to you to be untouched, as best you could tell?
Clean. Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to turn your attention from Exhibit 55 to number 220, picture 220. Is 220 a vantage point or a picture that you recall from the 19th of May?
Yeah, so this photo would be standing over top of the L-shaped couch with one side of the couch going this way, the other side of the couch going this way. When I mentioned what appeared to be blood on the back cushion, this is what I was talking about.
And how would you
Does it appear
characterize
to be
that? Was
blood?
that just a small amount or a substantial amount? What in
No,
your opinion, what is that?
There was a substantial amount of blood. This wasn't just a spray. It was a large amount of blood.
And then what is the object that's located on that couch that we can see sort of in the center of Exhibit 220 or Picture 220?
So that's a wallet.
And pursuant to your investigation, did you come to believe that that was Rosalio Gutierrez's wallet?
Yes.
At this time, was his phone located at this time period, if you know?
No, we did not locate a phone initially.
What about his credit cards?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you, at some point in the afternoon hours, you can go back to your desk, apologize. Did you, at some point in the afternoon hours, come into contact with another individual who arrived on the scene and appeared to know Rosalio Gutierrez?
Yes.
And if you recall, about when was that?
It was about 2:30 p.m.
So you had been there almost 3 hours,
Yes.
and officers had been there for that period as well. You weren't the first there.
Right.
So when Mr. Campbell arrived, he had not been called to the scene, to your knowledge?
No.
When he arrived, did you speak to him?
Myself and Detective Correa did, correct.
And what, if anything, can you say about his demeanor when he arrived at the scene?
He was extremely worried, concerned about the welfare of Rosalio.
How did he know to arrive?
What do they say? What do they say? That a lot of killers, murderers, like to go back to the scene of the crime. Goldberg is accused of doing it. So they try and insert themselves into the investigation. So is that what he's doing, Michael, now? All of a sudden he turns up. Just as the police have been there for a little bit, he turns up. That's good timing. That's good timing of him, isn't it? Again, just my opinion that from what police always tell us, you've got to look at the scene of the crime, see who's there, because the murderers normally like to reinsert themselves into the investigation and to look at what's happened. So it's a bit of coincidence that he then he's the first person to turn up.
Arrive if you know.
Objection calls for speculation and hearsay.
Let's see, how do I rephrase that? Pursuant to your investigation, did you come to have an idea how Michael Campbell knew to arrive at the scene?
Yes.
And what was that?
I'm going to object. It honestly calls for double hearsay, Judge.
You have an idea. It covers a lot of turf.
Yeah, it's really not for the truth of the matter. It's simply to orient how this person arrives there and sort of what happens next.
Well, if it's not for the truth of the matter, then
It's not
Doesn't matter.
relevant.
it's usually not relevant.
Well,
Stumped you there, mate.
when you said Mr. Campbell was highly concerned, what else can you say about what your observations were of his physical state when you saw him?
He was
Yep.
worried. He said that Rosalia was
why don't you rephrase your question? Well, we're getting into a lot of supposition, and I just think I've caught the scent of some real hearsay.
Based on the demeanor of Mr. Campbell, what happened next? So you saw him. Did you ask him some questions? And I'm not asking the answers. Did you ask him some questions?
I did.
And what was your impression of his level of cooperation or forthcomingness in terms of your experience as a police officer and investigator at having arrived at the scene?
My impression of Mr. Campbell was that he was concerned for a close friend of his, who he hadn't heard of from in multiple days in a row. He was concerned.
Without talking about without talking about the content of
Judge,
what,
I'm going to object and ask that the last comment be struck from the record as far as what he did, what Mr. as non-responsive, and also it calls again for hearsay as to what Mr. Campbell said.
It certainly, this is why I was concerned about the scent of hearsay. What the testimony that the detective has given is, the appearances of whether someone appears anxious. Those are conclusions we all reach in our everyday lives, and that's okay. But when you encounter someone, even under these kind of circumstances, you really don't know what the person was anxious about. And if he reports what the other person said, if he's relating what was actually stated by the person, that qualifies as hearsay, generally. And then the impression that the detective has expressed, which is his conclusion from the whole incident, includes not only the hearsay, but also his own conclusion from it. And as I say, in our everyday lives, that is how thoughts are expressed, but it's not admissible in court. So I'm going to sustain the objection. And
so I just want to approach briefly again, Judge.
I'll tell you what, you'll probably be shocked that the Court of Appeals just doesn't automatically conclude that everything I do is right. They want, when there are discussions about evidence, they really want them taken down so they can see what I was thinking when I made a ruling on it. So if you want me to re-examine that issue, you're welcome to say so and why. On the record.
Yeah. So clearly, one of the themes for the defense, you're asking me to do it now, is if I understood the court correctly.
It was my impression. Now here, I'm in the conclusion.
Okay.
Business too. It was my impression that you felt that the ruling was not exactly correct.
I thought I had additional information that might assist the court. in terms of where I was going.
Morning break yet, did we? And I promised the jury. Let's take a break and then I'll.
This is
chat
what.
with these
Who is the judge?
Please don't talk about the
Who's the
case during the
judge?
break.
Is it the judge has just made a ruling? Now all of a sudden the DA is saying, "Well, I've got some other stuff that might change your mind, judge." And he's like, "Well, okay, okay, there we are. Okay, well, we'll take a break and let's listen to what you got to say, DA." A lot of you got good stuff here. What to say in every question? Absolutely, Lou. Make a damn rule. Yes, Josie. Bang bang, Niners gang. Yes,
And there's some right around the corner too.
over and over. Yes,
For people like me who
Big
actually
officer.
drink tap water, as long as it's not from
Yes.
New Palestine.
This is all dodgy. How does he turn up at the exact time when they've just arrived? While Sadie's just left, and then all this is dodge. Yeah, yeah, blabbering, but yes. See, right? Yes. That's a strange one, isn't it, Sandra?
To do some investigating on several aspects of this case. We have Mr. Campbell arriving at the scene without explanation, and we have certainly the defense has suggested that certain other things should have been investigated. I believe that the detective would be able to provide a factual circumstance as to why he did not proceed to begin to investigate Mr. Campbell and was instead oriented in other directions. Obviously, why officers conducted themselves at each point in this investigation is of direct relevance. That was really the theme of the defense opening here. And so I'm not suggesting, Michael Campbell's testifying, right? So again, it's going to be subject to cross-examination. But what information was shared with the detective that caused the detective to have no concern about the fact that Michael Campbell had shown up at this scene, from my perspective, is relevant to describe what the motivation of the officer is or why the officer did what he did next, which is in this case, did not believe that Michael Campbell was worthy of additional investigation or follow-up based on that moment, based on that incident. So again, it's all about the police investigation and what motivates them to do each thing, because that's, of course, been put in direct question. Thank you.
Just because there's a defense theory or theme in place and that it may address Michael Campbell doesn't mean that the hearsay rules and the rules of evidence don't apply.
Well, I think what he's saying is that what he's seeking is not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, which would make it non-hearsay.
But then why is he looking to offer it?
Because it disproves something to which you open the door.
But I don't have to prove or disprove anything. So if he's looking to use that to provide an explanation, then it might not be the truth of the matter asserted for simply that point, but it is the truth of the matter asserted for then why law enforcement did or didn't do something. And
True, but that's not the assertion. The assertion is the content of what Mr. Campbell said. That's the assertion.
I mean, at the end of the day, Judge, I guess what I'm struggling with understanding here is that if the state's going to continuously ask what another individual said, and it's true that he will be subject to cross-examination, but he's not subject to cross-examination right now. So there should be an order of witnesses that if they intend on using Mr. Campbell's statements to justify further means and ends, then they should have called Michael Campbell to the stand first and then had this officer testify. I'm not sure what rule allows the state to proceed in introducing statements of other witnesses when they are using it to establish why things weren't done. So it is being used for the truth of the matter asserted.
First off, I think that confrontation is off the table. It strikes me it's not testimonial, at least not at this point. And I think he's offering it to respond to the accusation that you've made that the police did an inadequate investigation and not to prove the truth of what it is that Mr. Campbell claimed. And that would be true even if Mr. Campbell were not available. But if he's available for cross, then to the extent that there would be any testimonial component or hearsay component, that should be eradicated by his availability and your cross. So,
I have nothing further on the issue, Judge.
okay.
So I just wanted to tell the court, when I inartfully, I think that's the word, right?
It's a word, but I'm not sure it's appropriate.
Well, it's because I'm not far along yet. When I inartfully raised the same theory regarding the utterances of Sadie Beecham, I was doing the same thing. As the court recalls, Sadie Beecham has been specifically mentioned in the opening. And so what she said to the officer about why, for instance, the officers, what the jury knows right now is that the officers heard from her and then they disengaged from her and they walked in the scene. That fits right into the defense theory. You got yourself a suspect right here. What do? You say, see you later. I'm
That was
highly paraphrasing.
heavily litigated. That can't be a suspect.
Finish.
But the point is, if you
Oh,
are
I don't
trying
like
to point
that.
out that officers are doing things in the wrong order, leaving things out, not doing it, then the information that they are receiving that causes them to do it. So in this case, my offer of proof is Sadie Beecham said, I'm terrified that my ex did this, and now I am prioritizing. I am so worried about the safety of my kids. I'm begging you to let me leave to go get my kids safe, and I'll come back. Okay, this is what she said. And so the officers let her do that, and she returns back later that afternoon with her daughter. Okay, so again, what otherwise could be depicted as, well, you got yourself a witness here and you just let her leave and you're not talking to her again for, X number of hours. It's explained by what the officers did, what their information is. So again, I'm not offering it for the truth, and she is going to be back. She's, Sadie Beecham is testifying in this case. What she said to the officer
no
and whether
jury.
it's legitimate and all those, we'll all be able to.
No jury in the room. Right. So the DA, look, speaking sensibly now, if you look at this case by the end, there's no evidence really against Zach. There's more evidence against other people to do this. Whatever you think about this guy, as you said, he still won the case. And he won it with barely anything. There was no evidence. And he won it. So justice didn't prevail on that day. But he did what he, if you haven't got a conscience, then he could say he did a brilliant job. So he did what he was supposed to. So yeah, Lou says, defense lost the case. Yeah, I agree. But when you think about it, he's got nothing to work with. He's bullshitted his way all through this case, and he won. So that shows you what level of you know. This case was won in the media before. Yeah, that's also quite true. But it's like he still has to go through the jury, 12 people, and he's obviously a smart guy. We think that he's terrible, but he can't be that terrible if he won it. Do you know what I mean? Jeez. It shows you that I think the justice system in America is or backwards. There's something wrong somewhere.
Will be
They
challenged.
can win
But
without
that information
any
to the officer is
evidence.
completely relevant to why he makes the decisions he does in terms of the order things happen in this case. Thank you.
Okay.
I have nothing further on the point, Judge.
Well, I think Mr. Gravely has been premature in throwing himself on his sword because I'm just picking up on it now, so I'm the one who didn't catch it right away. And the reason is it's so commonplace for the prosecutor, and not always just the prosecutor, but usually will try to fetch a little bit of extra hearsay out of the police officers by asking for some hearsay-ish information, and then when there's an objection, say, well, it's just being used to explain why he acted as he did next. And usually the response to that, as you correctly noted, is it's irrelevant. And it is. But this time, it actually is relevant because of your opening statement. So I looking at it that way, it is proper questioning.
And then I would just ask that if these questions are going to be elicited, then I want to make the record now that I would cross-examine on those statements with this officer prior to the other individual testifying then.
The order in which he calls his witnesses, we talked about risk the other day, and we're back there because if the witness doesn't testify, then there could be an issue, although I think I've made clear, I don't think that these are confrontation issues or hearsay.
Same here, Sandra. Same here.
With this understanding, and so even if the witness ultimately does not testify, I don't think it would cause any problems.
I think, though, in the situation where if they're eliciting testimony of what another witness would say for this purpose, that at the end the defense would seek a curative instruction that the jury should not consider those statements for.
There's a limit to what he's going to be allowed to draw out, and so we need to be aware of that, and I'm sure he is. And if he questions to such an extent that large amounts of information are coming out that indeed become testimonial, then that's another issue altogether. But right now, I think we're still above the level of the water. So let's take 10 minutes and then we'll continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks.
Oh my God. So yeah, I knew nothing about it. I missed a few days. I missed all this the first time round. I think I came in the next day. So I missed it, but I did watch the majority of it. I couldn't believe the verdict either. This is the wrong call. Absolutely, she's right. She should not be able to cross. She should be able to cross the actual witnesses with the cop is told. Yeah, but like you said, it's got to be careful to work around. But it's just, yeah, it was definitely the wrong tactic. Now looking back, I can understand why the defense went with that tactic. But on reflection, it's obviously the wrong tactic. But it's easy enough to say that now on reflection. Also, I don't like the fact that he keeps interrupting Nicole because he doesn't seem to interrupt the DA as much. Or, DA can interrupt Nicole sometimes, and it's fine. I can't wrap my head around it either. No. I'm more experienced telling like Dan. I don't know who that is, but you and Sandra seem to be on the same page. Hello, Dawn. Yes, I totally agree. I'm not saying Campbell did it, but there's more, in my opinion, having looked at the dead emotion, there's more wrongdoings within Michael Campbell than there is with Zachariah Anderson. So yeah, interprets her way too much. Interrupts her way too. Yes, I don't like it. I just think it's wrong. I actually don't worry. I'm the same. I don't have a clue what it is. Judges the French to the A and sexist C. You next to yes, like don't watch my video because I'm a little bit sexist, but I try and be funny with it. But this is 100% sexist. I don't feel like I mean it. Well, I like to joke about, oh, I'm digging myself in even bigger hole here. But I'd like to think people don't think I'm sexist. But this is just blatant sexism by the judge. Hi, Dawn. She's. Oh, okay. I've not watched that. That is on my watch list actually because people told me to watch it, so I will watch it. I don't know who that is either. Okay, okay. Well, I'm gonna skip this now. This was just in order to get
Only
to the
5
break.
years old, and I belived her.
All right. Whilst we're doing that, I'm just gonna make a quick cuppa, and then come back.
You may be seated. Okay, thanks. I think I had sustained the objection, and after we conversed some more, I changed my mind. So the objection has been overruled.
So I'm going to return to the question, which was, what did Michael Campbell say to you regarding how he had happened to arrive at this scene at around 2:30 p.m.?
So Michael had said he was a close friend to Rosalio, that they communicated regularly, and he hadn't heard from him in a couple days. They worked together, they're friends. He also stated that he spoke with an Eileen Knoll, who was also a friend of Rosalio, and Rosalio was doing work at her residence at the time. Eileen said that Rosalio had not showed up to work at her residence multiple days in a row, and that she had not heard from him either. So he was coming to check.
Coming to Rosalio's apartment?
Correct.
And when you dealt with Mr. Campbell, how was his, as people either approach you or you approach people as an investigator, are there individuals who, when you ask them questions or are obtaining information from them, they appear to be reluctant to provide you either any information or full information about the questions you have? Do those people exist in your work?
They do, yes.
And are there also people you come across in your work who, when you ask a question, are actually trying to volunteer every fact they can think of? In fact, they're the exact opposite. They are trying to volunteer every piece of information from, again, your perspective as a professional dealing with individuals all the time.
Yes.
And if any of those are characteristic of Mr. Campbell, or if it's something else, what, if anything, can you say about Mr. Campbell's demeanor and attitude in that regard in your interaction with him at the scene?
So Mr. Campbell, when he got there, he sought us out. He was looking for us to speak to. And he provided, in a concerned fashion, the information that he gave us. I didn't feel as though he was withholding information. I don't feel as though he was hiding information. He answered all our questions. He elaborated on all his answers to the most knowledge he had to give us. That explains my encounter with him.
Based on your interaction with him, did you feel that you had to hold him or in some way keep him in a place or?
Judge, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask that the portion of the officer's testimony regarding how, and we can come up if you need, but a Hasseltine objection on the grounds of what the officer stated about.
It does sound like Hazeltine evidence.
Judge, it doesn't have to do with truth or
Dr.
vouching for
Dawn.
truth. It has to do with, again, motivating what kind of decision you can make. If one individual is in some way appears to not be providing you full information, you have one sort of course of conduct as an officer and you have to prioritize. If you have an individual where your impression, for whatever truth it is the opposite of that, and you're getting all the identifying information, obviously you prioritize other investigative avenues at that time.
Arguing no.
I thought you wanted me to. I apologize.
Well, no. I'm talking about your presenting the argument that's.
Jacko, right. Sorry, everyone. There's a lot of noise outside, and it's this little beauty. Penalty. It's this little beauty. She is absolutely screaming outside my door. Ah! So I want to say hello to her because because if you hear the noise, it's this one. Ti'n siarad nhw de? Gwe hello. Oh, hello pawb. Hello everyone.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Right. A pobl gwe hello I ti. Cute, ti'n cute. Wyt ti'n cute de? Beth arall sy'n digwydd de?
Iawn.
Iawn? Ti'n digon?
Yeah.
Pobl gwe hello I ti. She's 3 years old.
Fi yn pedwar.
Pedwar. 4 next, aren't you?
Yeah.
Right. You gonna play?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ti'n gweud ta-ta pawb de? A ti wafo? Ta-ta, gwe wafo.
Da.
Right. Ti'n mas i hôl?
Okay.
Love you. Dweud love you. Love you. And my other niece is here now. Hello. Ti'n gweud hello? Hello. Right, ti'n mas i chwarae hwnna re?
Squeaky.
Ti'n mas o hon i chwarae, mae'n gwyddi ti mas. O rhaid i fi fynd. Iawn? Da iawn. Right, and this is my other niece. 11 years old, growing. Right. This one's 3, and the other one's 10. A pawb gwe hello I ti. 11, she's 11. Almost 12, yes. So, oh, reit. Chi mas i chwarae? Chi mas o i chwarae ar y jams? Okay, then. Right, they go back to play. Shut it. Oh, ta-ta. Ta-ta. Cari chi. Can juice, please, Jans? Oh, I'm so sorry. There was she was the 11-year-old was in the toilet, and the 3-year-old was like, "Ah?" So, so I had to stop because I couldn't hear anything. Well, I could, but I mean, they are very adorable, but hard work. No, the 11-year-old one, she's great, but her sister, who's 13 today, is sorry, I'm trying to adjust this now. Is doing she's having sleepover this evening, and my eldest one is doing a sleepover as well. She's 16, just had her GCSE results back yesterday, so they're having like a pool party at home. So they're staying with me for the evening, which is great because they can look after each other. But until grandpa and grandpa take them, sleeping with with them later. So right, this should be fixed now, hopefully. Yeah, bilingual. So she's not Welsh, so they are Welsh speakers, 100% Welsh speakers. But Jan, the tall one, she's actually very good at English. She writes stories in English and stuff like that. And yeah, so Radi, the youngest one, 3-year-old one, she's not quite bilingual yet. She knows some words in English. She knows all swear words, obviously, but she knows some words. But we're trying to teach her, integrate her to learn a little bit more of English. That's why I try and say some words in English. She does understand it, and she's starting to get better at English. And that's the thing for me, that this English is my second language. So four girls, four nieces though, four nieces. They're not mine. Four nieces, 3-year-old, 11-year-old, 13 as of today, and then a 16-year-old. So yeah, and Janna, who's just there, she's 12 in November. So the school's teaching, but yes, it's all Welsh. So I didn't speak any English probably until, I don't know, maybe a little bit when I was younger, but mostly when I was a teenager. Some of my friends were English, but even our English lessons are in Welsh. So um, that's why I struggle with pronouncing some English words sometimes. Just not used to it. But yeah, I think in Welsh, I speak in Welsh. So yeah. Wait, what? I'm conscious now. I'm gonna play this again. But yeah, what? Yeah, yeah. Welsh is my first language. Yeah, that's why I was speaking to her just now. A lot of Welsh, trying to get her to say stuff like "love you" is cari ti, "hello" is hello. But yeah, Welsh is my first language. I could do a stream in Welsh one day if you want. No, no, it's all good. I'd love to do. I try and do some like so. Erin Hack, if you see here, for shit, because I don't want to swear too much. The translation to that in Welsh is cachu. So we always use the word cachu. So we've always got some buzzwords in Welsh here. Just so you know. Shade green. But yeah, I always try and say like carity. That's love you. So there are um, different words. So yeah, I always try and incorporate words where I can. But yeah, if you hear me say cachi, that means shit. And I'll try and incorporate more words. Any words that you want to know, let me know, and I can certainly do that. Right, let's get back to it. Otherwise, you're going to kill me. Europe has its own language. Yeah, so Ireland and Scotland do, but it's very rare. It's rare that it's used. In Wales, Welsh is quite prominent. It's used a lot. That's the only difference, really. So I would say Ireland, very tiny proportion speaks Irish, Gaelic and stuff like that. But yeah, and Dave's not quite right. England and Cornish people have their own language as well. And I don't know what you call it, but they speak something similar to Welsh as well. And in France, you have Plogonec in France, like a city-ish. They speak Welsh as well. in France, in a region in France. It's very Welsh. So yeah, how many people in the world speak? No, not all of Wales, not all of Wales at all. I would say my region, majority, probably 80% of people do. North Wales, probably 60, 70%. The more you go towards England, it's less. It's 40 to 50% then. But it's coming back. It's not a dying language then. Let me put it like that. Yeah, kid, I'll happily do a stream on it. You know, I love speaking about my home country, love speaking the language. So yeah. But before we get there, let's do this because otherwise people are going to leave the stream. They're not here to speak, listen to me. You know, um, I took French in high school because the class was full of ladies. Oh, Dave's got 12-incher ladies, 12 and a half incher. Also, Dave, where were you Sunday? I was speaking about the Packers. I'm speaking about you, and you weren't even there. You told me you'd be there. So this Sunday, expect you there. I love you, Kayla. Wherever we'll all love Kayla. We all carry ti, Kayla. Carry ti fawr iawn. Diolch am fod yma. Diolch i chi gyd am fod yma. Gwerthfawrogi cefnogaeth da chi gyd. That's a bit of Welsh to say thank you for everybody for being here. Right, let's go.
And it's
I-
not about,
I-
it's about
it's
level
a-
of cooperation.
Right.
Apologize.
Let's do it this way.
Please.
The officer's testimony is that having completed his discussion uh, with Mr. Campbell, he felt satisfied that he didn't pursue anything further with
Given.
him at that point. That is, you cannot accept the officer's conclusion as accurate. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm not saying it is. That's why you're here. He made a judgment based upon his, what he heard, and made some conclusions from it. That doesn't mean what the truth of what was stated is. Is that clear? I'm sure I could improve on that explanation, but
Yeah, you can.
the point is that when we talked about Hazeltine, there was a famous case where a witness who had interviewed an accuser in a case testified that, and I think it was a social worker, testified that she thought that the accuser was being accurate in what she was telling the social worker. That's not permitted, because that is, the social worker is not allowed to decide the truth of it. That's for the jury. So we don't allow witnesses to speculate on the accuracy of statements made by others. On the other hand, people aren't in court all the time, and so they make their judgments based upon the world in which they live. And the detective exists in the world of investigating crimes and makes judgments. You refer to them as priorities. But none of that is conclusive on you folks. So to the extent that this testimony has been given, it can be considered only to
I was thinking that. Yeah, I agree.
on
I
the
agree,
issue
Sean.
of the quality of the police investigation. It may not be considered as supportive of the truth or accuracy of what Mr. Campbell stated. Any question about that? Okay, thank you.
It's a fine line, though. You know, I mean,
Were
fine
you able
line.
to obtain identifying information on how to reach Mr. Campbell again in this case?
Yes, we got name, address, phone number. He provided everything.
And was there any difficulty at all in getting him to agree to give you that information?
No.
When Mr. Campbell talked about other people that he was engaged with and talking about, et cetera, what can you say about his level of cooperation in providing collateral numbers or ways to contact those people?
Mr. Campbell provided everything that he knew regarding phone numbers, addresses, all that. He was very forthcoming.
Based on all of the things we've talked about,
Yeah.
did you believe it was
If he simplified it, it'd be good, but he just takes it to the extreme.
appropriate to finish your conversation with Mr. Campbell and get back to the rest of the investigation of this case at that time?
Yes, he presented no reason to hold him or to further question at that time. He was free to leave. He left.
And I want to go back to our conversation regarding Sadie Beecham. Okay, now again, that conversation was before you went into the residence, right?
Correct. It was ultimately the first thing I did was
Okay.
talk to her.
Went and talked to her, and you mentioned that she was physically shaking and she appeared frightened for her children. Am I correctly summarizing that?
Yeah, she was very scared.
Okay. So one possible investigative avenue would have been to immediately take her down to the station and walk her through some more details. In other words, not just briefly have her tell you what she knew, but be very detailed about it at that first moment. That would have been a possible thing to do. Is that right?
Yes.
Were there concerns expressed by Sadie Beecham that caused you to feel that that should not be how you prioritized?
Yes.
If so, what were they?
Based on everything she had witnessed, everything that she had experienced, she felt as though her children were in danger, and she needed to get to them.
And why did she feel they were in danger in general? What was she saying to you in that initial interview that caused you to say, yeah, that's something I'm going to prioritize. I'm going to allow that to be the priority?
Because she knew, she was aware that Zach Anderson knew where the children were at that moment. So she needed to get to them and bring them somewhere where he wouldn't know where they are.
And when you say Zach Anderson, is that a person you now know in this investigation?
Yes, the defendant.
So for the purposes of our record today, when you have referred to a person named Zach Anderson, can you point out who that person is? Say what they're wearing today.
He's sitting in a defendant chair in the middle with a gray suit, tan and blue tie.
Now, as Sadie Beecham was expressing her worries about the safety of her children with Zachariah Anderson, the defendant, knowing their location, was she still manifesting those physical shakings and scared things you've talked about so far?
Yes.
Based on what she told you, the content of what she said, and what you observed about her physically, did you make a decision about whether she would be allowed to take care of that priority before you interviewed her further?
Yeah, she provided where the children were, where she was taking them, and that she would be coming back as soon as that was completed.
And was there anything about her demeanor that caused you concern about her level of cooperation, such that you might feel you had to take other steps, to preserve an ability to be in touch with her?
No, she was genuinely scared.
Consequently, were you able to again interact with Sadie Beecham later that afternoon?
Yes.
And had, to your knowledge, had she been given the time to accomplish the priority she had?
Yeah, I believe she was, she left that scene after talking with her roughly 1 o'clock, 1:30ish. And I met her again at about 3:45.
Okay, now I want to now bring you back to, so everything we've talked about so far has occurred in the afternoon hours, starting at 11 a.m., but now the afternoon hours of May 19th. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, did you have occasion to know that the defendant had been placed in custody?
Yes.
And if you know, what jurisdiction or was it Kenosha police officers who placed him in custody, if you know?
No, it was Mequon Police Department.
And did he eventually have occasion to be in your presence?
Yes.
Yeah, we picked up this earlier on, Dave. He's got a massive habit of doing it.
Where were you present with him? Were you in Mequon or in Kenosha?
He was arrested in Mequon, brought to Kenosha.
So your interaction with him was in Kenosha?
Yes.
And if I indicated that appears to have begun any interview of him occurred to have begun at 10:48 p.m. on the 19th, 10:49 p.m. on the 19th of May 2020. Do you believe that to be accurate?
Yes.
And am I correct that the interview ended at approximately 12:18 a.m. on what would then be the 20th of May?
That's accurate. Yes.
So if I'm doing the calculation, that is 1 hour and 29 minutes. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you Mirandize him? In other words, read him his rights during that interaction?
Yes, he was read as Miranda rights.
And during that interaction, how many people were involved in any questioning of the defendant?
It was myself, Detective Correa, and Mr. Anderson.
And was he in was he in an open area or was he in an interview room? What sort of environment was he in?
So we were in the interview room. Detective Correa on one side of the table, Mr. Anderson on the other side of the table, and I was sitting in between.
And at the point that you came in contact with him, had you received guidance as to what the defendant was aware of about any circumstances regarding Rosalio Gutierrez? In other words, had you been made aware that he had some knowledge of some subject matter as you began to speak to him?
Yes, it was my understanding Mequon PD had informed him why they took him into custody, and he knew why he was coming to talk with us.
And so do you believe he had an awareness based on the information you were provided that an individual named Rosalio Gutierrez had disappeared?
Yes.
So you believe he knew that at 10:49 p.m. on the 19th of May?
I'm going to object as far as speculation as to what he believed Mr. Anderson knew.
Well, Judge,
And if it's not speculation, then there's been a lack of foundation.
again, it goes to what the officer did at what point in time. Because
If I may respond to that, Judge.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This isn't getting to why the officer did something, or this is getting into statements of Mr. Anderson and what Mr. Anderson believed to be or not to be. I think we need to make a clear distinction between the other witnesses.
Well,
Come on, Judge.
this is it's similar to the other witnesses, but this is a huge amount of speculation. And it's explanatory only on the issue of why the police acted as they did, which in and of itself is only is usually not an issue that we examine in any depth. There is, however, a claim in this case, which has been made by the defense, that the police did a inadequate investigation. And so to some extent, we're scrutinizing, well, you're scrutinizing the adequacy of the investigation in terms of the ultimate issue for you, which is the pursuit of the truth of this incident. His conclusion from what he heard from the defendant is totally insufficient to establish what the defendant was thinking, and is explanatory only of why he acted as he did in furtherance of the investigation? So I'm going to let the question be answered, but you must understand that under no
Jesus.
circumstances are his conclusions legally adequate to base a verdict as to the truth of
Just go one direction, then he's making a U-turn.
anything and are strictly for explanation of course of the police investigation.
You can see a scar there. Look at the size of the scar. It's a big old scar, that is.
Is that clear? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
And because of the hour, I'm going to move on to another topic, and at some other time, I'm going to come back to the interview, just because I don't want to chop that up.
Would you wish?
So I'm just explaining to the court why I'm changing topics after the court ruled. Detective,
He said it's highly speculative. Highly speculative. But he's allowed it anyway.
did the Kenosha Police Department do some searching at a residence that they believed was owned and occupied by the defendant on May 19th, 2020?
Yes,
And was that address 6813 West Highland Road in the Mequon area?
yes,
And on the 19th of May, were you in any way involved in that search?
no, I didn't partake in any searches there that day.
And was that partly because you instead were involved in interviewing the defendant?
Correct.
Okay. On the 20th of May, were you part of a return to that address at 6813 West Highland Road to check out additional areas and to do additional search for evidence?
Yes,
And was that during the daylight hours?
yes,
And you hope that being there during the daylight hours, I assume, would assist you in searching the property. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay. Do you recall in general, can you in general describe that property? In other words, how do you get there? How do you get in there? And what in general do we have that you needed to look at?
Yeah, so it was a gravel driveway entering the property. There was a house and several outbuildings, including a couple garages, a couple old like chicken coop areas, a couple lean-to parking areas, some sheds, and I remember there being a camper parked on the property as well.
And when you got there on the 20th, did you observe vehicles that were of some interest to you at that time?
Yes, there was a black Audi sedan and a black Chrysler minivan.
And had those vehicles in some fashion come up in your interview with the defendant on the 19th?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, Photo 254. Just ask you briefly if you recognize that item from your search of that Mequon area residence on May 20th.
Yes, that's the black Chrysler minivan that
I think you're wrong. I think it's in Dublin. It's in Dublin, it is, Dave, not in London.
saw at the residence.
And did that vehicle appear to be owned by the defendant, if you know?
I don't recall.
Okay. Then at some point, first of all, did you actually search that vehicle, or did you just observe the interior of that vehicle?
So I
It's all right, Dave. It's all right, Dave.
looked in the side and rear windows of the van. I never went inside.
And what could you, in general, observe from the inside of that van?
Observed container of Clorox bleach wipes, an opened box of garbage bags in the back. I observed that the rear seats were out of the minivan. And I also observed that there was a large piece of carpeting removed from the back. About a third of the carpeting in the back area had been roughly cut out. And the carpet that remained had several white blotches on it that appeared to be like a bleach stain.
I'm going to show you now. I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit 1, Photo 263. Is that a vantage point or a view that you believe you observed in the context of May 20th, 2020?
So that's with the tailgate up, the lift gate up on the back. But yeah, I was peering through the window of the van, and that's what I observed.
This is the vantage point. Essentially, this is from the back, but this is what you saw when you looked inside.
Yes.
So if you could take, if the court would indulge us and let you have that pointer again, then I'd ask you to approach and first point out to me where the items that appear to you to be bleach stained.
I don't need to talk.
Where's the area that you felt appeared to be bleach stains?
This whole area here, some here, the white off-colored.
Okay. And then the area that you said was about, I think you said about a third that was rough cut. Is that area depicted in this? And if so, can you just point that out in general?
Oh, let me change my view. Damn you. I was trying to change it a little bit, but I can't. Duffy, the singer from Wales. I wish Saul was on now to see what he was there smiling about there. He's got a grin on his face. I'm doing better. I'm doing better, Dave. I'm
You're
doing
inquiring
better.
about the area that was cut out.
Appreciate
correct?
that,
Yeah,
though.
if you could just point that out for the jury.
We seem to be swearing less whenever you're not here, Dave. So I don't know what that says. I don't know.
Where is the area?
This whole third back section.
And does that area include exposed wires?
It does.
Okay. And exposed sort of bottom of the vehicle because the carpet's out?
Correct. This didn't appear like a factory, like how it comes.
All right, let's see if I can move myself here. Somewhere. Hello, Sea Sweat. Oh, she saw my pole and she was like, oh, I gotta get in there quick. Good boy, my son. Thank you. Hello, Sea Sweat. Welcome. Let's have a bigger picture of this. Okay. So this is the. Okay, let's see.
Because the under insulation area here was kind of sticking out, and
Hope you're well,
the factory
Sea.
cut would be nice and clean. This was not clean cut.
Now, did you do anything
It comes
further with the
anyway.
van having made these observations yourself?
That day?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Was the van retained as evidence so that other decisions could be made about the van based on the observations at a later date?
Yes, it was secured and
Ah,
decided that we would take the van.
Okay. From that Highland Road address?
Correct.
And where did it go to, if you know? Only if you know.
The Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
Okay. And what is the Wisconsin State Crime Lab a place that analyzes things like this van, if you know?
Yes.
You can sit back in your chair. And so would that be the logical place you would send it for a more thorough investigation than the Kenosha Police Department is able to do?
Hi, Nisha.
Yes. State Crime Lab's probably would do the most thorough job of processing evidence.
I'm going to now ask that you take a look at Exhibit 1, Picture 271. Is that a vehicle or a vantage point you recognize from the residence?
Yes, that was the Audi sedan that was parked in the driveway.
Had this also come up in the interview?
Yes,
All right, and so that was also at his residence on the 20th when you arrived?
yes,
Did you have an opportunity to search the house itself?
yes, I went through it.
Do you recall how much land we're talking about here?
I believe it's 4 acres.
And did you have an opportunity to search the outbuildings that you described?
Some of them, yes. I personally, some of them,
Did you have a crew of people with you that day?
yes,
Do you believe that, and was it Kenosha Police Department?
yes,
Do you believe that all the buildings were searched on the 19th and the 20th?
yes,
And were the grounds searched as well?
yes.
Was there anything of note or interest to you, knowing that you've talked about the weather conditions over the last few days before and the heavy rain? Was there any anything of note in the outdoor area that was of any interest to you, particularly knowing that it had been raining?
Yes, there was a larger sized fire pit that was smoldering directly behind the residence in a grassy area.
And can we see that general area in this picture or not really?
Just here, I can point.
Yeah, if it's partially depicted. Okay. All right, you can go back.
Can't see it.
And you said that was still smoldering?
Yes,
And that, what does that mean to you? How were you able to tell it was smoldering?
it appeared the ash in the fire was still burning and creating a smoke from it.
And was it? It looks fairly sunny at the moment you're there on the 20th. Is that at least based on that picture? Were there moments of sunshine on the 20th, that you know of? It's not the 19th. It's the day after, the 20th.
Yes,
Okay. At some point, did you also find that there was a dumpster at the residence?
yes, it's in that picture right there.
Okay. Is it a blue object in the picture?
Yes,
Were the contents of that emptied and looked through?
yes, we actually had a dump truck or a loader come and dump the contents out in the driveway.
And was there garbage either in the house or attached to the house in some fashion, connected with the house? Garbage bags, garbage cans?
In the dumpster?
Okay. What about in the home?
Yes,
Okay. Was that garbage searched?
yes,
And was there a trailer located at this home?
yes, camper.
And did it have debris?
Yes, there was a trailer. There was also a camper trailer.
Okay. So I'm sorry. Okay. So there was a trailer like that somebody would use as a residence or a place they might park at a campground or something?
Yes,
Okay. Was that searched?
yes,
Okay. Was there also a trailer that someone pulls
same.
to move items around?
yes, it had, it was a sided trailer with some furniture and like lath and other construction stuff, I guess.
Where was that located at the residence in general?
Next to the dumpster.
Okay. And in that, were the contents of that trailer that we've just talked about also looked at in this case?
Yes, it was thoroughly searched.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, Picture 274. Is that the trailer we've talked about?
Yes,
Before it was looked at item by item?
yes,
And now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1, page 275. Is that the same trailer?
yes,
Is that a vantage point of the trailer that is a way shot of some tools that were located in that trailer?
yes,
And again, is this before the vehicle itself or the trailer itself was looked at item by item?
yes,
And then I'm going to show you what's been marked as photo number 276 in Exhibit 1. Is that a close-up of tools located on the defendant's property at Highland Road in that trailer?
2 hammers and a knife.
2 hammers and a knife, and the knife is in a sheath of some kind?
Correct.
If you see there, you can see what Saul was speaking about, the dots on the hammer, the red dots. That's what it looked like in the van. That's quite clear there. It's mostly probably rust of some sort. I was interested to spot that there.
And are these all true and accurate pictures? In other words, that's what you remember from the date of?
Yes.
So at some point, did you come to believe that persons who you could identify who had last seen the defendant described him as wearing a flannel shirt?
I'm going to object as far as hearsay. That is being used for the truth of the matter asserted.
It only goes to, again, these are people who are going to testify. It goes to why he would search for this particular item. You know, he's doing a search. It only explains why this item would be an item he is searching for. You recall a flannel shirt being brought up by witnesses saying when they when they last saw the defendant, he was wearing a flannel shirt of a certain type.
Yes.
And were you provided a picture of that flannel shirt?
Yes, I was.
So you knew precisely what sort of shirt and what you were looking for when you did this search warrant on the 19th and the 20th, weren't you?
Yes.
You weren't there the 19th, but on the 20th you were.
On the day of the 20th, I was, one of the key things I was looking for was that flannel shirt.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 42.
Like 40, sorry.
Let's have a look here. Jesus, this poll's not looking good for me, is it? 55%
So
of
is that a
everyone's
picture?
ugly. 55% ugly, 9% average, 9% fuckable, and 27% hot stuff. That's 59, 60, 1, 2, 3. 64% do you think ugly or average? How am I going to sleep tonight? Oh,
Picture provided you by witnesses so
Jesus.
you knew what shirt to look for?
Yes, what you see is significantly blurrier than the photo that I have. It was a lot clearer, the one I looked at.
But it does
Okay.
depict the same shirt.
Yes.
Okay.
Jack, 100% it backfired, but it's all good. I don't have a complex. It's all good.
And so you looked for that shirt
I did.
at Highland Road.
Yes.
Did you, was that shirt
Yes, true
found
that.
in any of the buildings that we've talked about?
I was unable to locate that shirt.
Was it found in any of the garbages that you looked at?
No.
Was it found in
No.
any location on that property in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Having seen that a third of the van carpeting of a van on the property appeared to have been not industrially cut out, did that become something you were interested in?
Absolutely.
And so as you searched all of the areas we've talked about, did you look for this van carpeting so that you'd be able to account for it and see if it had any evidentiary value?
Yes.
And did you find that in any part of this property or location?
No.
Were you, had you spoken to witnesses who indicated that they had seen brand new duct tape and brand new rope at the residence just on the day
I believe it is.
that Rosalio Gutierrez disappeared? Were you told that on that same day, earlier in the day,
No, I've
duct
seen
tape
that.
and rope had been present at the residence?
Yes.
That was new.
What's that?
That the person believed was new.
Correct. Brand new in packaging.
And did you attempt to search for those items
I
at
did.
the residence?
I
And
did.
were those items anywhere located at the residence?
No.
Judge, based on me finishing that topic and the next topic being a fairly significant one, I would suggest this is the ideal time to break for lunch.
No problem with that, Judge.
Any problem with that? Let's take a break and let me ask that you return at 1:15. Is that convenient? Okay, please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. And any questions? Thank you.
Let's see what happens here. I'll fast forward it a little bit. You just tell Saul's so proud of his brother, like, you know. Oh, so they've gone for lunch. Um, that's what I did as well, Dave. I started off by watching that, and that's why I missed the because that Alex Murdoch was finishing off as this started. As soon as Murdoch finished, I went to watch The Ice Cream Man for a couple of days or something like that. But I had my eye on this. Um, so yeah, that's where we are. Right, let's go back here then. Because it wasn't at hers, it was probably at SB's, Sadie Beaches, where Zach did his laundry still. She probably lost it for, yeah, probably. Exactly, Lou. Hmm. Yeah, they don't want to check though. Poor Zach, yes. Yeah, I didn't watch it all, so I got no comment on that, really. But lots of people said that as well. That was a travesty. We've got 4 hours to go, guys. This might be good at a time just to have a like a 5 minute recess, just because I just need to get a cake and then I'm done. Also, I need some of you to just wise up a little bit and look at the poll again. And 50% ugly. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Right. Give me 5 minutes, I'll be back and we play it back. I've just skipped the whole lunch break. Gives people a chance to go to the toilet, get a coffee, whatever. Yeah, I just want to get myself sorted and then 5 minutes I will be back. Well, 7:15. I'll press play at quarter past 7. It's not 7:15 your time. 7:15, 1:15 Central, 2:15 Eastern. They're just trolling it. Nah, it's all good. I know where I stand. It's all good, Billy. It's all good. Um, which trial? Michael Keatley. Michael Keatley. That trial he's on about. Right, at 1:15, I'll be back. So that's 7 minutes. 6 minutes now. So I'll be back now. I'm sorry. I should put some elevator music on your eyes. Sorry. I'm just going to eat some crisps. I just need a couple of minutes break. I'm also conscious of people that might want a couple of minutes break as well. Do you know what I mean? So that's why I always do it. Sarah P. Chopsy. Right, Sean? So, yeah, I just wanted to, because these as well, they make my ears sweat. Do you know what I mean? Oh, I just hate it. I hate wearing headphones, but for you guys, I'll do anything. I'll do it. All right, let's close this poll then. Because I won't close it yet. Look at it. Hey, I'm making a comeback. I'm making a comeback here. 44% ugly now. Hey, happy days. Sorry, Kim. Sorry. Anyone that says I'm ugly or average, piss off. No, I'm joking. I know. Once you see someone else eat crisps, I got some cake coming, but I haven't got it yet. I can um I can eat crisps all day. I love chocolate as well, but I would rather have crisps, or as you call them, bloody chips or whatever you call them. I'd rather have these than have chocolate. Love it. One more minute and we're playing it. Okay, there. Get it ready now. Oh, smoke a cigarette. Wish I could have a cigarette now. Oh, so I used to smoke. I used to smoke, Kayla, and I gave up about 2.5 years ago. I still miss it. I know it's bad for you, but I still miss it. Problems. Yeah, I after foods. This is why the worst part about having a cigarette is after when I'm drinking. That's why I don't really drink. Big part of it anyway. That's play. But yeah, why does cigarettes have to be so bad for you? Like, but I also prefer the rollies, so I'd roll them rather than the actual cigarettes. $13 a fucking madness, madness.
Ask about in this next section, which is the defendant being interviewed by officers. I'd like the defense to have an opportunity to weigh in, and to the extent the court is comfortable, to give me guidance on how to approach this, if at all. Can I do that briefly?
Yeah.
Okay. So I intend to ask about the
Definitely miss it, Kayla. I feel you. Even now, you said that, I'm like, oh, just love to have one. Rollies, oh, yeah. I bet RP in the younger days, she used to be smoking hot. Hey!
contents of the hour and 29 minute video, interview that occurred between the defendant and the two detectives. I would like to be able to ask the detective whether there were additional questions that the detective did not have the opportunity to ask during that interview.
And,
Let me,
oh, sorry,
Wow.
let me finish. I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
sorry.
And then also, were there any other opportunities to interview the defendant? So I don't intend to go any further than that. But again, we're talking about this avenue of what was the investigation. Certainly an hour and 29-minute video or interview does not, as the court is well aware from its long experience, is not an amount of time to cover all topics that would be necessary. I don't intend to go any further with it, but I believe that is the line, and I'm asking the court if I have permission to go that far and no further.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Asking why there were other questions that should have been asked that weren't, and then that they weren't able to have the opportunity
Bull,
to
Sarah.
question him again is encroaching on the fact that my client asked for a lawyer, and that was why the interrogation concluded. So asking those questions, implying that there's more and that my client chose not to speak, is directly going towards his right to remain silent at that point. So I would argue that the state cannot ask those questions of, oh, would you have asked more questions if you would be able to? Because the inference there is that they weren't able to because he invoked his rights, and that they didn't get to talk to him again because he invoked his right to silence.
And again,
What the? How could you do that, Lou? How could you do that? Smoke in America? Smoke in America and then not smoke at home? I couldn't do it, Lou. I'd be straight back smoking. Ah, that's some going you've got, Lou. Or some psychological shit you've got going up there. I couldn't do it. I'd have to smoke. And why do you have to smoke in Dallas and not UK? I don't get that. Hot take of the court, guaranteed in 50 years. Yes, vaping is just as bad. There's no way smoking robot cigarettes can be good for you. No, I agree. I agree. Because in 50 years, there's going to be so many other things. Coffee is going to be bad. You know, everything's going to be bad for you as well. So she's got some huge. David. David has a 12.5-inch schlong, and he likes to use it about. Gets very rude sometimes on this channel, David.
I only bring this up
We love
because
you.
of the issue of the adequacy of the investigation, right? So there are natural limitations. I'm aware I cannot go any further, so counsel indicated, what I can't argue, and I absolutely agree. I can't say here's why or in any way imply that in argument or in question. But I do think it's a proper question right at the line. It's a proper question to ask as I described to the court.
Well, the problem is you're lobbing the ball over into their court and saying, did you have an opportunity
As you
to ask more questions?
as you often are when you go to the line. Right? I mean,
Right,
that's the
but
nature
we don't
of
want
it.
to do anything brazen.
Right.
And you're lobbing the ball onto their side and making them respond. And they're kind of handcuffed. If the answer is he lawyered up.
Oh, he's
And
your
of course,
salty
then
breeze.
you're in the forbidden woods.
Right.
Um,
So really the analysis, though, is am I asking a question that comments on his silence or comments on his invocation, right? So the court is right. It has some consequences, but the question is the question one where I am calling on the officer to indicate in some fashion that he has invoked his right to silence or to an attorney? I would suggest to you, as suggested, the question does not do that. Of course, I can't argue. I apologize.
So, yeah, a very, very tight interpretation. You could make that claim, but the problem, as I say, is you're forcing the defense into a position where it has to come up with an answer, and if the answer is that he had talked to a
Yeah.
lawyer and whether he talked to a lawyer or not, he simply decided not to discuss anything further with the police. They can't respond. And so it's sitting out there.
Can't do it,
and
man.
if during the remainder of the testimony, a juror is thinking, after hearing the remainder of the testimony, a juror is thinking, all these years since this, and the defendants never told the police anything more, then you're definitely, what is the name of the case? I think it's Champlain Chambers, one of those. Not one of those,
No.
well, whatever it
Yeah.
is, the rule is very clear that there's no comment permitted by the prosecution on the failure of the defendant to address the case.
That's a bright line rule, and I'm aware of that.
Okay.
Now, what has happened is the defense has lobbed into the states. Let's be sure we talk about this fully in the venting of what you described. There's been an opening statement. It is certainly said detectives made a number of poor choices here, right? I mean, that is the clear thing, right? So a reasonable juror hearing the 25, perhaps 30 questions that officers did ask would very reasonably, based on the argument made and the ball being lobbed into our court, say, well, why the heck didn't the officers ever address with the defendant why this van is cut out, a third cut out, or any other thing that the state suggests is of significance here? Why wasn't that ever brought up to the defendant? That sounds like it's the same pattern of they didn't test fingerprints at X, Y, and Z. They didn't search this part of the woods. And we're left with no way to respond because, in fact, those questions would have been asked or certainly could have been asked had there been a different posture. Now, again, I am absolutely conscious. I am not allowed to bring up an invocation of either silence or the right to an attorney. But I think that the simple declaration by the detectives that they would have asked that they would have liked to ask additional questions and that they never had an opportunity settles the matter. It creates a situation where the prosecution is not going to be penalized based on the argument made by the defense for any question that the juror wishes a detective would have asked the defendant. I mean, otherwise I'm left without an explanation, right? Because the explanation is a legal and constitutional one. So I'm tied. If the court says I can't even reach that line, I have no way to respond to a juror concerned that in the context of what's been said, what the heck? Why wouldn't a detective ask that question? He asked 25 others.
First, about the ball being put back in their court. The ball's in their court. They have the burden. It's never that we've shifted that burden here. And second, as far as the answer to a question of why weren't you able to answer these questions that you would have, the only answer that a detective or any witness can give is that we weren't able to continue questioning because he invoked his Miranda rights. So there's no leeway here. It's not the defense's fault if the state doesn't have any other evidence to support its claims. It's their job. The case that deals with this issue is Griffin versus California. It's 380 U.S. 609. And in that case, and I'm just going to read, it says that a comment to the jury by a prosecutor in a state criminal trial upon a defendant's failure to testify as to the matters which he can reasonably be expected to deny or explain because of facts within his knowledge or by the court that the defendant's silence under those circumstances evidences guilt violates the self-incrimination clause of the Fifth Amendment of the federal Constitution as made applicable to the states by the 14th. There is, and also this concept that I'm going to ask an officer, well, why didn't you ask my client that? Well, obviously, I'm not going to violate my own client's constitutional rights. I would not ask a question of that sort. The questions that the state have outlined are clearly across the line of what's permissible under a constitutional lens and pursuant to Griffin versus California and my client's Fifth Amendment rights.
The case does not stand for the proposition that I can't reach this place that I am. I've been very careful in the litigation here. I've approached the court first. I'm doing the exact opposite of commenting on the defendant's silence. I'm asking the court for guidance on how I can structure a question to a detective that allows there to be no comment on silence, but also allows a fair presentation of this evidence to a jury in the way I've described. Again, the only other option we're left with is a jury wishing there were answers to other questions, knowing a series of questions have been asked, and left with the implication that officers are not competent enough or are too lazy to ask these additional questions. Now, again, I don't mean to comment on either of the two things. I simply ask the very structured questions. I believe I'm doing it in the appropriate way. It's the exact opposite of the case cited where a prosecutor actually comments on this. I am trying to be careful in my litigation here and ask the court for guidance to be able to ask those two questions. Did you ever get a chance after the interview on so forth? Did you ever question the defendant again? And then the second one is, were there other questions that you would have desired to ask based on your investigation? Period.
Yeah, and of course you did the right thing by bringing it up first.
Sure.
But to the extent that you ask me for guidance as to what you can do, that I can't do. I can't give you advice as to how to
Well, I've told you
present
this.
your case, and I've made it pretty clear what you can't do.
I've told you the two specific questions I intend to ask. So I think the court can probably help me with that.
Well, but definitely the second one is totally out. What was the first one?
The second one is, did you have any other opportunities to speak to the defendant?
No, that's.
Okay.
that's
So the
it.
first one was, are there other questions that you desired to ask of the defendant that you did not ask?
The fact that you're complaining that you're left without a way to somehow effectively cover this, that sometimes that happens. And sometimes it happens because of the Constitution. But it's what it is. And I don't know if can you cover something like that in your argument to the jury and say,
I imagine that is more problematic.
I didn't tell you what I was going to do to raise your hair. Or the defense. And I think I'm actually going to stop and not do it, but there's at least one way I can think of that I would at least be tempted to do. And I'll leave it at that.
Why is he
I
helping
don't
them
think you're
out?
without a way to buttress the police investigation. But the way that you're explaining to me is not one that I think is one that I would sanction or even permit.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Do we have any
We lost.
record that we have to work out? It doesn't have to be.
That was just a waste of like quarter of an hour, 16 minutes. What a complete waste. Why do we even get there?
Were there late jurors or? No. Everybody was here on time.
Who are you talking to, Dave?
Yep.
See swept or the judge? Spit it out. Spit it out,
Anthony Ward was
species. Yeah, grave lie.
You have a divorce trial when? When?
Next Tuesday. See you next Tuesday, mate.
All right, Mr. Gravely.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, when last we were here, I was about to again begin to ask you about the interview that occurred on May 19th, 2020, regarding the the Zachariah Anderson. And again, you've identified Zachariah Anderson as the individual here in this courtroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you spoke to him for about an hour and 29 minutes in total.
Yes.
And that was a question and answer format.
Yes.
And did it include the defendant also asking some questions during some of that period?
Yes, he had some.
And did you provide him any nourishment, any food or water?
We gave him water, which he requested a couple of times.
And ultimately, that interview then concluded, if I got this correct, at 12:18 a.m. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. So in the time period of that interview, did you provide any threats or promises to the defendant to get him to provide any information?
No.
Did he provide that information? Did he answer some of the questions you asked at least?
Yes.
All right. And did you at some point have occasion to talk about a phone that purportedly appeared to have ended up in a car driven by his ex-girlfriend, Sadie Beecham?
Yes, I did.
And was this something that you asked him about?
Yes.
And what do you recall him telling you about whether he had intentionally placed that phone or some other explanation?
So Zach had said, Mr. Anderson said that Ms. Beecham had dropped the kids off at his residence. And during the course of taking his son out of the back seat, he believed that this cell phone may have fallen out of his pocket, or his son may have grabbed the phone and put it in the car.
What, if anything, did he say about whether he on purpose hid that phone under the car seat?
No, he said he didn't realize this until after Sadie had left and he realized the phone was gone.
What, if anything, did the defendant say about how he managed to figure out where that phone was then located after it was in Sadie Beecham's car in that location?
Mr. Anderson said he contacted the phone provider, Cricket, and Cricket told him that the phone pinged in North Kenosha.
That's good. That's good, Steve.
What, if anything, did the defendant tell you about having loaded an app on his electronics that would, in fact, trace the exact location of that phone prior to losing the phone? What, if anything, did he tell you about that?
He said nothing about it.
What, if anything, did he offer to you regarding indicating that on the date that Sadie discovered that phone, that he actually had accessed that app to be able to discover where the phone was using the app in his own electronics? Did he mention any of that to you?
He said nothing to that.
Did you ask what, if anything, did you ask the defendant about having been to Sadie's home during the early morning hours over the last few weeks? Did you ask him that question?
Yes, I asked him if he had been to Ms. Beecham's house at any point during the early morning hours.
Let me just stop you for a second. And did they live together at that time?
No.
And per your investigation, was he welcome at that house in the early morning hours?
No.
Okay. So when you asked him that question, it was a specific question about in that context. Is that true?
True.
And what did he first offer up to you as his explanation for for a visit to her home in the early morning hours? What was his first explanation?
He said there was a time when he had picked up a couch late one night and he was dropping the couch off there late.
Go ahead. And did you then repeat the question, ask him again, and ask if he had his kids along on any occasion? Did you ask him that?
Yes, I asked him if there was another time when he had his children that he went there.
And then did he offer that he had?
Yes.
Could he remember the date as best you remember?
No.
And which children did he claim he had taken along with him?
All three of his children.
Okay, so he has a couple of twins who are younger, and then a daughter who's, 10, 11, 12, something like that?
Correct. He said he had taken his daughter as well as the two twin boys.
Was it at night?
Yes.
Did he indicate why he felt a need to take his children? He had the children with him, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So why did he indicate he felt he had a need to take his children when Sadie Beecham would have not been caring for the children?
So he first he said there was a car in the driveway, and then he stated he had a premonition that there was someone at her house.
And at that point, were these two in a marriage, as far as you know?
No.
Were they in a situation where any of the children would be at Sadie's home?
No.
Okay, so he and the children drive to her home per his report. Is that right?
Correct.
And at what does he indicate happens when he is at that residence?
So he said when he pulls in the driveway, there's a vehicle there with Colorado license plates.
And let me stop you. Does Rosalio Gutierrez have Colorado license plates on his vehicle that you saw at his residence when you discovered he was gone?
Yes, he's a white Ford Explorer with Colorado license plates.
Okay, so what else did he say?
He said he got out of the vehicle and looked through a window.
Look through a window through a window at the vehicle?
Looked through a window at the house.
Okay, and whose home is he speaking of?
Sadie Beecham.
Did he say he saw some things inside?
Yes, he said he saw them on the couch.
And did he indicate whether any of the children were also involved in looking in the windows?
Yes, he said his daughter came out of the car and looked through the window.
And did he indicate that he had that was something he was a part of in some fashion?
He had told me his daughter did this because she wanted to.
And did you at some point ask the defendant whether he recorded any using any devices of his at Sadie's residence when he and his daughter were there looking in windows?
He denied recording anything, although he did admit to having a cell phone in his possession at the time that he used the light on because it was dark.
And was it his regular cell phone?
I'm going to object as far as foundation.
Did he? I'll ask again. I'll clarify. Yeah. Did the defendant explain to you that he had more than one phone that he was using on a fairly regular basis?
Yes.
Okay. And did he describe one as his primary phone and another as his secondary phone?
I guess, Judge, I've been lenient, but all these questions have been extremely leading. So I'm going to object to leading and ask, and that it not be leading.
I apologize. I was just doing it in this situation. I was just doing it because it was a foundational question. So, but
It's just been like 5 minutes of foundational questions then.
They are tending towards being suggestive, so if you can rephrase.
what do you recall about whatever he told you about these phones?
He had two phones, one he used primarily for calling.
And what, if anything, did he say about doing any recording using any devices on this particular date?
He did nothing. No recordings.
At some point, did you begin to ask questions regarding a new boyfriend of Sadie's?
So all the other Jews had to recuse themselves because they knew him, yes, because he worked in the courthouse and stuff, and they all drank in Kenosha. There was another judge that was able to do it, but he had a 2.5 year waiting list for a trial, and Zach had already been waiting nearly 3 years. Gravely was always down to do it, but he fell, or he did something, had to have an operation in his head. That's why he's back doing it. I think he said he was fine to do it, and here we are. So I don't think he's retired. And there was only one other guy. Yeah, he wasn't ready for another 2.5 years.
I did.
And what, if anything, was the defendant's discussion with you when you first brought up this individual in terms of things like whether he knew his name, those a general discussion of what he appeared to know about this new boyfriend?
He said he found out about the new boyfriend through his daughter, as well as a
Oh,
grandmother.
that many, yeah. That was just a
Um,
judge's issue.
Grandmother had shown
Judge's
daughter a
issue.
Facebook profile of this subject, and that's how he found out who he was. I asked him what his name was, and Mr. Anderson said, I believed it was Junior, and that his last name started with a G, and that he was a Mexican.
And what, if anything, did the defendant ever tell you about the fact that in his own phone he had, well, let me stop. Okay, so
Yeah, Sandra, yeah.
did the defendant ever reveal to you that he actually did know the full name of the individual that Sadie was dating? Did he ever tell you, yeah, I know the guy's name?
No.
Now, at some point, did you begin to focus on the vehicle that the defendant may have driven at various times that you were interested in?
Yes.
And what vehicle specifically were you interested in regards to your interview with him?
I asked him about the Chrysler minivan that was parked in his driveway.
And what do you recall about the defendant's response when you first suggested anything to the effect that he was a driver of the van?
He described the minivan as either being black or blue or something, and that was his words. He also indicated that he doesn't drive it much, and that it's basically there for the taking.
Did he describe to you that he drove a different vehicle, if you know?
Yeah, the Audi. He mentioned the Audi.
Okay. And what, if anything, did he say about whether he had ever been in Kenosha at a time that Sadie had been there?
He said he couldn't remember the last time he was in Kenosha.
Period?
Period.
Okay.
He did mention that he plays board games with his brother, and they may have been in Kenosha, but he didn't recall ever being in the city of Kenosha.
And in connection with being there because Sadie was there, what, if anything, did he tell you about that?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Yeah. Did he indicate that he ever followed Sadie down here to Kenosha?
No.
At some point, did you direct your questioning to whether anything had ever been taken from Rosalio Gutierrez's vehicle, that truck?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did the defendant tell you about whether he had taken any items from the vehicle of Rosalio Gutierrez?
He told me to spare the accusations. He's already been accused of this, and that it didn't happen.
And what, if anything, did the defendant offer to you that in one of his phones there is a screenshot of, in fact, a registration document regarding that truck?
Nothing.
What, if anything, did the defendant say to you regarding whether he had any jealousy towards the fact that Sadie had a new relationship?
He had admitted to me that he did have some jealousy, however, spun that and said that Sadie was the one that was jealous of him.
And did you, what, if anything, did you ask whether these two individuals, meaning the defendant and Rosalio, whether he had ever seen Rosalio?
I did. I asked him how many times he had seen the subject he was referring to, and he had told me it was just the one time when he peered into that window.
So what, if anything, did the defendant offer you about about his phone being in Kenosha on May 13th, which would be a different time than the time that you are speaking of? What, if anything, did he offer about that?
Nothing.
What, if anything, did he offer to you regarding the idea that he was texting Sadie, directly quoting things that Rosalio was telling Sadie? Kenosha. What, if anything, did the defendant say at all about that in the context of perhaps being a second time he had seen Mr. Gutierrez?
It was never mentioned.
At some point, did you bring up an individual named Steve Lentz, or did the defendant bring up a person named Stephen Lentz to you?
Yes.
And just so we understand, who is Stephen Lentz in this investigation, if you can tell us?
Stephen Lentz was identified as a friend of Mr. Anderson, a neighbor. At one point, Mr. Lentz actually lived in his backyard in a tent at one point. Mr. Lentz's mother lives right down the street from Miss Beecham, about 400 feet down the road on the opposite side of the street.
From where Mr. Lentz, and was Mr. Lentz residing there in April and May of 2020?
Yes, he was.
And from Mr. Lentz's then residence, could you see any portion of the house or a place where Sadie Beecham was living?
Yes, you could see the driveway of Miss Beecham's residence.
And were you able at some point to obtain a phone number from Stephen Lentz?
I did.
And just for purposes of us clarifying, was that phone number based on the records that you reviewed, et cetera, 414-378-4935?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. So let's go back to the interview with the defendant. At some point, Stephen Lentz came up. What do you recall about how he came up?
We went back to the idea that he had a premonition someone was at the house. Ultimately, Mr. Anderson told me that there was a guy named Stephen Lentz that would call him and tell him when vehicles are in the driveway. But he also stated that he had never told Mr. Lentz to provide this information.
And what, if anything, did the defendant ever tell you about communicating with Stephen Lentz, asking him on occasion if there were cars in Sadie's driveway?
Nothing.
Now, when you spoke to the defendant, what were you telling him that you were questioning him regarding?
I told him we were investigating the stalking incident.
Did you tell him who the people were who you were suggesting he might have been stalking?
Yes.
Okay. He had been arrested. Were you having this discussion with him? So if I understand correctly, there was a contact with law enforcement and he got arrested in Mequon?
Correct.
And then about how long after that arrest in Mequon do you estimate it was before you're having a conversation with him about stalking Sadie and this other individual?
I don't know the exact amount of time, but probably 3 or 4 hours later.
Okay. And at some point, did you focus on attempting to figure out where the defendant had been on the day of May 17th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And if you can briefly.
Maybe he had to khaki. Maybe. No, I didn't. Where I went was birthday cake. I've got some birthday cake. My nieces are gone, so. Whew. Hello, Lady Law. Lovely to see Lady Law. We'll promote Lady Law. Please go and join Lady Law. Sure, Sarah, I'll post a link now. Please go subscribe to her. It is young.
Say, why was that your focus as opposed to the 16th of May or the 23rd? You know, what was the reason why you were focused on the 17th of May in your questioning of the defendant at that moment?
From what we knew at the time, that was the last communication with Rosalio was on the 17th, and we believed that that was the day that the incident occurred from what we knew at that point.
And did you believe that also to be in the evening hours?
Yes.
Okay. So you had a general amount of time that you were focused on because that's where your investigation was at that moment.
Correct.
So do you remember focusing on that with the defendant where you asked him, so please tell me about what was happening on the 17th of May?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you're on the 19th of May now?
2 days later, yes.
So you're asking him on a Tuesday what happened on that Sunday during the day. Is that correct?
Day and night.
Okay.
Yep.
And so what do you recall about what he offered to you first in terms of his activity?
And Sean's in and out as well. Sean is in and out as well. But Dave has got 12.5-incher, so I can't compete with that, that's for sure. So you're probably the biggest one here, Dave, without doubt.
He's on Sunday.
That's Schlong.
So he said he was with the children during the day, and Sadie came to pick them up.
Did he tell you in general when that occurred? In general?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I wanted him to keep going with the rest of the remainder of the evening. And he said he thinks he went to a girlfriend's house named Christine.
Okay. Did he eventually offer the last name of that girlfriend as well?
Yeah, Christine Remsburg.
Okay.
True.
So did he indicate that when he went there that he believed he had spent the night? Was that his initial discussion with you?
He was very wishy-washy on what he did that night. He said he may have been there. He may have stayed the night. Wasn't really sure. Yeah.
And did that wishy-washiness come when you pressed him and said, dude, you don't remember what happened 2 days ago? Is that when that happened?
Yeah, I was unable to get anything concrete as far as what he did that night. And he was just throwing out things. First he said he stayed with her. Then he said he may have called her. He doesn't remember. He just never gave me an answer.
What, if anything, did the defendant say about ever having an in-person interaction with this person, Rosalio Gutierrez? Did he offer any, what, if anything, did he offer in regards to that?
Nothing. He said he only saw him the one time, which was through the window.
What, if anything, do you recall about the defendant offering up something about Sadie and her having a nice jacket and what that meant? Do you remember what that was about, if anything?
He said Sadie dropped the kids off at one night, and she was bubbly. Called him Zachariah, and said that she had a nice jacket in the back of the car, and suspected that she was going down to Kenosha to visit Junior because she had that nice jacket in her possession.
Oh, Carolina. Toot, toot. Um, let me find this thing. Come on, rest. I don't know when he rests, but I hope he does it soon. What are we doing? Um, wishy-washy. I love that. Oh, he's a bit wishy-washy, isn't he? What's going on? It's Saul. Love for Saul. He looks like he's dying for a piss. Oh, come on. Okay, we're still.
No further questions of this witness. Thank you.
Yeah, it is, Dave. Yeah, it is.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Detective, I'm just going to start off with some.
So, Dave, this is his father, Barry. See my cursor? And this is his brother, Solomon. So, if you'd have watched my interviews with Solomon, that's him. So, if you haven't seen it, Dave, please go and watch it. Because, oops, please go and watch it because I tell you why, it's so informative and he's such an intelligent guy. They tell us this story. That's not story, but tells facts in, it's well worth watching. So yeah. All right.
Some follow-up on this interview that you had with Mr. Anderson, since that was just the last thing you talked about.
Sure.
You had testified just now that you had asked him about taking the registration from his truck, correct?
Yes.
And his exact response was,
Hi,
I don't
Joe.
have his registration card for his truck.
No, he said, spare me the accusations. That was the first thing he said. And then I
Zach
didn't
is
take
older.
it.
If I was to show you a transcript of that interview, would that help refresh your recollection?
Sure.
If I may approach the witness, Judge,
Do you have a
Zach
copy for me?
I can show it.
is the eldest sibling.
Copy of it. Use the transcript and use it as a source.
I can show you what I'm going to show him to refresh his recollection. I'm not introducing it as an exhibit.
How do I know?
He's just been awkward. He wants the whole transcript. I wish Nicole just said, "Yeah, okay, that's fine. Sorry, Your Honor, we're gonna have to pause everything now so that we go and make a copy for the DA." Lou, I thought he was the eldest. I thought he was the eldest. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure he's the oldest, though. But I could be wrong. Gravely's freaking out about why she. Yes, but unfortunately, she didn't. At the end. Um, damn shame, as they say. Nicole should have been more involved and should have been She should have done closing. Yes. Josh might be older. Josh might be older. I might be mistaken. I know that he always refers to Zach as the oldest, and that's my bad. I'll presume that meant then that he was the oldest of the siblings, so I got it wrong. That's all that means. So, okay, Dave, say as it is. Yes, very close. They're
There were
right
multiple
next to each
points where
other.
you had asked him about the registration card for the truck, correct?
That's possible.
No, not
And
yet,
he was
because I can't
adamant that
afford it
he
yet, I
didn't
don't
have
think.
a registration card for the truck,
Okay.
correct?
He said he didn't take it.
And in your investigation, was there a state-issued registration card that was ever located in any photo at all for Mr. Gutierrez's truck?
I don't recall.
You had talked about earlier you had reviewed photos from Mr. Anderson's cell phone, correct?
Some. There was 4 cell phones.
So do you ever remember seeing a state of Wisconsin registration card issued to Mr. Gutierrez that was in any of those photos?
I don't recall there ever being a state of Wisconsin registration card involved in this.
Okay. So Mr. Anderson, when he told you that he did not have the registration card for Mr. Gutierrez's truck, you did not have any evidence to support that Mr. Anderson did in fact ever possess the registration card for Mr. Gutierrez's truck.
So I'm going to object as to irrelevant whether there's a Wisconsin registration. This is a Colorado vehicle. So the absence of a Wisconsin registration is irrelevant.
Well, it had Colorado plates. Is it a Colorado registered?
I'm not aware it's registered in Wisconsin or that
Well,
that's what
no,
we're
no,
talking
that's
about.
not what your objection is.
I'll rephrase the question to call a Colorado registration if that would, any state issued registration card
What's your question?
that you never found any information that Mr. Anderson was in possession of a state issued registration card for Mr. Gutierrez's truck.
I don't know. I don't know.
And let me ask you a question. You're a detective, obviously, right?
Yes.
You've been working, you said 20 years in the force?
Yes.
When you refer to a registration card, normally in your day-to-day business life as an officer, you're referring to a state-issued registration card, correct? As it relates to vehicles.
What's going on?
I guess.
Were you
Where am I referring to it?
Sure, I guess an example is, did you ever work patrol?
Yes.
When you pull someone over, right?
Yes.
You'd say, hey, can I have your registration?
Okay.
Or when you ask for the registration, are you asking for a state issued registration card or something else?
Yes. State issued registration.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure what the point was, but
You also were asked about what information Mr. Anderson had given you about Junior or Mr. Gutierrez. And you said it was very limited, but isn't it true that Mr. Anderson admitted that he had looked up Mr. Gutierrez's information on CCAP?
Yes, he did tell me that.
yes.
And you
they
were also asked a question about Mr. Anderson's statements about him being jealous and whether the state had asked you whether Mr. Anderson had expressed any concern about about Miss Beecham dating Mr. Gutierrez. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Can you say that again, please?
Sure. Do you remember the state asking you about what information Mr. Anderson relayed to you as it relates to his feelings about Miss Sadie Beecham dating Rosalio Gutierrez?
Yes, he stated there was some jealousy.
He also stated, I'm seeing somebody else. She's got the right to see somebody else, correct?
He said that, yes.
You were also asked
Dave.
at length about what Mr. Anderson said he had done on May 17th, 2020. And isn't it true that Mr. Anderson in fact told you, "I don't know, took a nap, probably. I think I went over to my girlfriend's house, I'm not really sure."
Yes, that's what he said.
And then later, he did say, in response to other questions about what he'd been doing the last 2 days, he had informed you that he was tired and really didn't want to blur things together to give you wrong information, correct?
I don't recall him saying that. I know he did say he just didn't remember because his memory is bad.
And what time did this interview happen at?
11:30-ish till just after midnight, 11 o'clock to midnight.
So you agree that it's likely that someone could be tired after all day and then being interviewed at around midnight?
Sure. Could be tired. Oh, yeah, sure.
You also, in talking about Mr. Anderson's interview, talked about Stephen Lenz. Remember that?
Yes,
And that's Lenz.
correct.
May I use the Elmo judge?
Yes.
Thank you. And
Mm.
you said that, well, the state asked you that Mr. Lenz would be used as kind of a eyes for Mr. Anderson.
The state said that?
Well, yes. Do you remember being asked that questioning?
I remember the questioning about Mr. Lenz, yes.
And you said that there was communication between them that showed that Mr. Anderson was asking him to look in on Sadie's house, right?
Are you saying that I asked that?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, because that long string of communication in your investigation doesn't exist, correct?
I didn't say that.
Okay. Did you see the communication between Mr. Anderson and Mr. Lenz?
No.
Okay. So you don't know what they actually talked about then?
I know there was text messages. I don't know exactly what those text messages said. I didn't deal with that part of things.
Okay. Do you remember who did?
I don't know.
Oh. I don't understand what she's trying to get at.
I want to go back now to follow up on some things that you first started testifying about. Primarily, when you first got to the crime scene, you had noted that it's important to make sure that you're very careful with how you enter into a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
And why is that?
We don't want to damage evidence.
I think he's a lead investigator. He was the first. He was the detective on scene. He's the first one to speak with Sadie Beecham, Michael Campbell, and he interviewed along with another detective, Zach. So I think it's him and another guy, and the other guy is sat with a state table, and then you got this guy. So that's why I think he's been questioned.
We want to preserve it as best we can.
And in your experience, you'd agree that when you are processing a crime scene or entering a crime scene, it's important to be extremely thorough.
Of course, yes.
Now, you talked about how,
Sorry for stopping all the time, but this is good. He seems to. I think he seems so nervous is because ultimately, he did such a shoddy job that he should be nervous. And as I say it, Lady Law, just showing that he did a crappy, yeah, essentially me and Lady Law on the same page with that one. So that's why, and I think on reflection, he knows it as well.
Officer Van Wee, some other officers came in, and that they were very experienced in evidence processing
as evidence techs, correct?
Yes, they are experienced.
You said they were specialists with Kenosha Police Department, right?
They have the title of evidence technicians.
Now, do you have any specialists that deal with missing persons cases?
Nobody with the title.
So you had noted during your direct examination that you were an
Mm.
investigator in this case, correct?
Detective, yes.
And role of a detective in a case with a missing person is to try to figure out what happened to them
Yes,
and where they might be
yes,
and who may have been involved in the disappearance.
yes.
So besides Mr. Anderson, who did you investigate as being involved in the disappearance?
Personally, I didn't investigate into anybody else. We did look,
Oh,
we looked for other leads.
so this is it. Thank you, Kayla. Such a darling. Thank you very much. Josh, Zach, Sol, then many half siblings after that, including Zenny. Okay, I didn't know they were half siblings. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Kayla. I misinterpreted it. Fine, thank you.
Other clues, other evidence.
Yeah, so you didn't investigate anything then. You just went with Zach.
Personally, I didn't take the initiative to go look specifically at somebody else.
Unbelievable, isn't it? And this jury found him guilty. Unfrigging believable.
And Judge, I apologize. I'm not going to use the Elmo at this point. The state's kind enough to pull up one of the exhibits since it's already connected. And I'm pulling up what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 1, Photo 150.
Is the TV on though? Oh, okay.
This is when you look back at this, you go, how was he convicted?
150, yeah, thank you.
Looks like it's just getting.
Thanks, Jessica.
He's trying to stop movement, I think it is more than anything. If she's in the flow of asking questions, he'll want to interrupt a little bit, throw her off.
Thank you. So you had previously testified about this photo, and you had talked about how there's a standby screen on the TV, correct?
Yes,
And it was determined that that was a standby screen for Hulu, correct?
I believe so. Yes,
Did you subpoena Hulu to get the usage records?
I didn't. No,
Could
Oh,
that have been something that you could have subpoenaed for?
I don't know. I have never subpoenaed Hulu.
Okay,
never
Possibly.
tried.
all right. And then did you check the make and model of this type of TV?
No,
So you'd agree that there are certain TVs that have standby modes and sleep modes, correct?
I don't know.
If you left, do you have a TV at home, Officer Detective?
I do.
Your TV, if you turn it on, does it stay on or would it turn off after a certain point of time?
I don't know.
Okay, is it possible that you didn't check to see if this TV had a sleep timer or anything
is.
where it would have turned off after a certain amount of time?
I did not check personally. No.
And you agree that that could have been useful information in determining a firm timeline?
Potentially.
And then you had also talked about how there appeared to be some items that could have been knocked off, but you weren't sure. Remember that testimony?
Yes,
Some storage.
And you're not sure because prior to May 19th, 2020, you had never been into that residence, correct?
correct.
So the items on the floor, it's possible they had already been on the floor because you didn't know how this apartment looked previously.
That's correct.
Thank you, State. I no longer need that exhibit up. Thank you. You also talked about when you looked in and you saw some pooling of blood that you noticed a void, right?
Yes,
And I think you said that that void was where a rug would have been at some point.
that's what it appeared like to me. It looked like a rug had been there at one point.
Did you determine the size of that rug?
I personally didn't.
Do you have any information of whether any officers in the investigation did?
Not that I know of.
But you were familiar enough with the layout of and the size of the apartment, right?
Correct.
It was a relatively small apartment.
I would say that, yes. One bedroom.
Okay. It wasn't, in your opinion, it couldn't have been like an 8x12 rug.
No, it wasn't that big.
It was more like a 5'7" area.
From what I recall, that seems to be about accurate.
Okay.
Maybe a little smaller.
A little smaller than 5'7".
Yeah.
Okay. And
Oh,
you said that you looked in
crazy,
the
not after that.
bathroom. There was nothing of concern there.
Not that I saw.
You went to the bedroom. You said that there was nothing of concern there.
Not that I saw.
Judge, I would like the Elmo now. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't think she's asking the. I'm a bit confused where she's going. I think she's all over the shop with the questioning a little bit. That's the only confusion. Well, that was a good question. And when he said maybe smaller than 5'7", potentially his legs would be hanging out the rug. Because he was, I think, believes over 6 foot. Yeah, I don't know. Didn't see the pictures. Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah. Hopefully we can see some of this now. Everybody.
Okay. Pulling up what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit 60. From you being there, what room is this?
Appears to be the bedroom,
There you go, Joe.
Okay.
like the northwest corner of the bedroom.
And the window, do you see the window in the picture?
Can you change the lighting maybe? It's hard to.
You ask, Joe.
Maybe we
Is
could
that
turn
better?
the light off, Judge, so that.
As you wish.
Okay. You need the light off, or are you good?
I'm good.
I think the
Can you see it?
theory. I think the theory of trust bags doesn't work because that means he had to put them up there, which I just don't see. She goes around the house. Yeah, I would agree with that. I I think she's quite direct, but she jumbles it up a little bit. I just
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah,
all over the shop.
we're good. There's a window in the picture, obviously, right?
Yes.
That window, is it open or closed?
It looks like it's cracked
The
open.
blinds or the window?
The window itself.
Looks like it's one of the panes is cracked open. Open.
Okay. And did you,
Josie, unforgivable that you stepped out. Oh no, welcome back, Josie. Oh, it's been infuriating, Josie. Infuriating. We're just critiquing a little bit of Nicole's questions. So that's where we are at the minute. Curtain doesn't match the. I know. Right, but maybe the rug was cut up too. Maybe, yeah. Just pointing out how she undercutting her own. Yeah, I get it. She doesn't tighten them up, does she? Unless she comes back to it. I don't know. I don't know. But him saying that the rug could be smaller than 5 foot 5 by 7 is, as you said, is his feet dangling out? There's a lot more things to ask. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, she should tighten it up a little bit. Maybe she does. Maybe she
Look
does.
into that at all, the fact that there was an open window in the apartment?
I didn't look, I guess, what do you mean, look into it?
So
Why was it open?
that window, I'll go back a little bit. That window is accessible from immediately right outside that apartment building, correct?
Yes, it looks outside to the north.
So an individual, if they wanted to gain access into Mr. Gutierrez's home, that could be a point of entry into that apartment, correct?
Correct.
We just saw that the window was open, correct?
So I don't know how many panes of glass are on that window or nothing like that. But it does appear as though the window is slightly opened.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that could have been a point of entry.
Could have been.
So you'd agree that that is something relevant in the bedroom,
Okay.
is
Yes.
it?
Sure. Yes.
And it's important when you don't really know what happened to an investigating to determine every possible outcome or situation of how an individual might have gotten into Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that that's one of them.
Correct.
Welcome back.
You talked a little bit about your contact with an individual named Michael Campbell.
Yes.
Do you remember what he looked like?
I don't.
Okay. So you can't remember if he had any facial hair, what his hair looked like?
I believe he had a slight beard. But like I said, it was 2 years ago. I haven't talked to him since. I don't remember.
Okay. And the state had gone into what he was telling.
Well, you don't remember if he had a beard or not, but you remember everything about his demeanor, the way he was acting, how he gave you everything. He never lied to you. He remembers all this stuff, but never remembers if he had a beard on him.
You, but he didn't tell you that he was at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment on May 17th, 2020, correct?
I didn't hear that. Yeah, you didn't. I didn't hear him say that.
And when you were with Miss Beecham, questioning and talking to her, at any point did you observe her on her cell phone?
Yep. Yep.
I
It's
may have.
scripted.
It's possible she used her
Business
cell phone.
dates.
Was she talking to anyone?
I don't recall.
Okay. Moving to your observations on Mr. Anderson's property, and you said you looked into the van, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions on that a little bit later.
Okay.
You looked in the dumpster. There was nothing of evidentiary value found there, correct?
Correct.
And you had noted something interesting, that you located lath in the dumpster.
Yes.
And in your investigation, you were aware that Mr. Anderson was doing lath removal at a house in Belgium, Wisconsin, correct?
Yes.
And you said there were other areas on the property.
Why are you taking my song? Guess who's back? Back again. Josie's back. Tell a friend. Busty's back. Busty's back. Busty's back. Busty's back. Busty's back. Josie's back.
And just in a whole,
Yeah.
you did not find a body on the property, correct?
Correct.
No human remains on the property, correct?
Correct.
You talked about the flannel shirt, and if the state would be so kind to pull up that exhibit 40. Oh no, I think I got it, Jessica.
Thank you. I'm gonna, for record purposes, pull up State Exhibit 42. When was this picture taken?
I don't know.
This picture, you know, wasn't taken on May 17th, correct?
Correct. I believe it was older than that.
It was much older, right? And you don't have a single photo of Mr. Anderson wearing that shirt on May 17th, 2020, correct?
I do not.
You don't have a single photo of Mr. Anderson wearing that shirt on May 18th, 2020, correct?
I do not.
You don't have a single photo of Mr. Anderson wearing that shirt on May 20th, 2020, correct?
I do not.
And you said the state had asked you about whether you searched the house and if you found the shirt. You said you had not, right?
We did not find the shirt.
Did you search Christine Remsburg, Mr. Anderson's girlfriend's house, to find that shirt?
I did not.
Did you search Miss Beecham's house to see if that shirt was there?
We did not.
So the only place you looked for that shirt was at Mr. Anderson's home.
There, the house in Belgium, a tree farm, we looked. Yeah, those three places.
Okay. But you didn't, there were places that you could have searched for it and did not, correct?
Essentially,
Okay. So I'm happy you brought up the house in Belgium. Were you involved in searching that residence?
me along with several others, yes.
And are you aware that the state believes that Mr. Anderson, I guess, chopped up Mr. Gutierrez's body at that residence?
Objection calls for a conclusion that I don't think is an evidence in this case.
I can rephrase and ask a better foundation question.
But
You have no idea where Mr. Gutierrez's body is, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea how his body or where his body is now.
Correct.
And in fact, he's still technically considered a missing person, correct?
Yes.
Objection, how would that determination by some mystery person be relevant in this case?
that does,
It's fine. I'll withdraw the question and continue on, Judge.
Why did you withdraw it?
In your investigation, you were unable to determine what, if anything, Mr. Anderson had allegedly done with the body, correct?
Correct.
So when you went to the house in Belgium, you found absolutely nothing of evidentiary value, correct?
Objection, that would call for a conclusion by the detective.
Sure, I'll go into it differently, Judge. You found no human
Jesus.
remains at the house in Belgium, Wisconsin, correct?
That's correct.
And you know that this, in your investigation, you're aware that Mr. Anderson had been there the morning of May 18th, 2020, correct?
I know that at some point he was determined to be there. As far as the exact date and time, I don't know.
Okay. And
I think in that situation, though, having seen Gravely earlier on, every objection, Gravely would object that objection. So I'd want to see her stick up for yourself, stick the guns in. I just think she's rephrasing so quickly. Where if you saw Gravely this morning, oh my, he was digging his heels in. He was like, no, you can't object for these. That's what I mean. That's what I think she could have been lasted longer. I think she could have said a lot more about it. That's all. That's all. Not
you
saying it would have been
found
sustained,
no
but
blood evidence or suspected blood evidence, correct?
At that house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Did you find any trash bags filled with body parts?
No.
Okay. Did you find any bloody knives?
No.
All right.
Did you notice that the property was under construction?
Yes,
And did you see that I don't know your expertise in the line of contracting work, but you had testified you had seen lath at Mr. Anderson's home. Did you see things consistent with lath removal at that property in Belgium, Wisconsin?
it's likely that's where the lath came from.
Okay. You noted, I want to move back to Mr. Anderson's property. You said that you had looked into the black van, correct?
I did.
And you noticed that the van carpeting had been cut out,
Yes, it was missing.
missing. But you cannot definitively say your investigation didn't produce any definitive answers as to when exactly that carpet was cut out of that van, correct?
Well, objection. His investigation does have witnesses that put a time on that.
Well, then he can answer the question. I think it's a totally plausible question.
Why would he be charged with that knowledge?
I'm asking him if he knows.
Well, he can answer if he knows.
Correct.
Yes, I know. I know we have it narrowed down to when it was removed.
And that was solely based on statements of another witness, correct?
Correct.
It's not based on photos of Mr. Anderson removing the carpet, correct?
Correct.
And there were no other witnesses that could corroborate that one witness's statement, correct?
Correct.
You talked about some duct tape and rope. That was also from a single witness, correct?
Correct.
You were not provided any photos of that duct tape and rope, correct?
That's correct.
And you had never observed that duct tape and rope prior at Mr. Anderson's home.
No, I didn't.
I don't know which one of the witnesses it is either.
The state, kind of going back to the cross-examination or the direct examination on Mr. Anderson's interview with you, had talked about and asked about Mr. Anderson not really admitting to which car he drove, but he said he drove the Audi and the van, correct?
City primarily drives the Audi. He doesn't really use the van.
Did he say he used the van for work purposes?
Yes,
And your understanding is Mr. Anderson's work is as a contractor?
Okay.
Well, can I approach?
If there's
can
an
I-
objection, they can state
Well,
it.
I think the question opens a door to this officer. He has some knowledge that question. I guess I have no objection. The question was asked, what is his current job, or what's his
That
source of
wasn't
income?
the job.
That's not
That is the
exactly, but
that question's been asked. Let's let it be answered. I don't object.
all right, everybody's on board, so.
You go ahead and answer.
Well, if we can have one moment.
If it was, then I mean, yeah. So there we are. It's the daughter, so that's why it's given a lot more credence. So yeah.
I'm going to re-ask the question.
I apologize, Judge. There was no objection. Can he answer the question?
Do you remember the wording of the exact question, officer?
yeah, what he did for work?
Or were you aware that Mr. Anderson was doing contract work at that time?
Yes,
And there was evidence that Mr. Anderson admitted to that proves that he was driving the Audi around this time, primarily that he was driving the Audi on April 24th, 2022, correct?
I don't know if he specifically told me that. He did say he was operating a car that night.
And that was confirmed by other witnesses.
Correct.
Okay. I think she's quite strong in where she's going, but I just feel she's going around the houses a little bit. Nothing sticking in my mind. Oh yeah, I mean, we said that earlier on. Maybe you weren't here, Josie. Like in some ways, you got to give him a little bit of credit that he got a conviction with no evidence. You know, I think he was just too experienced. Maybe knew how to play the game. I don't know, but the audio was not like to be exactly he was arrested. No, yeah. Same here, Tootie Pip. I know. I love Nicole.
Okay, I'm
Just
putting what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 59 up on the screen. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
Okay, and that was a pizza box and receipt that was on the stove at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, correct?
yes.
Did you investigate this at all to see when this delivery was dropped off?
I did not.
Do you think that would have been useful if maybe if it was dropped off, let's say on the 17th at night to talk to the delivery driver?
Potentially.
Because that delivery.
If it was, I don't know when it was dropped. I didn't look at the receipt.
But there's potential investigatory points that could have been covered in investigating this,
Potentially, yes.
and it wasn't, correct?
fucking hell.
No.
Are you indicating that nobody did this or he did not personally do this? Objection as to vagueness, I don't understand the question.
You can cover it on cross or redirect
Okay.
And I'll even cover it.
if
right
the witness understands the question.
I didn't investigate it.
Okay, and I'll just ask the question the state wants to ask, which is, are you aware of any other officers investigating this?
Huh?
So I'm going to object because it implies that he would know if other officers did. No one has indicated that he would have some overall supervision of this investigation.
It's all.
He's
I don't know, is he
previously
not?
testified that he was one of the lead detectives in this case.
Well,
I don't believe he had.
I never said that.
he testified that when he arrived, there was one of
The
the
pizza's
detective.
important. The reason pizza's important is because when was it delivered? Who ordered it? That's what's important about the pizza. Is he not the lead detective? Well, him and one other. So I think he is the lead detective.
Was there, but I don't recall any testimony that he is saying that he was the lead detective, but I don't know if he did or not.
Were you aware of other tasks other detectives and officers completed in this case?
Some,
Okay, and the sum that you do know,
Oh,
do you know if anyone investigated this?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Showing what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 61.
you
You're
should know it
familiar with
all.
the fact that, well, let me strike that, rephrase. Did you look at the dumpsters in Mr. Gutierrez's or near Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
No,
Are you aware that that happened?
I don't know.
Okay. You were
I
at
know.
Mr. Anderson's.
Lady Law, you missed a lot this morning. Honestly. Potential serial killer arrested on pizza. Yes. Yeah, pizza box is important. Let alone the DNA aspect of it. Forget about the DNA aspect for a second. Just when was it delivered? It might be timestamp. Who ordered it? That alone is important, right hand not knowing what the left hand's doing, shameful. And this is what I mean. It's on trial, guys. It's on trial. And he just admitted he doesn't know if what other people did. And he's put this forward to the prosecution to put on trial. He doesn't know anything. Doesn't know if anyone tested the DNA box, if they contacted any companies, Hulu. They should be ashamed of themselves. Seems they split up jobs. Didn't communicate anything. We've no idea. Yeah, you talk to people. Time order made, delivery time. Yes, true. Lady Law, is this your first time catching this? She can answer that. But Josie, haven't seen this day. I didn't see this. I missed this day. I think I started on day 4. Must have been. This is a joke. Yeah,
Home,
I
correct?
was similar.
You looked around the property, you said before, right?
Correct.
It says marked as Defendant's Exhibit 76.
And you know what? That'd be perfect, Maz. I think even if that is the case, this guy's a lead detective. He should know all these things, you know. So okay, catch you later, Billy. Thank you. Catch you later.
Did you notice the trash bags up against the barn at Mr. Anderson's home? I'll zoom in for you if you need.
Yeah, they're there. What?
I maybe I don't recall.
Okay, but you'd agree those are trash bags in this photo, right?
That's what they appear to be. That yes.
Okay, great. Then you said when you were at Mr. Anderson's home, you had looked into the van, correct?
Through
Did you
the
look
window.
at the front window too?
I believe I made my way all the way around the van.
Okay, so I'm going to show you it's been marked as Defense Exhibit 62. Is this an accurate depiction of the front seat of Mr. Anderson's van?
Appears as such.
Okay, and there were tools in his van, correct?
I believe so.
You'd agree that those are tools or a toolbox of some sort on the front passenger seat.
Yeah, tape measure, tools, looks like a tool bag.
Okay. And you'd agree that there's a lot of cluttery stuff around there too, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 65. This is another view from the behind of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree with me that there's a lot of dirt and stuff on the floor, correct?
Looks
It does
dirty.
look a tool
Looks
bag.
dirty. It hadn't been vacuumed or meticulously cleaned, correct?
Doesn't appear as though.
Okay. I'm going to show you another picture of the front, Defense Exhibit number 66. Again, lots of items, correct?
Yes, very busy.
And this is how it appeared to you on, was it the 20th of May?
Yes.
Okay. And another angle of the front seat taken from the passenger, Defense Exhibit number 67. Again, lots of items, correct?
Yes.
And this is how it appeared to you.
From what I recall.
Okay, great. Showing you more pictures of clutter here.
Yep.
Defense Exhibit 68. This is the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yeah, between the two front seats, looks like.
And we still see a lot of that clutter,
Yes.
and that's how it appeared to you?
What I recall.
I'll show you another picture from inside the van. Defense Exhibit 69. I think we can see, you can see that dirt and trash a lot more clearly, correct?
Yes.
Does this look like a car that has been cleaned to you?
Doesn't appear so.
You said you also went to the tree farm to help with the search that was executed there.
Yep.
And you're aware that there was a burn pit at the tree farm,
Yes.
and multiple agencies had come to process that burn pit, right?
Yeah, there was 100.
Yeah,
approximately
that's
100
fine.
people
I'll send you a link.
Took part.
And you were able to confirm that there was a controlled burn there on May 8th, 2020, correct?
I believe that was the date. Yep.
And that the owners of the tree farm had alerted the Ozaki County Fire Department of that burn.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So I'm just going to show you some pictures. This is Defense Exhibit number 70. This is part of that linear search of that burn pit, correct?
Yeah, so I didn't take part in most of that
Okay.
search. I was doing other things.
Okay,
But that looks like the burn pit, and that looks like what they were doing.
Sure.
Searching.
So maybe I'll just ask you then, you were aware that that was a large operation,
Very large, yes.
and they didn't find any human remains there, correct?
Not that I know of.
And they didn't find any bloody evidence there, correct?
Not that I know of.
Back to Mr. Gutierrez's home, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 58. The number of his apartment building, 3709, that you can see that in this exhibit, correct?
Yes.
And that 3709, you can see that from in the parking spaces right in front, correct?
Yes.
And you had been at this scene during the day and at night, right?
No, I was there during the day.
Not at night? Okay. As part of your investigation, you talked to an individual named Kim Lavora.
Did? Kim Labora?
She also goes by Undendum Lavora. I can go get your reports if that would help.
Yeah,
refresh
you
your
need
memory.
to
Okay.
clarify that one.
Yep.
We talked to a ton of people,
Yeah,
so.
no.
No, Council, I'll stipulate to the record if you just want to do that, you're not going to ask what he asked or anything.
Correct.
So I'll stipulate rather than, if you want to refresh, you can, but if you just want to,
I do want to refresh.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hmm. I mean, she might ask about the freezer in a bit. Now, she has laid a lot of foundation that the van was dirty, it wasn't clean at all. It's the total opposite what they were saying about he cleaned it all out. There was bleach everywhere. Well, look at the state of it. So, I mean, there's
Hold those.
no way he could have meticulously cleaned it.
In the red file till tomorrow.
You know, they said. So I think she's got all that, but how does she utilize that to get it through to the jury? No, I know. Yeah, I wonder why you want to stipulate to it. Oh, Mr. Nice Guy Gravely, you do whatever you want. It's all good. I'm on your side. I'll help you out.
Guys,
Kim. Oh, Umdum. Okay.
Council, for purposes of the record, you don't want him to read it out loud, you're just
No,
refreshing his memory.
for purposes of the record, I've handed the detective a copy of his own report to refresh his recollection. Does that help?
Yes.
Phone records were obtained in this case from Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 75. Probably going to have to zoom in here and focus, so bear with me.
Well, given the hour,
This is going to, go ahead, Judge.
well, if it's going to be brief.
With this point, yes. Then I have some other stuff. But
Well,
I'm-
I know that. I wasn't going to put it in your entire examination. But it's 1 minute, 3 minutes.
This will be like 1-2 questions max.
All right, I'll get there.
Okay, I won't disappoint. So this phone record shows that these are Mr. Gutierrez's phone records show that he called a Kim Facebook on 5/17/2020 at 8:49 p.m., correct?
Appears as though, yes.
And that when we look further up, there's a duration column, and the duration of that phone call was 17 minutes, 4 seconds, correct?
Appears as though, yeah.
I lied. I have 3 questions, Judge. So if there's a phone call that started at 8:49 that lasted 17 minutes, that's going to put that phone call to approximately 9:06 p.m. I'm terrible at math.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Judge, if you wanted to take a break.
Well, I won't enjoy it for others. But let's take a break, and please don't read watch or listen to any account of the trial. Discuss the case with anyone. And let's aim for about a 15-minute break. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Hey, what we thinking? Oops. I am a little bit miffed though at those other attorneys because this is Nicole's first ever murder trial, and those two don't even really do much. So on reflection, it's like, yeah, actually, Nicole did basically everything. I don't know if I was just muted there or not. Well, they like speaking or what? No, fine. Yeah, just saying, if you didn't hear me, those two other lawyers, they didn't really. I'm not sure what the point of them was. They didn't really. They should have taken more of a lead if that was Nicole's first murder trial. Do you know what I mean? So I no, I'm not saying that, but they should be more active. I think. I think they should have been a lot more active in terms of them asking questions, because if you're up there, like Nicole was the only one supposed to object and everything like that, so it's still quite, she's still new. So you probably want to give her certain aspects of it and not. It basically felt like she had it all to do herself. So although you do things in the background, that's fine, but I still think that they should have done more lead wise. Um, that's just my opinion, though. Obviously, everyone can be different. I think the defense could have gone into a lot more detail on some of the things that they did, and I think that's where the inexperience comes of where the line is, potentially. If you got a lot more, I suppose once Nicole's got like 3, 4 trials under her belt, she'd probably reflect on this and go, "Oh, okay, I could have done this. I could have done this. I could have done this." Um, Nolly Wisco did not appear to do much just now, but oh yeah, no. Again, I'm not saying that they didn't do anything. Um, you know, um, at all. I'm not. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm saying that with more experience, um, well, they did step in though. That's the thing. At the end, they did the closing, so that's what I mean. It's weird to me. They didn't do much throughout, but then they stepped in for the closing. So I think if they thought she's doing a really good job, then why not let her do the closing? I think she'd be more effective, to be quite honest with you. I think the the level of workload could have been taken off her. I don't think she should have done as much as she did. is maybe what I'm trying to get across. I think the other two could have stepped in and taken a larger bulk of it from her, which is normal for any lawyer. Natalie uncovered corruption that was huge. Yes, again, it's not a slight on anybody. It's just when you've got two so experienced people, you I just don't see why you would chuck one attorney in and just let them do basically 90% of it. But that's just my view. Everyone's got their own views. So yeah, and that's the beauty of all these things. Everyone can have a view. Oh, I missed someone made a comment about one of these um, men the other day, this morning, but it doesn't matter. Right, I'm slowing down a little bit on this one. I'll go on it because Lady Law seems to be coming on in a little bit. So if people do want to take a couple of minutes, then we'll do that. I'll rewind to there. What I'll do is I'll start bang on 9 o'clock, or 9 o'clock my time, which is literally 2 minutes away. So if you want to go and get a cuppa, or if you want to, um, get some water, go to the toilet, whatever, it's all good. Really did cry, but well, it wasn't. It's only by one, so don't think you can cry that much. There's two of them as well. Closing with four. That's what I mean, though. Why do you let her do the whole thing basically and then take over the closing? Where I generally think she actually would have done a better closing, in my opinion. I think she would have done a better job. That's why I just think it's all weird. But who am I? What do I know? Well, to be fair, what do any of us know? They were in that position. That's what they decided to do. So there's no point judging them on it. But I feel I have the right to question though why they do certain things certain ways. Um, I think the defense went in fairly confident they would have a not guilty verdict because they could see there was no evidence. Probably would have done more if I'd known how the jury was feeling. Yes, and that's true as well. But if you look at this as a fresh pair of eyes, y- you know, looking at it, they said he was in back. The van was immaculate, clean with bleach and everything. Well, no, it wasn't. We just seen the state of the van, an absolute shit show, and especially in the front of the van. So, and which is normal, by the way. That's like a working van. So, yeah, I can understand that, Sarah. That's a good point. I can understand why they were confident going into it. Just, you know, the DA. Right. I'll play it from here. I think we got like a minute left here on break. We'll play it from there now. So, but the thing is, none of us know what anybody was thinking, what they did. It's easy enough with hindsight to say all these things and think these things. We just gotta, you know, trust the process that they knew at the time what they were doing. I'm sure they'd wish their time back for certain things. Was the strategy wrong? I know Lou said about strategy is wrong, but I'm not sure if he was completely wrong. Well, he obviously was completely wrong because the jury found him guilty, but I can understand why they took this strategy to highlight all the mistakes and stuff. I mean, there's plenty there. Um, Lumina would have shown Bleach had he used it. Yeah, this again. This is where I mean, eh, y- I mean, there might be a reason why the 12 jurors have never spoken out. I do wonder what they were now thinking if they went back and looked at it all again and stuff. Because none of them have ever spoken. So I also think that says something as well. Because normally you get at least one or two jurors that can't wait to be in the limelight and speak about it and stuff like that. So it's funny that all 12 decided to keep it quiet. And even if they agreed to keep it quiet between them, always going to be leaks and stuff, but it doesn't seem to have been anything. So it's interesting. It's interesting. But well, what we know already with corruption, and this is me just talking absolute crap. You got to think, well, how was it corruption with the jury and stuff? So I know I shouldn't say that, but you always got to think these things. But it obviously gets more personal now, although we know Sol and stuff like that. It hits home a little bit more. Watch him in court.
Okay,
Yeah, maybe.
shall we begin?
And if they did, that was very much a shame. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Again, we can all speculate as much as I'm sure we'll all have different viewpoints on it. I don't think I think she's doing a fairly good job. I see how she does on this one. I thought her opening was good. Um, some people will disagree, I'm sure, but I thought her opening was good. I just like to see her tie this up a little bit more. I can see what she's doing because I know what's coming. Maybe she didn't explain it well. I don't know. I don't know.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would as well, Sandra. I would as well. But to be fair, a lot of streams felt that he was guilty. A lot of people placed the blood
On the
the
stand.
blood that
Yeah,
made him
one back.
guilty.
Yeah, sorry.
So yeah, maybe we're now we're looking at stuff and we're too close to it, and I don't know because the others that now are adamant that he's still guilty, even with the Denny and everything. So if you listen to legal advice, he's like, I still don't know if he did it or not. Just I don't feel like it was a fair trial. So it's not a slam dunk, for most people. I think we're in the minority here, probably. I feel strongly that he didn't do it. So I think sometimes that's why we careful that myself or you guys do not close minded either, because that's just as bad if we're close minded. Yeah, I sort of agree, Lou, but then he's talked to what's his name? He's a defense lawyer. He came into the stream and he was adamant that the the blood evidence, the DNA evidence, was enough to convict him, and he wouldn't move on that. He's like, "Nope, he's 100% guilty," and that's a lawyer saying that, a defense lawyer saying it as well. So again, we all interpret things differently. So,
Yeah.
oh, I don't remember his name now. Mads.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, hang on, I got a guest.
Pull
Hang
up
on.
what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 6.
Hello, let you speak. Speak up,
Can
speak up.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you. I
Okay.
just want to make sure that your audio is fine. Thank you very much for popping in. You
Yeah.
know.
I'm going to mute myself and eat on your stream.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Maybe Zach's lawyer were looking at law and crime and saw how Nicole was being talked about. Yeah, she was being talked about unfavorably, unfortunately. Now, do you guys remember who it was? It was a C something. I'm sure it was. He was here. He watched. Oh, what trial did he watch with me? There was a trial not long ago that he joined and watched, and he's been back a couple of times. But we spoke about Zachariah, and he's an ex-defense attorney, and he was adamant, not even a question in his mind, that Zach was guilty. Um, all based on the van and stuff. Um, so yeah,
Based on
so
what
I
part of
think
the
and
van?
just the DNA and the blood aspect of it and stuff like that. Obviously, there wasn't much detail about how much this small amount of DNA, but he was saying in his mind, well, it doesn't really matter. That was enough for him to convict. Um, that was blood because obviously Gray pushed it. There was blood, but
But they didn't even confirm that it was blood, right? Like,
no. But I think he, as I say, he was adamant. I don't remember his name, guys. Hang on. Oh, I really don't out him either now. But he was a defense lawyer. He's from Arizona. He supports the Bills. Hated for this. No, you never could be hated, Sean. But that's the reason I haven't done much of anything. So I haven't watched this before, so I have no clue either way. Yeah, John, please keep it open-minded. I think 99% of people in this stream are Zachariah Anderson. Please make your own mind up, though. Please listen to all testimony and make your own mind up. It's important. I didn't watch it. I streamed some of it. I think that's how I watched it. I've no reason to doubt anybody. I just don't know. No, it's fine. Please make your own mind up. It's all good. The recovery addict was 100% guilty, and his stream were guilty. I know that a lot of other streamers that I don't really follow were Zach's guilty, and even to this day that he's guilty. I don't. I sort of know, Josie. And my memory says you privately. I don't really want to out this guy. To be quite honest, I regret saying anything now, but I do have him on Twitter, but don't remember 100% his name. Really nice guy, defense lawyer for years and years, and he was like, no, guilty. The D in the van's not enough to suggest a murder. Again, this is the thing though, law long. That's your opinion, and that's my opinion, 100%. But other people think differently. Who's the cupcake up there with the? Hey, enough of that. Who's the
hey,
cupcake there with?
she's one of my favorite people on
You know,
Twitter.
Yeah, she's lovely, isn't she?
We
She's
had a good
lovely.
time with Critical K the other day. Well,
Oh yeah, you did.
couple of
I
days.
seen a little bit of it. I saw a little bit of you guys going back and forward.
Bless
There's
her
so many
heart.
holes to be poked into the so-called. Yeah, but they didn't. So explain the blood being on his door for 37 hours with no witness next to all
Wait,
tenants'
what?
mailboxes. So there was blood on the door and
Oh,
everywhere.
okay.
With no witness to all 10. Yeah. Hello, Nafasat. Twisted Bunny, no HGA for not fully supporting his innocence. The FCA movement is just asking people to take. Yeah, and Shaw's not saying about the innocent. He's saying he's never watched this before, so he's got to make his own mind up. And I
I
appreciate that, Sean.
appreciate that.
Wherever you, yeah, she's such a Karen. Hey, Nafasat. Right, let's go back to it now. You've watched a bit of this, but this is quite new to you as well, isn't it? Most of it. So.
Yeah, like I listened to it while it was happening, but there were bits and pieces that I missed.
Yeah, similar to me, really. But yeah, please, as Sean says, if you're new here, I don't care if you think he's guilty, not guilty, whatever. Please make your own mind up. Everyone will have a different point of view. And even if you put your view in here, I'm sure chat will jump and be like, well, no, actually, this, and this. But everyone's going to be respectful. So yeah, let's get on with it. Or you're one of my favorites. Oh, me? Am I one of your cupcakes? Does she mean me? Oh, well, you're eating now, so.
Sorry, she's talking about me. That's what Critical K called me.
Ah, cupcake. All right.
Cupcake.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fine. Oh, Jesus. Right. Let's play it so you can eat.
63. This is picture
Oh, I
of
like her
the
name.
dash in Mr. Anderson's van, correct?
I'm going to object, Judge. The detective has indicated he took a brief glance in without entering the van. I don't believe he's a witness who would be able to talk about details of the of areas in the van that are not the cut area in the back or the bleached area that he's testified to. So this is a close-up view. He says he took a brief glance. I don't think he's a qualified witness to testify to this exhibit.
I don't think he's a qualified witness, period.
Full stop. The next one is Monday as well, John, every day. Yeah, you're right. He's a lead investigator and he's absolutely ridiculous.
He
Okay.
can respond if he doesn't know the answer.
I don't know what that is.
Okay, that's fine. That was 63.
Good, Sean.
I'm going to ask you about some dates and what you reviewed. If you need your recollection refreshed, just let me know.
Okay.
Do you remember on May 25th, 2020, reviewing video footage from a High Line gas station?
Yes,
And that gas station was located near Mr. Anderson's home, correct?
I love that. Lou is like, apologize in advance for disrespectful to anyone. Lou is probably one of the most undisrespectful people in the whole world. Like, she couldn't even be disrespectful to, I don't
Well,
know,
you
a
know,
mouse. Like,
I guess people find me offensive and I don't even like realize I'm being offensive. So
yeah. Well, I mean,
happens.
that's how I lose all my viewers because of that. So, yeah, maybe I need to rein it in a bit. But no, Lou, we all know it's passionate and you've got great opinions. So please keep them coming. I will disagree with some of your opinions, but not many. Not many. Don't say admits to being in the van. Yeah. What are you eating, by the way? Just because I'm intrigued.
Mozzarella cheese sticks.
Oh, nice. Bit of cheese.
Yeah.
Lovely. And what's the
Just
drink?
sticks of cheese. A cherry limeade.
Well, that's all right. Is that what make is it? Was
What
it from?
make? Oh, Sonic.
Yeah, fine. I've heard of
Mhm.
Sonic. I've heard of it. Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah. Uh, right. Let's get on with it. Oh, I pressed the wrong one. That's why.
I believe it was at the interstate near the tree farm.
Okay. And so if it was in Ozaki County or Sheboygan County then?
Ozaki?
Okay,
I'm guessing. I'm sorry.
it's fine. I could give you the locations you put in your report. I don't know if that would help. You said
Please.
located at Interstate 43 and County Road D.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So Ozaki County?
Yes.
And the reason that gas station was important was because if Mr. Anderson had traveled to the tree farm or back from his home, he would have passed that gas station, correct?
Objection. The detective would have no ability to know the route that somebody took to get to someone's home.
That wasn't
Presumably,
the
there's a
question,
number of
Gravely.
highways, number of roadways.
I'll rephrase it.
Let's know.
Why was getting and reviewing the surveillance video of that location important to law enforcement in this investigation?
It was a potential route of travel.
And you reviewed several hours of video, correct? For the High
No,
Line
he
gas
didn't.
station.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
No, he didn't.
you reported that you did not see Mr. Anderson's black minivan, correct?
So the cameras were substantial distance from the road. And
Oh.
at nighttime, it was almost impossible to tell what cars were going by. So I don't know what cars were going by. No, I didn't see a black van. going by.
What?
And in
A
your report,
complete
you were clear that
arsehole.
you reviewed several hours of video and did not
Oh,
see the
shit.
black minivan.
Correct.
I hit my elbow.
Yeah. Just answer it like that. You didn't see it. You didn't do the work, mate. You didn't see the van. Oh, it was dark outside. Piss off.
He's like a kid in the principal's office, like knowing that he did a really crappy thing. And he's
Yeah,
just
well,
like, I'm ashamed
you
of
can imagine-
myself.
This is what happened. Do you see the not Zachariah, the Alex Murdoch trial where they all did a shoddy job and stuff, and they got
Oh.
really defensive of it,
Mhm.
Then they're all high-fiving, go, "Oh, we did the best job ever." He's
Yeah.
probably gonna be the same after this. "Oh, we're amazing, guys. Just got the wrong guy in jail, prison." So why spend several hours looking then? Yes, Lou, agreed. Agreed, Lou. You see, that's not disrespectful, Lou. That's fine.
Well, and they have technology to enhance those videos too. Like, come on.
Yeah, yeah, and most of them now, they read the number plate and stuff. So,
Mhm.
yeah, so the pause time now is huge, and I think this is a tactic because I think he's also pausing between every question because it gives Gravy that time to object sometimes. So I think that's a bit of a tactic they got going on as well. But literally, he was so scripted with Gravely. Gravy was mouthing stuff to him. It was like he knew exactly what he was going to say. That was my thought. Google Sarah P.
You also indicated that on May 26, 2020, you continued to review video surveillance, correct?
Of what?
I don't remember.
What surveillance
I
are we
didn't.
talking?
Yeah, I was hoping you could answer that. Can I show you your report?
Sure.
I was hoping you would say I don't know so I could refresh your recollection.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
He's like, okay, oh shit, what am I going to say about this then?
Sure. So we had hours and hours and hours of video from multiple locations we took. I didn't document what I looked at there, but we reviewed several locations. I don't know specifically what I was talking about when I mentioned that in my report.
But is it a fair guess that those were locations of interest due to potential traffic patterns of Mr. Anderson?
Potential routes, yes.
And in your report, you noted that you observed nothing of evidentiary value, right?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what nothing of evidentiary value means?
That's what I was about to ask.
I saw nothing regarding a black van, a black Audi, or anything related to Mr. Anderson.
That's good.
I have no further questions subject to redirect.
So basically,
That's weak.
you didn't find
I'm gonna
anything that
start
had
from
to
the
do
back.
with Zachariah. So therefore, there's no evidentiary value because
Yeah.
you didn't see anything else that wasn't related to him because you're not looking for anything else.
That's true as well. They didn't look in front
Yeah.
of it. He was the one and only suspect.
Mm-hmm.
But how did he get there then? That it's like bizarro this is. Oh, right. No, wait for it. Gravely. Wait for it. Jesus. It's gonna be
Oh, I was
hard.
going to
Right,
say, I heard you talking about Nicole, this being her first murder trial. I'm
Yeah.
going to bet that she was second chair on several others before she took this one.
Yeah, probably.
So it's probably not
our
her first
argument,
murder trial. It's probably just the first one where she's first chair.
she's the lead. It was a conversation. Like I thought that the two guys didn't do much. They're really experienced. I don't know. Mark's made a good point. Say they're not sitting there doing nothing. They're doing research. They're doing lots of stuff. Like, but if it's your first one, I just think they should have divvied it out a little bit more. That's
I think
all.
too, it's bad. You saw the same thing like in Murdaugh where people just didn't like the approach of the attorney. And I think she can come across a little bit on the gruffer side, and that may not go over well with the jurors. So it's my 2 cents.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. That's why I think mixing it in is better. Because it's weird to me that she does all this work and then all of a sudden she doesn't do the closing. That was mind-boggling to me. So that's why. But everyone has a different opinion on it, and that's what we love about this stream.
I love opinions.
Love opinions. Love it. As long as it's the same as ours.
That's not true. I like it when people try to convince me of their belief. Like,
I was joking. I have to always say joking now to everybody, just in
you
case.
shouldn't.
Or you. No, but to this chat, just in case.
Oh, geez.
People think I'm
Okay.
serious all the time. Right.
Okay.
So you were just asked about some video that it sounded like it was a gas station location that you looked at,
Yes,
and that appeared to be on May 25th, 2020, correct?
correct.
You wrote a report that memorialized those fascinating hours, I assume, right?
Yes,
Council read to you, I reviewed several hours of the video and did not see the black minivan. You recall that just being read to you?
yes,
Is the next sentence in your
Agree,
report,
Lou.
however, the video was from a great distance, making it difficult to make out traffic, especially during the hours of darkness. Is that what you say next in your
But you
report?
could still see a black
what I
blob.
testified.
Fuck off, Gravely.
I thought you said I'll put this on Mads as a yeah, I get your point, Mads. But again, it's good that we got different opinions on it. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just want to say this: that Nicole should have maybe done 70% of it rather than 90% of it. Is all I'm saying.
I too
And
as
then
well.
the closing.
And so when counsel read to you the first sentence,
See?
you had already also tried to testify as to the second sentence, and it's also in your report. Is that right?
If you just read it, it's in their report.
You have no reason to dispute it. Would you like to take a look?
Sure.
I'm going to object. This witness has already testified to that contents, and the video was poor quality and it was dark.
Well, sure, you saw it's the next
Yeah.
sentence.
What page? Wait, actually, Mike, what page is that?
It is.
Mike, first name, Prick, we call him.
So I'm just going to ask you to take a look at your report and ask you, do you agree that after the first sentence that was read, there is a second sentence and it's what you testified to?
Yes.
Okay, so it's also in your report, is that right?
Yes.
You were shown on the doc cam just a minute ago, or I'm sorry, before the break, the signage indicating what the 3709 address for apartment 1B. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that picture was one where you said that the sign was visible, correct? Like would be visible from the road.
I know what you mean.
Yes.
I know what you mean.
Recall
From
testifying.
15th Street. Right? From the road.
Can I see it? Yep. So,
I think Nicole fell into it.
on the doc cam again, does that appear as best you can see to be? Of course, I forgot that you got to do that. Does it appear to be a daytime photo, if you can tell?
It is.
Okay. At nighttime, would you expect there to be substantially?
I haven't
different
seen these before.
visibility?
I'm going to object. I asked this witness if he had been there at night, and he had said he had not. So it'd be purely speculative.
I think he could.
Nobody cares what you think,
At
Gravely.
night, would you expect that signage to be significantly more difficult to read?
There's a light above it,
I would.
right? Isn't that a light?
Assumption.
Okay.
It's dark.
And on the 17th
Come
of
on.
May,
Yeah,
do you believe
I
it to
think
be
so.
heavy? Was it heavily raining?
Yes.
Was it heavily raining at night?
Yes.
Have you, and so if I add in heavily raining at night, would you expect the signage 3709 to be different and more difficult to read than it is in the current state of the daytime photograph?
Well, rain would obstruct the view of the sign.
He's like Rain Man right now. Have you guys
Yeah, I
seen
know.
Rain Man? Where
We're
he's like,
shown a picture. It is Defense Exhibit 65, where you were asked if whether the van, and this is the defendant's van as best you know, correct?
Correct.
You were asked if it appeared to have been meticulously cleaned. You recall that?
Yes, that's what I was asked.
Okay. Now, this is not the same view you saw. You saw the van during the day, for instance, correct?
Through a window, yes.
When you saw it, did it appear to have been selectively cleaned as opposed to comprehensively cleaned?
What?
Yes.
Okay. And what left you to the conclusion that instead of someone comprehensively cleaning the van, and have you ever cleaned one of your cars?
Yes.
Do you normally, detective, clean only small portions of your car? So if you have a minivan,
Only
you
the parts that
clean
hold
the back
bodies,
first?
Gravely.
Yeah.
Typically not, no.
Would you use bleach on just certain locations, or do you typically clean the entire
I mean, if
automobile if you
that's where
are
a body
engaged
was,
in your
maybe.
normal activity?
Yeah.
I'd clean the whole automobile and I wouldn't use bleach on a carpet.
Okay. So when you observed what appeared to be bleach stains and the back
Did they
cutout,
test it?
was
Hold
it
on.
your sort of at least beginning?
No, they
So
did
did they
test. Yeah, there was.
test to see if there's bleach stains? Or are they just
Yeah.
saying there's bleach stains?
No, I think they tested it. There was nothing. So it needs to be different. Yeah. He knows how to clean blood, but leave dirt. It's amazing. So this is the thing. They did, I believe, test everything. Nothing came back as positive except for that little specky thingy. Luminol not didn't show up or anything. So they're just making absolute stories up.
See, okay, so why is this a problem? Like for DAs to do stuff like this? Like, you hear everybody's like, why, what's the big deal? Well, because this is how the government comes in and takes your rights away. Like it literally is where it begins, right here.
Yeah.
Never trust the government.
Well, so he can't even be like brought to just like you can't even bring him to court really. In the way I think he's very clever the way he phrases everything.
Of
And
course.
Saul
That's
pointed
what
that out.
attorneys do, right? I mean, attorneys like rearrange words and define words, and it matters where the placement of the words are. It's for a reason.
So literally, you can't do anything about it. So you can't even bring him up on it, essentially, because of the way he phrases it.
Mhm.
So after the fact now, I mean, there's no way of. Well, I mean, I'm sure there is a way, but there's no real way of picking him up on it now and going, well, he lied because technically he's never lied. He's just only asked questions and then they've answered the questions in the way that he's phrased everything. Or the way he's posed the questions, I should say.
I'm just going to tell you, if I was sitting on a jury and somebody used the word possibly or probably when it comes to taking away somebody's liberty, I'm not convicting them. You're not getting a guilty vote from me.
No, but how many of you are there that would think like that?
Well,
Do you know what I mean? Not many, I imagine. And look at this. I think there's people in this stream. Okay, maybe not this one, but a lot of streams that disagree. And I think that everyone's quite sensible that come to my streams, but everyone has a different view. So, do you know what I mean? That's what makes it difficult, I think. Hang on, Dave's. I'm not sure if he's serious here. I heard if you use laundry soap and hot water, it can't be traced. I don't know if you're taking the mickey or not. I don't know. So I'm not gonna, David. Law, the law lounge with Lady Law. Well said. DAs who lie like gravy should be in prison. Yes.
every conviction means that they get to move up in the food chain,
Yeah. Get paid more money because
Mhm.
DAs don't get paid a lot of money, do they? They're not that
I mean,
well
working for
paid.
the state, probably not.
No. So,
But, that's how
them
they move
go
up the ranks to, get into
Yeah.
politics or whatever else.
Yeah. Bleach could be traced. Yes.
In conclusion, that somebody had made some efforts to do something to that minivan that wasn't involved in just trying to keep it clean.
Yes, it definitely wasn't normal.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit
I would have objected.
59. Do you recall this pizza box from your walkthrough of the scene?
I know there was a pizza box, but my walkthrough was what it is, a walkthrough. I didn't stop and.
Bro, but did you even work?
I didn't evaluate evidence while I walked through the residence to get a gist of what happened.
So I guess I'm going to ask you plainly, are you the best person from the Kenosha Police Department to testify as to each of these areas or items and whether anyone collectively on this investigation did anything further? Are you the ideal person to ask those questions to?
No,
It's a hard no.
For instance, if a officer called the pizza place and made some determination that this was not an issue in this case, in other words, in terms of the timing, would you know that one way or another?
I know some things, I don't know others. I didn't lead the
Convenient.
investigation, I assisted.
What
Sorry,
did
I'm
you
just going to
say?
ramble. I said convenient.
Yeah,
I
no,
know
it's fine.
some things and don't know others.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he just
I
said
know
there.
some
Hang
things,
on.
I don't know others. I didn't lead the investigation, I assisted.
So he didn't lead the investigation. Okay, I thought he was a lead. He wasn't a lead. He assisted the lead on the
Did-
investigation.
Did anybody lead the investigation?
Yeah, so the lead is actually the guy that sat on the state's table. So I knew that. I thought that he was a co-lead, but apparently he's assisted. Okay, so I'll give him a little bit of grace, but he still should know with some of these questions.
I'm not giving him
I don't
grace.
know. No, I'm trying to be nice because I'm
I'm
a
not
nice
going to
guy.
be nice because
No, you're a
I'm
bitch.
not
That's
a nice
right.
guy.
So it's fine. No,
Balance it
right.
out.
So no, I'm just saying I would give him a little bit of grace in the sense of why he might not know everything. If he was a lead detective, 100% he should know absolutely every detail. In my opinion.
And they've already done the examination of the lead detective?
No, this is
No?
the first
Okay.
one.
Okay.
This is the first witness. We've been on him all day, nearly. I think, yeah, all
Yeah,
day.
and I still don't feel anything.
As to the specific
No.
fact I asked you,
Yeah,
if an officer made that call and determined it was not an investigative lead, do you know that or would you know that?
not necessarily,
Okay, and in this case, do you know that?
no.
You were showed a picture that is defense exhibit, apologize, 76. Do you recall this?
Yes,
You recall that it was, I believe it was honed in and there's some garbage bags along the side of that particular building. Do you see that?
yes,
And you were asked whether that was something you personally had reviewed, I believe, correct?
something to that extent.
Are you aware that in the context of this investigation that those garbage bags were the remains of marijuana grow? That they are potting soil and other remains from a marijuana grow?
I'm going to object on the grounds that, one, speculation, lack of foundation, as he already testified, he did not look at those bags.
Prejudicial.
It's also an argumentative question.
Well, counsel brought
Look
it
at
up.
her face.
I didn't open this door. He's either aware that that's what the contents of the bag are or not. That would lead a reasonable jury to decide, is this an investigative lead about a missing body? If it's bags of potting soil for marijuana, then it would be reasonable to conclude that's not a place, that's not necessary in terms of this investigation.
Well,
And I didn't bring the bags up, they did.
you're asking him about what his awareness was?
Yeah, which is what they asked.
Well, but the investigation is an entire group of separate inquiries. And
Nah.
if
Nah.
having an adequate investigation also involves proper coordination
Yep.
of various reports and observations. So you're asking
Gravely's
him if
confused.
he is aware.
Right. Which is my redirect question to their specific cross-examination. I'm using the same phrasing. He's either aware of it or not. If he's unaware of it, obviously I would have to put in any affirmative evidence of it with some other witness. But this is a question of whether he's aware, because the topic I assume what my redirect is directed at is, if I am correct that these are marijuana potting soil bags, a quantity of them, then obviously they don't have an investigative lead quality here. And again,
That's argumentative.
apologize, they brought it up. So
Now the objection is sustained.
as to his awareness, the question as to his awareness.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
That's it, Mads.
You were asked by the defense on cross-examination, counsel, whether there was any videotaping of the defendant cutting the carpet out of the van. Do you recall being asked that question? Whether there was any videotape available of him, of the defendant cutting the carpet from his van during this period of time? Or pictures, either
No
video or
photos.
pictures?
Yeah, and there was no photos.
Okay. Would you expect someone who is trying to remove blood evidence from their van to videotape themselves or take pictures of themselves during that process? Is that something you would expect?
I'm going to object. This question is tending towards argumentative.
Jane?
Yeah.
He's desperate to ask these questions.
You were asked whether on cross-examination, whether Anderson's home had any body parts at its location or any other blood evidence. Am I correct that the search warrants at Anderson's home were 2 days and 3 days after the time you believe that Mr. Gutierrez was murdered?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any specific reason to believe that at any point that Mr. Anderson either stored the body at his home or did any of the blood work at his own home? Do you have any reason?
So in the same breath, it's like, okay, so it took him 2 days to go and investigate. Is that what he's saying? Like to perform a
On
search
Zach's-
warrant on Anderson's home?
Yeah. So
Why
it'll
did
be
it
the
take so long?
it's-
Because didn't Sadie point him out that
yeah.
day?
So I believe that this occurred on the 18th.
Okay.
They were called out on the 19th, and then the search was on the 20th.
Okay.
So the body's found on the 19th. Is how
No, the blood or the body? There was no body.
Sorry, the blood. Sorry, yeah, the blood. On the 19th.
Okay.
And then so it'd been that day during the day some point, and Zach got interviewed, I believe, early morning, 20th, and then
Okay.
they went to his house. Then I'm not sure when they actually searched everything, but I know that they were at his place on the 20th, or one of his places on the 20th.
See, Sweat, that's what I said too earlier. Like if
Karen
this rug
Lewis
is 5 by
isn't
7, this guy was like 6 foot something. Like,
Yeah.
okay,
No.
he's like a little pigs in a blanket type situation there, I guess.
Yeah.
Reason to believe that?
No, we
Okay.
found nothing to suggest that.
Trying to
And
make a meme out
so,
of that guy's face.
again,
hmm
would a person having 48 hours to no longer be in possession of the body of Rosalio Gutierrez or of any of the blood evidence, would a person have enough time during that period of time to either not have that evidence at their home and also to dispose of that evidence? Is that a sufficient amount of time?
I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope of my cross-examination,
Mm-hmm.
and it's also argumentative.
I, as to the first objection, as I think I commented the other day, I am always hesitant to
Oh my God, spit it out,
limit an
Gravely.
examination as not within the scope, unless it's
Schroeder. You got him wrong.
things that ought to have been fully covered earlier. So I'm going to overrule you on that. On the fact that it's argumentative and speculative. Speculative.
I thought the argumentative objection is me being argumentative with a witness.
Oh, come on.
Argumentative being that there being another form of argumentative. I thought it
There
meant
are
to
two
be
forms.
okay.
One is arguing with the witness,
Mhm.
which is really a lower, is a branch of things that ought to be taken up in argument. And the lawyer is simply attempting to have the witness testify in a way which is a substitute for the argument.
This is the I'm a dumb
And
attorney,
that's really the principal
dumb attorney rule.
problem with argumentative questions, but it can be both. But it's also speculative. I mean, I think your question is, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think your question is, how long does it take to dispose of a human body?
Or, well, not how long, but can it be done in 48 hours before this search warrant is done?
Don't know.
Well,
I don't.
okay. Okay.
Is he even dead? That's the first question.
Yeah.
I've had lots of pathologists up here, and
So this is a good thing here. Lou just said again, it's impossible to get rid of evidence in that way that he's suggesting. Asked Chandler Halderson. You think you get rid of everything, you just don't, because there's always bone fragments or teeth, or there's something somewhere that you can find. So that's a very good point again by Lulu. Never knew that either. Of course, I haven't been. Okay, I thought you were practicing murder or something. You've got to say there, not law. Grave lie, pretend he doesn't know what argumentative is. I mean, he just does anything, doesn't he?
we'll probably have it before this day is, or before this case is done. Oh, no, we won't. No, not in this case. But that would be speculation as to how long it would take to dismember or otherwise dispose of a human body.
Well, I mean, I'm not aware of any specific evidence that there was a dismemberment. One can just bag up a human body and place it
Also
in a
true.
dumpster.
Okay.
Also true.
Okay,
Well, but dismemberment might
Have we
be
got
the
proof?
more efficient way to do it. I don't know.
possibly.
Go ahead. No, but the objection is sustained.
So you were asked whether you saw a picture of the defendant in a flannel shirt. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And when that picture, and you don't know when the date of that photo was.
I don't.
Your reason for focusing on that flannel shirt is you have multiple witnesses who told you that just hours before Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered, in your belief, that he's wearing that shirt. Is that correct?
I'm going to object again on argument and grounds and foundation. There's been no testimony as to what time it's believed that Mr. Gutierrez was murdered
If he was
or
murdered.
went missing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, the problem I'm stumbling on with the question is what the detective's belief is. As I say, this gets into the argumentative, the subject we were just talking about this.
He just drones on, man.
Really part of your argument later in the case. That is,
I love it the most when he does history
being
lessons.
attempting to be extracted from the witness.
Just too much in the end. He gets on and
Yeah.
on, like.
The witness, in order to respond, it seems to me has to employ a lot of speculation.
Well, he has a working theory as to when this occurred. And he is, remember the flannel shirt is a focus of the search.
Right.
Okay. So.
Okay, and see, all of this is taking
cross-examination
place in front of the
question was-
jury. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the I think that's
like,
what Lou
this
was
should be
saying, so.
discussed at like sidebar. Why are we talking about? Because he's basically testifying at this point. God,
Yeah, but he
can't.
knows what he's doing. This is why he does it. He knows what he's doing. This is why he's clever, you know. So this is experience. The only way you can win is from experience. As much as we hate
Or to
it,
play
that's-
dirty, whatever.
Yeah, but he got the job done. Do you know what I mean? So it's like shit.
But did
Well, you're
he?
basing
Because
this
his
just on-
job is to find justice.
No,
You
I
got
agree.
the wrong
I agree
guy.
with you.
That's not justice.
Yeah, I totally. But I think for him, similar to a lot of people, it's about a notch in it. It's about a notch on that bedpost. Do you know what I mean? That's that's what he cares about. How many wins did he get up? Because as you said, this then gets him higher, gets him more money, gets him more exposure, gets him maybe he goes private, gets more clients. You know, who does he care about justice? You know?
Well, that's
Um,
disheartening, to be honest.
yeah, I totally agree with you. Um, I don't have much experience with it, but I would imagine to some human take it would, and you'd have to be an absolute psycho to do it. Can you imagine sawing through bone and stuff? Do you know what I mean? You'd
I
have to
mean, I guess
be
if you brought your chainsaw with you, maybe.
even that. I mean, but that means there'd be even more blood everywhere. There'd be bones around. You just can't.
Well, maybe he constructed like a tent or
Oh, yeah.
come
Now,
on.
now we're speculating. Sorry, gravely, we'll give you more ideas. Jeez.
We're just
Two
pointing out even more flaws in the prosecution's argument about how things can transpire. It's fine.
Yeah, I know. Jesus.
witnesses, you have no photo at the time. So
Yes.
it is redirect to say, well, you have two witnesses and they are close in time because we have no photograph of him that day. They are close in time to your working theory of when Rosalio Gutierrez is killed. So that counters with his testimony that his basis of focusing on the flannel shirt is that multiple witnesses say just hours before Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered per his working theory, based on electronic evidence, etc., that
Yeah.
they see
I like
him wearing
that.
this flannel shirt.
Did you
So it's
notice
not
that?
remote in time.
Well,
He said based on his working uh you weren't fast enough. So now I can't remember exactly what he said. But it was basically
here we go.
yeah,
Play
yeah,
again.
just play it again and listen to it.
Is that multiple witnesses say just hours before Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered per his working theory, based on electronic evidence, etc.,
Per his
that,
working theory.
that
Yeah, that's true. I didn't catch that.
I
To
would
be fair.
I would play up on that. Just saying.
Yeah, I didn't
Even the
catch
they
that.
see him
prosecutor
wearing
said that,
Yeah,
you know, they
flannel
don't even
shirt.
have proof or
So
knowledge.
it's not remote in time, which is the suggestion of the cross. And
Yeah.
so the redirect is to show that not that it's true, right? But that he's been provided information that it is recent in time.
If I may respond.
All right.
Thank you. First, if the state wants to ask, do you have a theory about when Mr. Gutierrez went missing, then that's the proper question to ask to lay the foundation for the series of questions, not to ask a speculative, argumentative question without laying that foundation. I have not heard any testimony from detective about his theory of when Mr. Gutierrez went missing or was killed. So again, I maintain the objection.
Counsel and Cross did not ask any foundational questions in that regard either. Why would he have to explain the theory if he's simply indicating it's near in time?
Well,
You just being
given
clever.
the opening statement that was made by the defense,
Yeah.
I think that the existence of a quote working theory unquote may be
1000% should be a
line that
sidebar.
you might want to pursue and could, but that's not entirely clear thus far. And number two, the way it's being presented is, in my opinion, argumentative, and also it's speculative. The objection is sustained.
When were you
Jesus.
told that the two witnesses who are your source that the flannel shirt was being worn, what was your understanding of the time that they indicated they last saw the defendant in the flannel shirt?
I believe it was around 4:00 Sunday.
Okay, Sunday is May 17th.
Yes.
And are you a person who has knowledge of the electronic evidence of this case, at least in the general sense?
I know some.
Okay. And is on the same day, is Mr. Gutierrez believed, based on the electronic evidence and his absence of any more responses after, is he believed to have been killed at a time in the area of 10 p.m.
I'm going to
I'm sorry,
object. This is
Oh my
already
God, he's-
extremely leading.
He's believed to have been killed.
Well, you could say that.
between 9 and 10 p.m. on the same.
Wait a minute, wait a
I
minute.
apologize.
Oh, gets it in again, Joanne. Don't like this
I
guy.
thought you said yes. I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry, I said it seemed it was leading,
Okay, I'm on redirect.
right?
Okay.
So I'm trying to direct him to the place that the court asked me to. The only other avenue I would have to ask this question is to ask him to explain what time, when he is not the detective who formulates that.
The objection to a leading question is based upon the fact that is suggestive of the answer. And the form of your question was suggestive of the answer.
What time period, in your knowledge, detective, is the time period where it appears that Rosalio Gutierrez has been murdered?
Between 9 and 10 on Sunday, the 17th.
That's the same day as as you've indicated, around just before 5, that the two witnesses saw him in the same, in a flannel shirt that seems to match the picture.
That flannel shirt, yes.
You were asked whether Michael Campbell had offered you information that on May 17th, that his phone was at the home of Rosalio Gutierrez at some point. Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
And you knew that Michael Campbell was a friend of Rosalio Gutierrez.
Yes.
Did it cause you any concern that he did not, that his friend did not tell you that he had some contact with his residence on some period on May 17th?
No.
What?
And
Don't.
are you aware, pursuant to this investigation, that contact that they're speaking about is actually at 1:45 a.m. when you have just indicated that your thoughts on this case is that it would be 20 hours later, 9 or 10 p.m., that Mr. Gutierrez is murdered? So it would be 20 hours earlier. Are you aware of that?
No.
You were shown a picture of the bedroom of Rosalio Gutierrez. Do you recall that picture?
Yes.
And that picture had a window in the far side of it, correct?
Yes.
Are you also aware that the reports in this case is that the slider that would face the street was also found open in this case?
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? Okay.
I'm sorry. The sliding
Sliding door.
door
Yeah.
in the living room.
Yeah,
I thought we were talking about the bedroom window.
I apologize. I meant the sliding door in
So
the living
wait,
room. Are you
was the
aware
window-
that was found?
Window
Was
was
the window
open.
and the sliding door open?
Well, we get the open. I'm not sure about sliding door, but the window's open. Let's have a look. What he said.
Open?
That's what I was told. Yes.
The screen was closed?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be another logical
So there we are.
method of entry, correct?
Yes.
Simpler method of entry than climbing in a window, correct?
Yeah.
The blinds were in no way disturbed that you saw in the picture, were they?
Not that I saw.
And did that picture include notes on it? I'll show you.
I believe on the pillow on
Yeah.
the bed.
So did they swab the window? I know they didn't do the light fixtures, but did they do the window?
I don't think they did anything.
Fingerprints, anything?
I don't. They said. I don't think so because I did lots of notes. Oh, did they not take swabs? Yeah, no, they didn't. No. And they did swabs, fingerprints on the phone and stuff that I found in the freezer. And it was a touch DNA of someone else's DNA, not Zach's. So someone's
Imagine
fingerprint
that.
was on there. but
Did
not
they-
Zach. So yeah.
So wait, there was a fingerprint on the phone, or there was DNA?
DNA. Sorry, DNA. I believe it's DNA. But it wasn't his mother or Zach. It was somebody else's, but don't know whose.
Interesting.
So, or even not learned to ask properly. He asked the blinds
Well,
were unknown.
so on cross-examination, you can lead.
To a certain extent, I think, isn't it? So, slide in or
Well, you're supposed to ask the
open.
question in that they are able to answer, like yes or no.
But he just
But yeah,
ask
he's.
any
I
way he
mean,
wants
yeah.
anyway. Expand on your answer.
Judge, if I can have a sidebar on this issue of line of questioning.
What's
Josie,
coming
I'm
in?
right though. I'm right though. It's the DNA we're on about, isn't it? So
You probably haven't had an opportunity to see all of my brewers pictures in the back. So why don't we take 5 minutes, we'll be able to do that. Opening day is coming. So please don't talk about the case during this very short break.
Okay.
yeah, thanks, Josie.
That chair
thanks,
is
Josie.
like
I
a
was right.
whole wall.
Which chair? The judge's one.
Yeah, I thought that
Oh,
the back
Chief
of that
Justice.
chair, I thought that the framing of that chair was just like part of the wall in the back, but it's
No, it's
the
just his
whole
chair.
ass chair.
So it's DNA, yes. I just want to double check because I'm getting tired now, guys. So I thought I might be wrong, but yeah, it was DNA on the phone. He wasn't Rosario, his mother, or Zach.
And it didn't
Skin
match
cells were
anybody
unknown
else.
person on the phone. Did they test anywhere else? Do you know what I mean?
I mean, did they run it through
That's-
CODIS?
Probably not. But even
What the
then,
hell?
they never check Campbell's. Yeah, that's the thing. The people closest to the situation, like Campbell, Sadie, I don't believe they've. Well, actually, Campbell they never did, but I'm not sure about Sadie.
Is Campbell
Uh,
the guy that went to Zach's house?
Yeah, Michael Campbell, yeah,
Okay,
and he's the one in the Denny that they put forward as in
gotcha.
someone that could have done it. If you've looked at that, we'll cover the Denny after the trial as well, so that we're up to date with it. That's Zach's father, by the way. Here.
The
And his brother,
preemptory position
Dolph.
that the defense was noting here is there is a piece of paper on the pillow on the bed that's a note from Mr. Gutierrez's daughter.
I'm surprised they're
The
letting
defense's
Saul stand
position
up
is
like that.
the contents of that note are not relevant to this case. I could see the potential argument that the state would want to make by introducing that there's a note on the pillow if they're going to try to loop in that, oh, he must have not slept there then that night of when it was put there. That's fine, but the defense would object to going into what the note says based on the fact that it's not relevant. And the defense's position would be that the introduction of what's in that letter would be simply to garner sympathy and appease to the emotions of the jury, which would be inappropriate.
I intend to just simply indicate the first thing that counsel said. I did not intend to ask about the contents of the note. I just intended to ask, is this a note that was determined to be a note from the daughter? When was the daughter there? She was there Sunday into the afternoon. And that is a piece of evidence that the bed was never slept in after May 17th. I didn't intend to go through the content. In fact, I'm not sure he'd be able to read.
How do you know?
And I think too, I mean, there's no evidence if it's from the daughter or the son. So as far as who the note's from, I think too is irrelevant. I think if the state wants to say there's a letter on the pillow, that should be the extent of the inquiry.
It's signed.
Is it signed?
It's signed by the daughter. Yeah.
Well,
But is it
And
dated?
again, I'm not going to get in the content because I don't want her name to come up other than that it's the daughter. But again, I think it is another way to
Hang
find
on,
this out.
bollocks. He says that, but he keeps calling her first name in the opening. Everyone knows who she is.
Oh no, I think he's talking about Rosalio's daughter, right?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, this is why I'm
Yeah.
saying I'm tired. But even then, do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, this guy. Um, but also, why doesn't Nicole know this? Has she not seen it or something? Don't know. Right, let's see what he does then.
And, this is a exhibit introduced by the defense for this witness. So obviously we have other witnesses coming, but I think it's valid redirect.
Well, here's the problem, and I'm not criticizing anybody. This case is coming in with an enormous amount of evidence, which ordinarily would be totally inadmissible. And you said it a moment ago when we first started talking about this, you referred to it as a note which has been determined to be from the daughter. So there's some more that we're not apparently going to get into, but it's an example of how things without any sponsorship are getting into the record. And it really is bothering me quite a bit.
No,
Well,
Matt.
you're in
no,
control of that,
Anybody's done
Your
anything that
Honor.
isn't right,
Yeah.
but,
Sheesh.
I think so, yeah, Sandra.
the
The jury are on a 5-minute break, Mads.
sooner we can move into what would ordinarily be received as circumstantial evidence, the better. Apparently, this is not a problem which is going to torment us. So I'm not going to worry about it, but just make a timely objection if you think something's going on that oughtn't. Okay? Now, let's let the jury on.
Can we get a ruling, though, on the scope that the state can go into as it relates to that?
As I said before, I really can't pre-screen.
Understood. So I'll just
Go into.
understood. I will then just renew the objection where I find appropriate.
Thought his purpose, I understood,
He
was
swept.
to demonstrate that it did not appear that the bed had been slept in during the period indicated.
Since she left, since the note was placed there.
Yeah,
Right.
okay.
What the All right, let's skip it to get. Where are we going to? To about there, I think.
Early afternoonish hour.
So that,
So I'll just make,
Go into.
understood. I will then just renew the
Just
objection
leave
where I
it going.
find appropriate.
Thought his purpose,
I'll just leave that going until the jury come back because they're on the way down again. So, yeah, what do you think of this case then, LL? So
I
far,
think
what you've seen from it?
I think it's a shit show.
Yeah, I said.
I mean, I
Catholic
think we've
show,
talked about that
actually.
before, though, right? Like, it's just
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
all kinds of shit.
yeah. No, we have, and we've got some new people you're watching for the first time. So,
I knew
obviously make your
people.
mind, yeah, make your own minds up about this case, and yeah, the stream's been quite good. I like this quite a number, just a
Oh,
nice
that's
little
just because
number. Like,
Nicole's on screen and you have a thing for Nicole.
yeah.
You're a fanboy.
Well, no, I did.
You
I just didn't
totally
know that.
did.
Yeah, no, I didn't know that Nicole Wisco would send all my videos
Natalie?
to her every day.
Natalie
Sorry,
Wisco.
Natalie.
Come
That
on.
was Nicole. Sorry, that was not Nicole. Sorry, Natalie Wisco would send her my videos every day. I didn't know that. So until after, because I wouldn't have done them if I'd known it. I wouldn't have done them. Do you know what I mean? So, but that's
Why
quite
not?
cool to know that. Because I like to be natural, and I think that if I know it's
So
going to
when
her,
did you find out it was going to her?
after the trial.
Okay.
So
All's good.
that's why because I didn't think that Nicole would ever see them, and that's when Natalie said, "No, I sent them every morning to her," and
I
she
love
loved
that.
it because it picked her up. Because when
Mhm.
you do something and you think, "Oh, someone's seen it," I can't be natural after that because I'm like, I will try too hard then, or something. So what I was speaking about
There's
was just all natural.
there's at least once on every stream I'm on with you where I'm like, oh God, I can't believe I said that.
Yeah.
or I wasn't
Only
listening, or I
once.
didn't hear right, or whatever.
Only once. Yeah.
Only once. No, definitely more than once.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So, um,
Oh, I get you.
it's a daily
See, this is
occurrence.
one of those
Yeah.
moments, right?
Yes, that was one of those
What do
moments.
you mean?
Please to clean the freezer first. Very odd. Yeah,
Wait,
look, Josie, that lady was flirting with a judge. Yeah, a lot of people thought she was flirting and stuff.
who?
Nicole, Josie, the dates of flew. Yeah, so everyone thought that
She leaned
Nicole
into.
and Zach
Wait,
were
hold on. Stop it. I know you're
well.
tired, but listen, I need to clear up something with C-Swept.
Yeah,
She said, "Look, Josie, that lady was flirting with the judge. Did you see how she leaned into him?" So Nicole, that's what
how
we're
do you
talking
know?
about? We also know
Um,
that he's like hard of hearing, right?
yeah, he's out of here. Just had a brain surgery, whatever, head
Hip
surgery.
surgery.
Um,
Yeah, hip
just
surgery.
like whatever. Thank you, Lady Law. For why are you thanking her for? No,
Because she needed some attention.
she always wants attention. That's a problem.
And I will
You
give it
know,
to her.
you will give it to her. I don't know who was leading in. Sarcasm, it's jokes. So we've also got
No, I figured it was.
um yeah. Yeah, I thought it was inside jokes with these two. And also Josie's part of the what do you call it? Busties. Her and Kayla, best busties.
Her and
Busties.
who?
I think it's Kayla. They've
Kayla
got
who?
big busts. Yeah, it's
Who's Kayla?
Kayla O on here.
I haven't
She's
seen
in
her.
the chat here. Yeah, she's here.
Hi,
Well, she might
Kayla.
not be here right now. She might not be here now, but they're part of the busty group.
I used to
Busty
be.
besties. Used to be. Well, they're all right.
I
They're
used
still all
to
right.
be.
I see
Listen, I
Swift
don't
in
miss
there as
them.
well. No, but they look fine to me anyway. So, as long as you've got something to nibble on, it's all good. Do you know what I mean? So, um, I need to I needed to clarify. Jokes. It was sarcasm because they accused Nicole of. Yeah, I thought.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I
yeah,
totally saw that with.
yeah. Posing sharp,
And
posting things
listen,
just don't have to pay attention to them.
let's not pretend that when he started to speak at the very end that all women didn't go, "Oh, that's his voice? Oh, tell me a
Yeah,
bedtime story. Come on."
yeah, I know. Good point. That note was part of the stage scene, isn't it? Yeah, I think so. Stage scene. Yes, I think so.
So what do we think happened?
Um,
We think his family like is part of a cover up of some sort. Is that what you're saying? Because I'm not sure I can,
yeah, well,
weigh in on that.
yes. All the panties dropped by Busty
Yes,
Josie.
Josie.
I thought all the panties were dropped already, girls, watching me on stream, but obviously not. So, fine. I was called ugly. Half the people voted me ugly on stream earlier on.
Oh
Bastards.
wait,
Well,
when's Sean going to talk to us?
well, thirsty ladies who heard me talk for the first time. He'll be on. So I think once we start doing the wheel on, we'll get Sean on.
All right. So, but
So,
where did he speak before in which I did not hear
I don't
him?
know. I don't know. He's never been on
Sean.
this stream, but I think he's been on a couple of streams now lately. So we'll get him on stream, Sean. We'll get you on. Um, I introduce the wheel next week, so and part of that you can come on. Right. How
Oh,
much we
he
got
said
left?
you can come on.
Yeah, he will. Yeah. I think people asked for him actually. I think it was Wendy. He said that she wanted him on. So
You
okay.
missed it. You missed what I said. It's fine, Dylan. You're
You were
tired.
I caught it afterwards, but I was
I
like,
bet you did.
yeah, I know. I don't normally catch it that quick. It's probably gone. Stalance, the Chancellor Humphrey was a very brave bull to put up. No, it's all good, but I don't really care anyway.
Hey, I
It's
voted. I voted.
you. Which ones do you vote for? Not ugly.
Put the poll back up.
Ugly.
Put the poll up. I'll tell
Where's the
you.
poll?
Where is the poll?
Where's the poll?
What did
Oh,
the
okay.
stripper say for 1,000, Alex?
Oh, no, the poll's gone.
Oh, it's unfortunate.
Poll. Why did you need to look at the poll
Well,
again?
there wasn't an option to say, I'd hit that.
No, so the 4 options were, I can tell you what they're: ugly, average, fuckable, and something hot or something.
So it needed to be, I'd hit that. I wouldn't hit that with your dick.
Yeah.
Sexy potato.
Yeah, true.
Or, yeah, that's really the only 3 you needed.
It was only 3, yeah. But that doesn't explain which one you answered. Do you know what I mean? So,
Which one do you think I answered?
I don't know, because I don't
It was
remember
the
what they
bottom
were.
one, whatever the bottom one was.
Oh, that's fine then. The hot stuff. Hot stuff. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Hot stuff. There we are. Look at that. Thank you, Lady Law. I would have voted the same for you. So,
Thanks.
we're together.
I wouldn't ever tell
What's
somebody they were ugly. That's just mean. Who did that?
most of the guys, do you know what I mean, in here?
Come
But
on,
it's all
guys.
good.
It's not nice. Sexy
Oh,
potato.
it's not
Mads
bad.
doesn't know what
I,
sexy potato means.
yeah, Mads will have to learn what that means. I was called something potato, angry potato on
He looks
Twitter.
like an angry potato.
Yeah, and that's where the joke comes from. I see most commando and well, normally I'm topless, so yeah, most
You
do.
haven't
I
been
thought.
topless in a long time.
No, I haven't. I haven't. I think I scared people. Sarah P told me to put it back in,
Well,
so I was
I
like, okay,
just told you to put it back in or back on. Both.
back in. Hot stuff. Thank you, Twiddly Pip. Lou
Sexy
gets my brain.
potato.
Sexy potato, yeah. So yeah, it's called an angry potato, so that's what it means. Sexy potato. Not me, I did not vote. Thanks, Matt. Buddy, keep your pole in your pants. So I didn't exactly put in an option for us guys to pick, so of course we just get picked luckily. Nah, that's fine. I
So
didn't really
wait,
care anyway.
I mean,
Well,
you wouldn't they wouldn't have picked like I'd hit that if it was an option? Come on.
no, they wouldn't. Guys wouldn't do that. I would, but
Uh,
most guys wouldn't.
I know a lot of guys
But,
who would. They'd be
yeah,
like,
well, no,
yeah, bro, I got you.
yeah, that's true.
Oh, okay. So
I've got to
next
get myself
time,
in a mess.
okay, maybe I shouldn't say
Yeah.
this out loud, but I'm going to say it out loud. So next time, for all the straight guys in the chat, just put sexy. I'd hit that, and then like in parentheses, like put no homo, and then the straight guys can join in,
Yeah, but if you are homo, then just vote
and
as
that's okay
normal anyway.
too.
So
Yeah, just
yeah, that's
like,
okay too.
I mean, it's an all-inclusive answer, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And once I put the poll about Dave, oh, it's just gonna be all men and women will be like, yeah, fucking hot stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, we're putting up a poll about Dave.
So not now, but I would have. I was gonna put a poll about Josie and Sarah P, but then I thought better of it, so that's why I changed my mind then to my one. So anyway, enough
Have you
about
spun the
me.
wheel yet?
No, I'm not doing it
It's on
today.
Monday. I think
Yeah,
you
it's
should do
not
it
on
today.
Monday, I think. I mean, it's there, but
I'm too
I mean,
sexy
it
for
just
my
means you
shirt.
have to do it as well. You'd have to do
Okay.
it as well. That's the only thing. Yeah, okay. We'll do it at
I
the
mean,
end then. We got a
I don't
wheel.
have any beans.
Yeah, well, it means just you have to buy some and come on another day and do it. So
That's lame.
there's yes, but some of the stuff I don't have anyway. So I can't
Oh,
do it. But
okay.
most of the stuff I got, so it's fine. We'll spin it at the end now. Right, let's finish this off first.
Please do.
Detective, I again ask you to turn your attention to Defense Exhibit 60. You've indicated previously that's the bedroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that there was no DNA, there was no blood evidence that you saw in
What's
your
that even a
opinion,
picture of?
in this room. Is that right?
His
Beer
bedroom, the
cans?
floor, and stuff.
Conditions were muddy and rainy on this day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was there any evidence on the windowsill that you yourself noticed that somebody would have entered knowing that it's wet and rainy over the last several days?
Not that I saw, but I
Several
also
days.
can't say I examined it thoroughly.
That's not something you focused on?
No.
Is there a pink note on the bedroom pillow in this depicted here?
Yes,
And
Looks like there's
is
two
that
pink notes.
a note appears to be the author appears, at least by the note, to be the daughter of Rosalio
I'm
Gutierrez?
going to object as far as foundation and speculation.
Well, I thought that's where
I thought that was.
that's where we drew the line.
That was my impression that,
It's,
that was.
the defense's position is that it's not relevant what the contents of the note are.
Yeah,
or
baby.
Who authored it.
I certainly remember the first part. I'm afraid I don't remember the second.
Oh
part.
my gosh, this judge.
If
Sweet Jesus, I can't.
the remark that I made at the time was that, that it was again a question about the sponsorship. Objections overruled, but I think that that was the understanding, was that's as far as we're going with it.
That was my understanding.
Okay.
And I don't want the name of the individual, but does the note appear to indicate an author?
yes,
And is that is the author a person related to Rosalio Gutierrez,
his daughter.
his daughter? Okay. And is the note placed physically
weren't
on a
allowed.
bedroom pillow?
Yes,
Are you
That's complete bullshit.
It's like, I
That's
don't want to get
complete
into who the
bullshit.
author of it was, but let me
Yeah.
just go ahead and say who the author of it was.
So they do it. What a complete arsehole. That detective's an arsehole as well. Do you know what I mean? He knew he wasn't supposed to do that. Prick.
aware of when last Rosalio's daughter was located at his apartment so she'd have access to his bedroom?
yeah, she was at the house on the 17th,
Dylan, there's things
Through
happening in your
the,
chat right now.
early afternoon-ish hour.
Was there?
So that pillow had a note on it, and that daughter is under 10, correct?
Yes,
And she was last at the residence on the 17th in the afternoon.
yeah,
Swept see me topless. So, are my boxers?
Well, apparently she's seen Sean in a,
Was she?
you
She
know.
swept. It would highlight C-Swept. It would come up, highlight. C-Swept's a bit of a whore for us. I mean, so
Cool.
we love it. We
Horse
love
are
it, though.
cool.
Detective, what is your estimate on how many interviews you personally were involved in this case? What would be your general estimate?
25 or so,
And
around.
and did that involve a number of people, a wide variety of people from all those different directions in this case?
Yes,
And at any point that you came upon something that was evidence that persons were involved somehow in the disappearance or murder of Rosalio Gutierrez, at each of those occasions, did you pursue that evidence when it was apparent to you based on all those interviews?
if I didn't directly, I would pass it on to other detectives.
He literally
that would
repeats
follow
whatever
through
is on the
with that.
witness, whoever's on the
Yeah.
witness stand. Like tries to say whatever they're
scripted.
saying. Watch his mouth here.
Scripted. Yeah, scripted, honestly.
I mean, I saw that with
They
the
all along.
I saw that with the guy from that was in jail, but I didn't know it was
Well,
the other witnesses.
we caught
too.
him.
Thank you.
We caught him quite a few
Yes,
times
thank you,
today, didn't
Judge.
it?
I don't know if you want me to pull up the.
Yeah. So there's talk about sheets and stuff because the Rosalio was expecting a woman over, and the sheets might be clean, but the place was a mess. That if you got a woman coming over, you do clean up a little bit. Do you know what I mean? So take the bottles out and stuff like that.
Unless they're just nasty chicks that you're having over, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
Thanks, Jessica.
Right.
So the state had in redirect asked you about that there were portions of the van that had been selectively cleaned. The area under where the missing carpet is, that area, to your observation, had not been cleaned,
Wait,
correct?
did they take it apart? Did they
I'm
swab
sorry,
all the
what area?
things?
I don't know. We'll find out now, see?
Where the metal is exposed, that there was dirt and other items that show that area had not been cleaned?
Objection, the removing of the carpet would be the cleaning.
Well, I'm not.
Okay, well, that's not what I say it is.
Cleaned.
Irrelevant, whether you've
It's-
cleaned under the carpet.
Absolutely, it's not.
I don't think that's,
I don't want to preclude her examination, oral.
I can re-ask it, that in
Please.
that area,
Her
sorry,
face.
Detective, in that area where the metal is showing where the carpet used to be, there's a lot of dirt and other scraps indicating that that area hadn't been scrubbed clean, correct?
There is dirt and there is things over the metal.
Okay,
I'd be like,
thank you.
I would.
I don't
would-
need Exhibit 263. Thank you, State.
You're not going to pause it, are you? Is
No.
Dylan still
Oh,
awake?
you want to pause it? Sorry.
Sweet
Sorry,
Jesus.
sorry.
I mean, are they saying that he put a bloody body in the back and that simply removing the carpet would have
Yeah, one
cleaned it
piece.
all?
Yeah, a small piece of carpet at that.
Okay,
That
well,
wouldn't cover his. No.
he's like, it's not relevant. Okay. I mean, you're putting a bloody body back
Saul-
there, allegedly.
Yeah. Saul was saying that the length of the van is probably about around just over 6 foot, and he was 6 foot. So it would have been
And
like,
they laid him sideways?
yeah, sideways
Come
on
on.
there.
Come on.
No, it's impossible. You
Did they
know,
fold him
because
up
this is the thing.
in the carpet?
yeah.
Like, I can't.
No, you just got. This is how ridiculous this is.
Okay.
The state had asked you about the efforts that you observed in the minivan were concerning to you, and you had said that it was not normal, correct?
Correct.
But you'd agree there are plausible other explanations for why an individual cleans a work van, correct?
Sure, you could come up with some.
And
Well-
the state had asked you about the screen door being open. You said yes, but you were not the first officer on scene, correct?
I was not the first officer, no.
So you wouldn't know how that door was observed when officers first responded.
Correct.
The state just now, the last question that it asked you had to deal with all the interviews that you had with people. So I want to kind of break that down a little bit. You spoke with
Jonathan?
Michael Campbell, correct?
Yes,
He was just a friend of Mr. Gutierrez.
correct.
You spoke to Eileen Knoll, correct?
Correct.
She was a friend of Mr. Gutierrez.
Right.
And they didn't provide you any investigatory leads, correct?
Correct.
You then spoke to Sadie Beecham, correct?
Yes,
And it was your prior testimony that she had immediately stated that she believed her ex, Zachariah Anderson, had something to do with it, correct?
yes,
And you followed up on that one, right?
yes,
All right. And you also spoke to Olivia Anderson, correct?
yes,
And that was in relationship to Mr. Anderson, correct?
yes,
You interviewed Mr. Anderson himself, right?
yes,
I didn't.
And
Sorry.
you interviewed Christine Remsburg, correct?
yes,
That was the girlfriend of Mr. Anderson.
correct.
So she only dealt with Mr. Anderson, right?
Yes,
And you interviewed, I'm probably going to butcher her name, but Casalina Remsburg,
I believe she went by Cassie, yes,
and that's Christine Remsburg's sister, correct?
correct.
Again, relating only to Mr. Anderson.
Yes,
And then you spoke with Andrew Schultz, correct?
correct.
That was a friend of Mr. Anderson's, correct?
Yes.
And then you spoke to Alex Wetzel,
Yes.
again, a friend of Mr. Anderson's, correct?
I believe it was a cousin.
You talked to him only as it related to Mr. Anderson, though, correct?
Correct.
And then you spoke with an individual named Amber Stark.
Yes.
And she was the girlfriend of Alex Wetzel, correct?
Yes.
And that had to deal with confirming his whereabouts the weekend of May 17th through
Objection
May.
as to hearsay.
I'll rephrase the question, Judge. You spoke to her as it relates to your investigation of Mr. Anderson.
Correct.
And then you met and interviewed Solomon Anderson, correct?
Correct.
And that's Mr. Anderson's brother.
Yes.
And then you interviewed Jennifer Libers, correct?
Exactly what
Yes.
it was.
And that's Solomon Anderson's girlfriend, correct?
Yes.
And then you interviewed Joshua Anderson, correct?
Yes.
That's Mr. Anderson's other brother, correct?
Yes.
And then you interviewed Zenith Anderson, that's Mr. Anderson's sister, correct?
Correct.
Then you interviewed Stephen Lenz, correct?
Yes.
That's a friend of Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yes. Correct.
So who did you interview that
That is-
provided you other investigatory leads other than Mr. Anderson?
I didn't say I found any.
I didn't say,
I didn't say I found any other
What
ones.
do you mean?
No further questions.
I would have
Were you just
followed up
asked
with
whether you
that.
spoke to Umdeen Labora?
Yes, that's another one. Kim?
Was that included in the list you were just asked?
No.
Okay, so that's not a person related to Mr. Anderson, is it?
Correct.
Okay. And when you spoke to Michael Campbell, he provided you information that Rosalio Gutierrez had given him that led you towards the defendant.
I'm going to object as far as hearsay,
Okay, hearsay.
also leading.
Judge, there's just been a whole series of people listed, and they said there are no investigative leads that you pursued. I'm suggesting there are investigative leads on certain ones,
That-
and I'm asking,
He's
again,
now-
using the identical list of people that they just talked about.
Unbelievable.
I'm not required to only talk about whether he found any leads that don't involve Mr. Anderson.
Judge, if I
You're
may,
oh,
the state
boy.
asked them, oh, you interviewed a bunch of people and you followed all those investigative leads. I then went into all the people he talked about. I asked him about Michael Campbell. He answered it. Now he's trying to go into exactly the information that Mr. Campbell had allegedly provided. And additionally, if the state is going to make commentary about what he wants the witness to answer to, I'm going to
Mhm.
ask that that be done outside the presence of the witness.
let's just,
Outside the presence of the witness and the jury.
the,
sure, yeah.
much of the evidence you're hearing
So they didn't
throughout this
call
case,
Campbell to the stand?
would ordinarily
think they do.
not be admissible
I think they
under
do.
that big rule, the hearsay rule. When I was in law school,
Oh, sweet Jesus. Here we go.
I know. I know.
Buckle up,
book
kids.
very like this, and
Right, entertain them
about
for a second.
third of it,
Go to the toilet and get some water.
a
What's he
third
gonna
of the
talk to us
entire
about?
book was about the hearsay rule.
Yeah, that's
Um,
mainly the
hearsay rule
entire
is a very, very, very complicated rule.
semester.
It has many exceptions, things
I already
that
had this
you might
class.
think would qualify as hearsay. And hearsay is evidence of an assertion made by a person
Outside
while the person was
is not on the
in
witness
court,
stand.
under oath and subject to cross-examination, which is offered in evidence to prove the truth
The truth
of the matter asserted.
asserted. He made that way more complicated than it needed to be.
So it's not anything that somebody said who's not on the witness stand.
Sean, he may drink from the bowl. We don't
That's
know.
what it is. But sometimes.
Picture
one
it,
of is
Sicily,
being offered to
1912.
prove the truth of the assertion. It's being
Okay,
offered to prove
C-SWAT.
something else. And in
That's a
those
win.
cases, it's not hearsay. Then if it is hearsay,
There are exceptions,
it's
there are
subject to a
exclusions.
large number of exceptions from the hearsay rule, which even though the testimony is hearsay,
Dude, what a waste of
an
time.
exception permits its receipt into evidence.
It's way too complicated to
And believe
explain.
me, we could take months and talk about this.
Exactly. Let's not do it.
But there are many times when hearsay does find its way into the court record. I've never seen a case in which so much hearsay has come in. And I'm not suggesting that it hasn't been proper or that the lawyers haven't
So that's where
used it properly, but you're hearing a lot of hearsay that would
Mhm.
ordinarily not be brought in. The critical feature for almost all of it
It's
that you're
almost like I
hearing
already did that,
has
Sean.
been that it's not being offered to prove the truth of the underlying assertion. And we're at that point again now where I'm going to allow the witness to testify about what Mr. Campbell,
Lou,
he
it's
claims Mr. Campbell said to him.
it's a discretionary
And
ruling by the
it's not
judge.
being received for use to prove what Mr. Campbell is
Says it's
reported
true
to
is
have said
true.
is true.
It's not being used for that
Not
purpose.
being
Okay.
received for that purpose.
There
and
you
you're
go.
not
Let's move
to
on.
Hear it for that purpose. It's being offered in response to the
No,
defense contention.
I agree, Sean, but
That the police
I just want him to
investigation was deficient.
speak a little faster when he does it.
And what the district attorney wants to show is that the police were investigating and did receive some information and then made a
I
determination.
promise
about
he's
whether
already
it was
lost like
worthwhile
half the jury. They're like, yeah, we don't care.
It
Let's
is,
move on.
again, he's not the final judge of what's true and not true. It's just he has to make a judgment for purposes of his position about whether this is something worth pursuing. The burden of proof in the case is totally unchanged. And that is for the state to prove the charges against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt.
My eyes have
Yeah.
glazed over listening to this.
What leads the officer decides to follow and those that he doesn't are really not relevant to that. And that all this evidence that is coming in that is ordinarily hearsay is being received just in response to the defense claim that the case wasn't properly investigated. And I might add, in my final comment, is that the huge portion of the book about the hearsay rule, I can still remember the first sentence. There is nothing murkier in the law of evidence than the hearsay rule. So it's a very, very complicated rule.
I think he wants to
But,
teach,
I
but
just want to caution you
I
in
don't think this is the
case
time.
That ultimately you must rely
Like,
on facts. Which
Maybe
are
retire and go do
authentic
that at the college.
and are proved by proper evidence and that are sponsored by the
Dylan,
person
pause it for a
who is
second.
Sponsored by the,
Yeah.
So
You're still speaking.
I'm still trying to tell about the hearsay rule. So hearsay is an out-of-court statement offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted in the statement. And a statement can be, a verbal act or an act intended as an assertion, something that's spoken, whatever, right? So it's a very complicated rule, believe it or not. Like, we think everything's hearsay, but sometimes it's offered to prove other things, and then it's not hearsay. But he's going into this long diatribe about what it is. And I'm sure the jury is glazed over at this point. Like, I sat here for 5 seconds and I'm tired. Look at you. You're like a tired potato.
He's been he's been here all day. Like, he's done this all day.
He needs to, if he wants
was
to be an educator, he needs to like either okay. So Sean said that he kind of appreciates the teaching moments. I agree. I think that's great that a judge tries to explain things, but I don't think this lengthy nonsense is the way to go.
no. Sean said that at the start, and I
Yeah,
agreed
just
with him
shut
at the
up.
start because he was explaining what sustained objection, and overrules
Mhm.
was meant, and I thought that was good. He did go on a bit too much with it, but that's handy for them to know, just in case. But now it's like I've been away for what, 5 minutes, and you're still going on about
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, I
It's just
zoned
too
out.
much.
No lie.
Yeah. We still got an hour left of this as well.
Person who's making that assertion, who's
You
here
know.
and subject to cross-examination.
That's
I know
funny,
I could have
Balu.
done a better job of this, but is there anyone who has any question about this?
No, we want you to
I'm
shut
gonna
up, Judge.
overrule the
Carry
objection and permit the question with that.
Detective, my question was, I'm not asking for the content, but was Michael Campbell a person who provided information to law enforcement that would conclude, that would lead them to go to further their investigation of the defendant?
Yes.
Did Eileen Knoll, when questioned about what circumstances she was aware of and helpful on, did that cause you and other law enforcement to further direct your investigation towards the defendant?
Yes.
Did Sadie Beecham, in her interview, give you factual circumstances and things to investigate consistent with the defendant being the person responsible for these crimes?
Yes.
Did the defendant's daughter, when interviewed, give you information, eyewitness information, and witness information that would lead you to further investigate the
I have
defendant?
all kinds of thoughts about that one.
Did Christine Remsburg, the defendant's girlfriend, provide you substantive information that would lead you to continue and further your investigation of the defendant?
Yes.
Did Cassie Remsburg, her sister, provide you information that was consistent with that as well?
Yes.
Did members of his family, of the defendant's family, provide some information that would direct you towards the defendant and continue your investigation focused on the defendant?
Yes.
Did Stephen Lentz, when interviewed, lead you to have additional information that would lead you towards the defendant?
Yes.
So all of those people, when you interviewed them, again, led you in terms of following evidence towards the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Nothing else.
Those people that led you to information about Mr. Anderson, none of them provided any information that they saw Mr. Anderson at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment on May 17th, 2020, correct?
Objection, that's outside the scope of my question.
I think it's exactly in scope of his questioning.
Well, actually, as I've repeatedly said, I'm usually not too rigorous in the application of that rule, but we're getting close to the point where my rigor may return. So you
Rigor
can have an
mortis.
answer to this one.
Could you repeat, please?
That those individuals that the state just asked you whether the individuals you talked to gave you information that pointed you in Mr. Anderson's direction. Now I'm asking if any of those witnesses, or actually stating none of those witnesses provided you information that they saw Mr. Anderson at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment on May 17th, 2020. Correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that specific question.
All right, you may step down.
Thank God for that.
My
Can I have 30 seconds just to talk to co-counsel and just inquire about the next?
Yes,
I'm gonna bet that he only asked questions about Zach. From the
Somebody,
very first time of him rolling up and seeing
who
Sadie,
stands here?
it was done
One?
for.
1, 2. You don't have
Called
to be
tunnel vision.
embarrassed about it.
Well,
Cubs?
Jesus,
Okay,
what are they
3-3.
doing? Oh, they're gone quiet. Drive over. I'm listening. Okay, Sarah, that's all good, Sarah P. Sarah P. Been busy all day. Always the first in
Sometimes
chat.
there's a few other teams.
Modding away like that. It's all good. If I don't see, well, have a great weekend, Sarah. Just have a great weekend. I'll see you Monday.
Bye, Sarah. Well, I mean, if you stop listening, I
How
guess.
lengthy?
Short witness, we've conferred, this will be a very short witness, and then we have a stipulation to read.
Wear your seatbelt.
For today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that accurate?
Drive safe.
Yes.
Right, who's this next witness then? Not that I care anymore. Because they're not going to. Oh, short witness. Okay. You're a short witness.
God damn
Sure. Sure. Oh, here we go.
Oh, is this the oh yeah, no, I don't know who this is.
No, not do I. Bye, Sarah P. Ever so nice here.
Would you
Bye,
raise your
Sarah.
right hand, please? Do you solemnly
We
swear
love
that
you,
the testimony
Sarah.
you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please be seated.
Yeah, I'm kind of there with you.
Ms. Swanigan, could you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Marissa Swanigan, Marisa Swanigan.
Can we talk about not wearing like
SWANIGAN?
hoodies and jackets in
And
court?
are you currently employed in
Yeah.
some way?
Yes,
And what in general do you do?
management.
I'm going to direct your attention all the way back to May of 2020. On May 17th of 2020, were you living at the Wood Creek Apartments, specifically 3709 15th Street, apartment 2B?
Yes,
And
Okay.
that apartment, was that on the first floor,
above.
second floor, or somewhere else?
the second floor.
So
It's
did
above.
you have a downstairs neighbor directly below you?
Yes,
And did you know him in passing, just being essentially apartment mates?
yes.
And did you know anything about his family situation in passing?
Just two kids that I would see in passing.
And were they young kids, probably 12 and under, let's say?
Yes,
Did you know if one boy, one girl, two boys?
one boy, one girl.
Okay. And do you recall having contact with law enforcement on the 19th of May of 2020, where they asked you, did you hear or see anything on the days preceding that caused you some sort of concern from the downstairs apartment?
Yes,
And what, if anything, do you recall telling law enforcement about your observations that they were asking about?
just hearing loud banging, like against the wall.
And was this specifically on did you have a specific night that you had heard this?
It was a Sunday night.
So that would be May 17th?
Yes,
And when you heard this, approximately what time was it, if you recall?
between 10 and 11
And where were you in your apartment
PM?
when you heard this noise coming from downstairs?
in my bedroom.
And at that time, were you living in a one-bedroom apartment?
Yes,
And was your bedroom at the back end of your apartment, so all the way through?
yes,
And based on where you were in your bedroom, could you tell in general where this banging noise was coming from?
yes.
And how are you able to make that determination?
It wasn't coming, the sound wasn't coming directly from under me. It was more so further in front, but below me, if that makes sense.
And so in your knowing the layout of the apartment, what room of the apartment below you did you believe this banging to be coming from?
The living room.
And approximately how long do you remember this banging to have occurred on the 17th between approximately 10 and 11 p.m.?
About 5 minutes.
And at that time, did you hear any speaking or any sort of anything else, or just the banging?
Just the banging.
And in your experience as a human being, did you have any sort of thought as to what that banging could be in your mind while you were in bed hearing it?
I initially thought maybe something that was really big might have fell, or if the kids were still there, that they were playing around and they knocked something over.
And you said the banging went on for approximately 5 minutes?
Yeah.
And then once that 5 minutes.
It went on for 5 minutes and she didn't think maybe she should call some. I mean, was there yelling? What? I mean,
Yeah, well, but also she said, "Oh, it knocked something over." Well, knocking something over doesn't last 5 minutes. It's over and done within 2 seconds. But we'll see what she says now.
Stopped. Did you hear anything further?
No.
And obviously, hearing that banging, knowing that kids sometimes are downstairs, you didn't call 911 that night?
No.
But when asked about, had you heard anything in the days preceding the 19th
So
of May,
wait.
that's what you were able to tell officers?
Whoop.
Yes.
And you
so she hears a bunch of banging, but she doesn't hear any kind of yelling or screaming, but there's supposed to be a
Yeah.
murder going on downstairs.
Yeah, but there would
Okay.
be loads of screaming.
Okay.
were for
All
sure
right,
on
got
the,
it.
it was Sunday
Oh.
night between approximately 10 and 11?
Yes.
If you start speaking, she'll start speaking. I bet.
Probably. I was
It's
just
always the
listening to
way,
the
isn't it?
ASMR, like the typing on there. It sounds like, the
Yeah.
ASMR channels.
Oh, they chatted. That's the lead
I
detective
have nothing further. Thank you.
next to her.
Councilor Craven?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Hey. So
Hey.
just a couple of follow-up questions.
Colonel.
This banging or the sound that you heard, you said in between 10 and 11. Do you remember if it was closer to 11? Do you have a more specific time?
I would say closer to 10, like a little after 10.
And when you spoke with law enforcement, do you remember
My
telling
chat
them
broke.
that you didn't see anyone
It's
or
quiet.
you didn't see any cars?
Yes.
Did you look out your bedroom window?
No.
Okay, so you were just staying in bed.
Yes.
So you
Okay.
were just
And
speculating
so
as to what was happening.
all your observations was this sound.
Yes.
And prior to hearing this sound, I hate to go into your whole sleep.
Oh my god! Right. When you said about chat's broken, I was like, well,
On
just-
StreamYard it is, so I had to open up
Yeah.
YouTube.
I've had
It
to
was
do that
working
now because I'm
earlier.
like, yeah, it's been quiet. No one. This
Yeah, I was
asked
like,
chat.
what's happening?
She's
Yeah,
neighbor of
Lou was the
RG, I
last
think.
one.
From
Yeah.
I thought, well, see, Swift's here. She's a gobby bitch. So I was like,
It was like everybody
there
got
must be
quiet.
something.
And there's a whole lot. So now I have to go
I
back.
know. So sorry,
Okay,
guys.
hold
I can't
on.
put any more chats on the screen, but streaming has broken. But
Let's
Schedule,
see.
but
Carry on,
got to
Justin.
do it. How long were you in bed prior to hearing that sound?
Maybe 2 hours.
Okay, and were you awake and in bed?
Yes.
Okay, and prior to hearing this banging sound, did you hear anything else suspicious?
No.
So you didn't hear any screams?
No.
You didn't hear anyone arguing?
No.
And I want to talk about the apartments in general. How long did you live there for?
Did you see the message from Kayla Ollie? Kayla
I'm
Ollie's
looking.
here in chat.
Oh,
And
yeah,
she's
yeah. Hi,
I'm
Kayla.
behind, but yes, I'm a busty bestie. She's a
Yeah,
busty
girl.
bestie. So busty bestie with Josie. Sorry, I had to stop that.
About 3 years.
Okay. And clearly you could hear what had happened when you heard this banging, but in general, tell me about how private that apartment building is as far as being able to hear what's going on in your neighbor's apartment.
It's pretty quiet.
Okay. If you ever lived in an apartment that was
But can you
quiet,
hear things coming from the apartment across from you or below you?
It would have to be really loud, but if it was, then yes.
Wow.
And so after and you're sure that this was Sunday night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear
how do you know?
anything the following day?
No.
Okay. Did you see anything the following day?
No.
And were
ACG.
you there the following day or were you at work?
I was there.
Okay. All day?
I believe I went
Hey,
to
Ja.
work at 9 o'clock Monday
Check
night.
me off.
Yeah, baby.
Do you remember telling
law enforcement that you didn't hear any sounds of glass breaking?
Yes.
Okay. But you said that, I'm just trying to really get what the sound was that you heard. I know it's hard. I know it was a while ago. And you previously described it as something falling off the wall. But is there any other way that you can describe this sound?
It sounded like just something big being forced against the wall.
Okay, that's a different sound than something falling off the wall.
In the living room?
Yeah.
Yes.
Come on. I was going to say, why is she smiling? And now
don't have
it
anything
makes
further.
sense.
No, nothing further. Thank you.
You may stick down, man.
Jesus.
I think you folks have put in a full day, and it's a good time to stop.
Can we-
Okay,
Can we
wait,
read the
Can we read the
stipulation?
Can you scroll it back
Okay.
just a little bit,
Okay.
like 10 seconds?
Scroll back.
Yeah, like 10 seconds where she's
shit.
getting off the stand, and then watch as she comes off of the stand.
Can we
What
read
is she
full
smiling
day?
at?
No,
Oh my God, that's
nothing
my
further.
eardrum.
Down, man.
Oh, we're
Wow.
going to hear it again. I love this one.
I think you
Oh.
folks have put in a
Okay,
full day,
nice.
and it's a good time to stop.
Can we-
So-
Can
Maybe
we
that's
read
the
the
victim's
stipulation?
advocate or
Do it.
something.
Yeah, probably.
Council, we're prepared to read the stipulation.
Yes, I would like to read the first part.
Okay, shoot. Any of my copy? I'm happy to do that.
Okay, sure. Thank you. So cordial.
She's
We have a
so
stipulation.
snarky.
I'm going to read the first part, Judge, and then the state will read the second part.
So cordial.
Following are statements attributed to Lene
Love
J. Douglas, who is an unavailable witness in this matter at this time. The parties have stipulated that these two statements should be read in their entirety to the jury in place of testimony that Ms. Douglas would have made if she had been available.
Why is she unavailable?
Officer Paul Chase on May 19th, 2020 reported, quote, "I did speak with Lene J. Douglas in number 2C," end quote. Quote, "Douglas told me that she thought that she heard an argument from apartment 1B yesterday, May 18th, 2020 afternoon around 13 hours. She knew that the subject in 1B had kids and did not think anything of it. Douglas went on to say that she did not see who was arguing," end quote.
Members of the jury, the second part of the stipulation is as follows. Lene Douglas telephone call on March 10th, 2022 with DA Mike Gravely and victim witness coordinator Heather Beasy. Ms. Douglas was asked about her verbal statement to Officer Chase, in which he had her saying that she had heard an argument in 1B on May 18th, 2020 at about 1 p.m. Ms. Douglas stated that she could not be correct. Stated that could not be correct because she was working with headphones on for her job from her back bedroom on Monday, May 18th at that time, and would not have been able to hear anything. She stated the officer must have misunderstood what she told him. She stated that when she heard something concerning apartment 1B, she was in her main living room, comma, it would have been about 9 p.m. because she was watching TV. She stated
So
that
basically,
it was
she's
in
not
the few
reliable.
days prior to May 19th, 2020, when she heard at approximately 9 p.m. a scream in the hallway by 1B. She described the scream as high, as if someone was in pain and surprised. She stated that she could not hear anything further, which surprised her because based on the original scream, she thought she might hear a call for help or something. That's the completion of the stipulation, and of course, this has been filed with the court. It's been provided to the court.
Right. Folks, again, when there's stipulation that's some of the parties agree as being the true fact. And so that's something that you.
Good.
All right, I
Always
have
skip
a
the
number
jury.
of observations on the Van Wheat testimony. Or offered testimony.
Does everybody in the chat hit the like button?
Yeah, have you all hit the like button, please? Have you all followed Lady Law?
Well,
Have you all
I mean,
joined the channel?
you can follow my channel, but I haven't posted anything. But definitely like
well,
the
we
stream.
The
pinned
first
it.
observation that I want
We
to
pinned
make
it.
is I thought it was very clear
Subscribe.
from
We pinned yours and we pinned Lou's for a couple of hours each.
Oh, okay.
To subscribe.
The argument that has been made here that there is no dispute as to the scientific basis for the methods and principles.
Sean, just
which
keep
were
hitting it.
employed in this case.
Punch the button.
Literally, keep hitting it, Sean.
Just
Although there's
keep hitting this.
dispute as
Keep
to
hitting the button.
qualifications of Officer Van Wee and the method in which
Thanks,
he
Jonathan.
did his observations and analysis. But I did not understand any dispute as to the basic science of it and the requirement for the admission of this type of testimony, as stated in 907.02 subsection 1, is that scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will assist the jury to understand or determine the fact and issue, that the expert witness testifying is qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, that the expert testimony is based upon sufficient facts or data.
I know, Mads.
That the expert testimony is the product of reliable principles and methods, and that the expert testimony has applied the principles and methods reliably to the facts in the case. And the defense objection states that the defendant maintains that Officer Van Wee's testimony regarding his observations and conclusions of the blood evidence is not admissible for the following reasons. One, that he is not qualified as an expert in the field of blood stain pattern analysis. Second, that he does not comply. His report does not comply with industry standards and requirements. And third, that Officer Van Wee failed to reliably apply principles and methods and made substantial errors in his report. And the defense position is largely.
Oh my God,
based
speed this
on
up to like 1.5
a
speed.
report
Yeah,
submitted by
I think we can because
Dr.
Or exit.
I think we need to listen to it, but
Marilyn Alice Tebbs Miller, and she has made a number of attacks on Officer Van Wee's performance in this case and the contents of his report. We discussed it some length the other day, and I pounced as I frequently do when
it sounds normal
Attorney Mueller
at this speed.
we'll start talking about standards and requirements, and I challenged that to basically according to whom, and I think the response was the Department of Justice. And I'm
going to have to jet out here in a few.
They haven't found these standards from the
Do you?
Department of Justice.
Yeah, I've got a friend that's in from California that flew in today.
I'm not familiar with any authority that I'm
You
required to
gibber.
follow standards of the
Yeah.
Department of Justice. I'm not familiar with any legal authority for the Department of Justice to
You're gonna miss the wheel. Well, we're not doing the wheel now.
proclaim or enforce
I mean, you could do the wheel right quick.
on the state courts.
It's
And
if it-
I'm
no,
not suggesting that the
no.
Department of Justice.
Okay, get out of
done
it
so,
until Monday.
but the Department of Justice has done a
No
lot
point.
of things that are in the courts right now, actually. And in the Supreme Court right now, as to the reliability and
Yeah,
the legality.
she moved to California in
But
November,
even assuming that
Jonathan,
they've made
and
suggestions as to
she's,
what standards
this is her first
courts
time
should
back,
apply,
so.
I'm not familiar with any standards which I am required to employ. Certainly, I've not heard of any constitutional.
Right, let's end it.
You guys can come with
let's
me.
go-
Come with me. Let's go
let's-
to
let's do
the Lunar Lounge with Lady Law.
Lunar Lounge. What's the Lunar Lounge?
The Lunar Lounge with Lady Law.
It sounds sexy.
I mean, they
Basically.
have drinks that light up, so that's neat.
Right.
Oh, we're doing the wheel. Well,
Might as
let's
well
do
the
it.
wheel. I need to get this right. So, just for people to know, just for people to know,
And stream on there.
it has end stream on there. Yes. So it's got a few end streams. So basically,
This wheel sucks.
why? So it's got a shot of whiskey, end stream, reset, Erin and Sarah P stream. So they'll do a stream with me.
That
End
one's
stream,
good.
free membership, end stream, glass of milk,
Glass of milk.
down a glass of milk, end stream, reset, wear a crown, free membership, end stream, cold baked beans, end stream, dress up, end stream, sing the Welsh national anthem, free membership, reset, down a beer, end stream, free membership, hot pepper, end stream, wear a Cowboys jersey, end stream.
Okay,
Got
we know
whiskey.
what we see it. Spin it.
Yeah, hang on, just to explain. So we're gonna spin this every single stream. Where I'll explain because Lady Law has to go, so I'll explain the other one for you in a bit now. C Swift. So this happens at the end of every stream. If it does land on end stream, then well, we've got a problem. So here we go.
Oh, it's so slow. I want it to go back up.
Oh
There
my
you go.
god.
Look at-
Erin's gonna kill me. Erin Sarah P on stream. So Erin and Sarah P will be on stream. And do you know what? It landed on that
When?
so many times when we practiced last night.
Did it?
We practiced
Is it rigged?
so many times. They think it's rigged. It's not rigged. But Sarah
Do you
P,
get
you
to pick
drive
when
in,
it
you come in on
stops?
stream. No, I
There
don't.
should be
So-
a spinning wheel sound.
Yeah, there is, but I'm going to do another wheel. I'm going to do another
Turn
wheel
it on.
and do it properly. I wasn't ready, but it doesn't
I
matter. We've done it
wasn't
now.
ready.
Well, we've done it. We've done it. It's the wheel's done. The wheel is sacred. It's only one
Wheel
spin.
of
If we do,
fortune.
if people want me to do the spin anytime, it costs $100. So we do one spin, a stream, and any more $100 essentially. So, yeah. So there we are. That's what that's gonna be. So now I take away the Erin and Sarah P stream because that's been landed on. So for the month, this is it. We'll change some stuff as well. We will change and add some stuff to it. But essentially, 30 choices. I have to have stuff like end stream on it because, like, this stream's gone on
That's
for 7
literally
hours.
like half the wheel is end stream.
No, it's
I'm gonna
less. I
come
take
up.
the
I'm
loads
gonna
off.
come up. Let me come up with some ideas of what to put on this wheel to remove some of those end streams.
So end stream, right? Let's have a look. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
That's what I
8,
said. See, sweat.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13, and there's 30 of these. I think that's a good compromise.
Hot pepper, cold baked beans. Like,
Yeah.
where did that come from? Like, you just go,
We just
let me throw some
discussed
cold
it.
baked beans on there.
We were just discussing it. So just because it's something mank, it's not something nice. The crown was your idea. The dress up was your idea. Glass of
Listen,
milk of
okay,
mine.
let's take a poll. I said that Dylan needs a judge's robe, like a gavel, and a wig because he sits there in his throne as the judge of all judges. I think he should wear it.
Yeah, at least land on it though, didn't it? But hang on, let's have a look here. No, the chat are ignoring it. They're not even saying anything.
No,
There should be no shirt. Okay. I
Let's
don't think
vote.
the chat likes it. Well, not now. It's too late. It's done. Erin and Sarah P are doing a stream.
Jonathan, that's the whole point. Hello.
So yeah, so that's going to be now every stream from now on. We will have this wheel at the end of every stream, and then there's another wheel which we're still working on. That for every $500 in a month, it's got things like doing a 24-hour stream, 12-hour stream, shaving my hair off, stuff like that in it. So that's another stream. So yeah. Robe could be a vibe. Yeah, so I don't know what everyone thinks about it. There is. I'll say I'm going to take Erin and Sarah P off. They are going to go nuts when they see this. Sarah P is driving, probably in traffic. So I think they'll maybe not this Sunday, but maybe the following Sunday. They've agreed to do the Sunday stream with me. So
Awesome.
Sunday stream. Lady Law will probably be there as well because if she's free. I did mention your name actually, so
Oh, you did. Okay.
I did, but yeah, we'll see. Jonathan, you'd think someone in his life would have been. Yeah, they're still on about this trial. So sorry for the whatever you call it, the trial. I think people take it quite seriously. So, but this is supposed to be
Well,
just
as
be a
they
bit of fun.
should. I mean, as they should, for sure.
Yeah, they should. They should. It's just I need to do this now because Lady Law needed to leave. So, and we lost most of the viewers as well. So
There's 20.
So
20 in there.
yeah, it's 20, but still, it's not um it's not what we wanted. But it is what it is. So thank you to you, Lady Law, as well, and thank you to everyone for
Yeah.
being here today. We really appreciate you all. Love you all. We're back on, well, 19 if you include me and Jack. Yes, Twisted Bunny. So yeah, so we're back on Sunday, for like football and all American stuff, whatever that I do, and then Monday, same time, same place on Monday for Zachariah Anderson Day 4 trial. So you know where we are. So yeah, hopefully we get the Lady Law on at other occasions as well, whenever she's not busy. But thank you for joining us, Lady Law,
Oh, you're
and
welcome.
we'll
Hold
see
on,
you
I gotta
soon,
take
as they
this
say.
call.
So, oh, you got to take the call.
Hold on.
Yeah, you
Hold
take
on.
the call. Judge UK, I
Hello.
didn't think of that. She's muted herself, so that's fine. Yeah, well, once it lands on dress up, that just means we pick a costume and then I order one. So it could be a judge's outfit. We'll see. As I say, this is just supposed to be something fun to add on to the stream and try and attract more people to hopefully join the channel. If it doesn't work, then we stop doing it. It's all good.
Okay, sorry.
It's fine. I'm going to close it there. So with that, everyone, thank you very much. Love you all. See you hopefully Monday, if not Sunday. See you on Monday. And Sarah P and Erin, enjoy this. We'll have to clip it. All right, take care, guys.
Love
See
you
you
guys.
later.
Bye.
Bye.